22.
For the welcome address, I will be inviting the community lead for Shecode Africa. Put your hands together as I welcome Omotola Omotayo. You can do this better. You can do this better. Yeah. Do it better, do it better, do it better.
Hi, Queens. Hello, everyone. Okay. Once again, you are welcome to the Shecode Africa Summit 2022. Are you all happy? Are you all happy to be here? Okay. I'll skip my introduction. I'll just go into why we are here today. What about now? So this is our first edition of this summit, and the main goal for this summit is for us to gather women from across Africa together to celebrate, to empower them, to empower us all, to network with one another, and to get to meet each other. So aside our virtual world that we are used to, the boot camps and other programs that we have at Shecode Africa. So once in a year, we are going to be having this summit. And for this year's summit, we have several lineup engagements for you. We have notable speakers here to share their experience, to share their expertise with you. They are going to be sharing different insights on topics like legal needs in tech. They are going to be sharing more insights about sexual harassment and some other notable topics. We also have sponsors that you can network with after when the section is up. That you can network with when the section is up. Sorry, Okay. We got this. All right. Okay, I just want to welcome everyone. Let me start with that. Or let me rephrase that. Welcome everybody to this media edition of the SCA Summit. I want you all to be open to learn, be open to network. You might get your next job here. Right. And apart from that, another fun thing is I know everyone has swag already, right? You have different swag with you. You are going to get that. So I want you to just be open, enjoy this. And part of the sections we have for you today, aside the speaking sections, is that we're going to have laptops giveaway, scholarship. So on behalf of SCA, we are going to have 5 laptops to be given out. And on behalf of Adaora, we are going to have 1 laptop. So in total, we have 6 laptops. So 6 queens here will be going home with 6 new laptops. And also to add to it, a few weeks ago, we had the second edition, the second cohort of the SCA Hackfest. So this year Hackfest, we're going to be talking more about it. It's focused on open source, right? The project demo was done a few days ago, and today we are going to be announcing the top 3 winners. They are going to be going home with 500, 300, and 200,000 naira each. And let me give you more hints. So there is a section that I'm not going to open to everyone now, but I want you to watch out for it. But for you to benefit greatly from that particular section, I need you to be open, learn, tweet about the event, because you don't know what is happening there. I know a lot of persons are joining us virtually. Thank you all for joining us. Even if you're joining virtually, I need you to engage with one another. You that you are here, also tweet about your experience here, what you are learning, highlights for you, and so on and so forth. And please enjoy the day. Thank you so much, everyone.
Are you excited already? Are you excited already? Can you sound exciting? You can do better. Okay, so next we have a lightning talk coming from Paloma Peters. Yeah, she will be speaking on how to gain the most out of community as a contributor. Paloma is a technical community manager and has experience growing and building developers communities from ground up. You should know, please give her a clap. Yeah? And she is passionate about blockchain technology. So I know there are some Web3 ladies here. Yeah, and its applications, and does a lot of work on board, educates, and support developers in that space through community initiatives, technical content, mentorship, and courses. You have a lot to learn from Paloma. Please make welcome. Keep clapping, keep clapping.
Hello, everyone. Okay, thank you so much. I'm so excited, actually, to be speaking at the first SEA Summit 2020, the first She Code Africa Summit. Let me tell you a secret. This is also going to be my first time giving a talk in tech. And so I'm twice as excited. And this is a lightning talk, so it'll be very quick. Let's just go right into it. And so early this year, I was completely new to Twitter, also new to tech Twitter. I was in a bunch of communities, but I was very passive. I was completely clueless about Web3 and blockchain technology, and I was tempted to quit coding. So I had started out learning web development, moved to data science, done a little bit of cloud. I went back to web development, and then I told myself, you know, maybe this programming thing is not for me. So let me just quit. And fast forward to now, I am a developer advocate with a Web3 company. I'm still in the process of signing papers, so I can't announce yet which company. But I also lead a community of women women in Web3 called Women Build Web3. I have a podcast that I run through Twitter Spaces weekly. And most importantly, I'm actively building projects and creating technical content. So what changed from the beginning of the year to this point? How did I get to this point that I'm at now? The short answer is by actively contributing to communities. The long answer is what I'm going to be sharing in my talk. And so how do you find a community that is right for you and can help you grow? The first step is to get clear on your major goals. And so your goals can be to learn a specific language, you want to contribute to open source, you want to get a job, or you just want to, have fun. And what's this tech thing that people are talking about? Let me just see it, have fun, get swag. Depending on your goals, you would be able to find the best communities for you to join that will help you achieve your goals. And so here are some important things to look out for when you are looking for a community to join. What are people saying about the community? Is it active? Because there's some communities that look nice, but it's dead. Nothing is happening there. Are there opportunities to make progress on your goals? Are there opportunities for you to volunteer and take up leadership roles? Are you able to collaborate with and learn from others? And so now that you've found a community, what's the next thing for you to do? Say yes to opportunities. So we've already gone over the fact that you've picked a good community that is in line with your goals, right? So say yes to the opportunities. When there's a training, when there's a workshop, when there's a hackathon, when there's a mentorship program, say yes to these opportunities. Show up, apply, take part in them. There will also be other opportunities for you to there will be opportunities for you to volunteer, to take up leadership roles. Please do not reject yourself. Say yes to the opportunities. It's not... Okay, so this is something I honestly really believe in. You don't know what you're capable of until you try it. So you don't know whether you'll succeed in that role. I'm so sorry, did I do something? You don't know whether you will succeed in that role, and so just go for it. Please never be the one to reject yourself. And so the next tip is to collaborate with others. You gain a lot when you work with others because everybody's leveraging on their own strengths. And don't just limit your collaborations to working for the community or volunteering. You can find an accountability partner in your community. You can pair code together. You can join hackathons together. There's so many things that you can do. And I know we're all hard workers here, but please work smarter, not harder. The next tip is to document and share your contributions. This is very important, especially if you are looking for a job. Your future employer is not going to come into your community and be watching, like how many communities, there are thousands of communities. So you have to be the one to advocate for yourself. You have to be the one to document your contributions, the impact, the metrics, and add them to your resume, put them on your portfolio, but also be able to communicate them in the interview and share them publicly on Twitter, because it's great visibility for you, and it's also a good way to get other people to join your community. The next tip is to build relationships in and out of your community. And so attending in-person events or meetups like this is a great way to meet people. Also to solidify the relationships that you have already been building online. People you've only been seeing on Zoom. When you come to meetups like this, you're able to put a name to the face. And you know, the best way to build relationships is by having conversations with people. So have a coffee chat, reply to their messages, you know, ask good questions, and don't be scared to shoot your shots to people you admire on Twitter or wherever. And then if you see someone struggling or new to your community, be their first friend. Help them, guide them, and you're basically best friends with the people now. Because it's really lonely to be in tech without community, without friends. You might just fall off because we need each other. And so next thing is to get active in the tech Twitter community. It's really easy to get active on tech Twitter. If you're new to tech or Twitter, the first thing you can do is just go and follow all the amazing speakers here, because those are people you can learn from. Join Twitter Spaces, speak, put yourself out there, create tweets and threads on what you're learning and building, and just generally try to have conversations and make friends. There are lots of challenges like 100 days of code, 100 days of Web3 that you can use to learn in public, and you can gain support and accountability. A lot of developers and designers and, you know, community managers, they land job opportunities, speaking opportunities through Twitter. It came up a lot when I was interviewing. Oh, I saw your tweet, and I got to skip a lot of steps, skip an interview, not have to submit my resume just because they've seen my work on Twitter. But also make sure you're visible on LinkedIn as well. You don't want to miss out on any platform. The last tip is to set boundaries. It's very easy for you to commit to too many things and you'll find yourself getting burnt out, or you'll find that you're doing things that are not in line with your goals, so it's almost like you're wasting your energy. And we started with having clarity on your goals, but you'll find that after you've been contributing for maybe 3 months, 6 months, your goals may have changed. So you need to reassess your priorities and your needs and make sure you're still in alignment with your goals. And this is a meme I created. I think it's really funny. This is you, the communities you're contributing to, your notifications, you're drowning in notifications, and your mental health is just gone. Please don't wait till you're at this point. And yeah, so finally, don't get distracted by what others are doing. You've got this. Always remember that the grass is not greener on the other side. The grass is greener where you water it. Thank you.
Please put your hands together for her again. How was that session for you? How was it? SCA Queens. SCA Queens. Thank you. So she talked about a few things. She talked about actively contributing to communities, applying for roles and opportunities, and then learning to collaborate with others. So please, whatever you've learned from this session, tweet it and use our hashtag SCA Summit 22. Please do that now. Are you doing that? All right, we are excited about this session. This is the keynote speech. And she will be speaking about elevating the African women in tech. Hold on. Let me just read a little about her. Odunayo Eweni is the co-founder and chief operations officer of PiggyVest, the largest digital savings and micro-investment platform in Nigeria. She previously co-founded PushCV.com, one of the foremost job sites in Africa with the largest database of pre-screened candidates. In 2022, she was selected as a Bloomberg New Economic Catalyst, and she won the Forbes Africa Technology and Innovation Award. Ladies and gentlemen, please celebrate with me Odunayo Eweni. Woo! Continue, do it better. You're welcome.
Hi, can you hear me? Yeah. Okay, hi, good morning. It's so nice to be here. So, I'll get right into it. I've been told I have only 15 minutes. I just wanted to say how incredibly amazing it is to be speaking to a room that's 99.9 women. That almost never happens in tech. I'm sure we're all aware of it. So it's so nice to be with you this morning. Thank you so much to She Code Africa for having me. So today I'm speaking about elevating the African women in tech, but I decided to go at it a slightly different way. So how do we win? Right, I've worked in tech since 2013. Right out of university, my friends and I started our first company, and we've basically been working together now for 12 years, but actively in tech for 9 years. In that time, I've been privy and opportune to kind of see the massive amount of growth that our involvement in tech has kind of become. In 2013, I can tell you 100% there was nothing like this. If you tried to have a women in tech event, we'd be maybe exactly 25 people. Today, I'm speaking to a room of over 100 people, and I think that's really important. And that's a lot of progress. So well done to Ada and the rest of the team. This is amazing. So I'm just going to jump right into it. I'm just talking about the progress that we've been making in tech. But as of today, there's been an 83% increase in the amount of funding that's going to female founders in tech. I know because in 2013, when I raised $1.1 million for PiggyVest, it was record-breaking because in the world, there were 36 black women that had raised $1 million. Yesterday, the founder of Topicals has become the youngest black woman to raise $10 million for her own business. That's progress. So now, we're seeing 12 to 23% deal flow activity change for female founders between 2010 and 2019. Now, this is all, about female founders, but there is just kind of like, how do we move the participation of women in tech? Look, the truth is, no matter how much money we're funneling into tech, and the increase in women winning, without deliberate effort, most women still won't win. And I'll explain, right? Realistically, we see, they're announcing funding. Look, 23% of deal flow activity, 36% of female founders as a percentage of total founders. We'll get there. 80%, 64%, 98%. 1% of deal flow activity for us, 13% for us as black founders, whether male or female. 80% of firms don't still have a black partner. 61% of firms don't have a female partner. Every single one of you in this room is a potential founder. It's supposed to help us boost this 61% figure. We need representation. I'm going to get to how now. So those are all like the really dire, abysmal facts that we have problems and they all exist. But how do we make sure that they go away? How do we make sure that the person who's in this room today, who's a student of biochemistry but wants to become a program manager at Microsoft, has a path towards it? Now, challenging harmful fallacies about women. How many of us have heard that women don't support women? How many of us think that's true? Exactly. So you see, Every time people say, women don't support women, female friendships aren't genuine, women want other women, but I don't think that's true at all. As evidenced by the fact that She Code has grown from a small community to one that's gathering women from across Africa, from the fact that they're giving laptops to enable people learn, from the fact that every single day we're seeing a female founder and a female mentor talking up the people that are close to them. Look, the results are all that matter. It doesn't matter what people believe. We need to always be able to speak out and challenge it. In 2021, in January, myself and Eloho started First Check Africa as a way to funnel money towards women in tech. If we leave those beliefs unchallenged, that's all people will remember. If we leave those, people will tell you, we're not supporting them. If you want to invest in women, invest in them. If you want women to raise money, then you have to create the opportunities. And then when we do, they complain, saying, oh, you're discriminatory. Why are you not creating those kind of opportunities for men? But the truth is, we're still in the minority. As of today, when you're trying to count the female founders on your hand, or when you look in a team, for instance, every time people are telling you, boost the representation. So when we started PiggyVest in 2016, we had a conversation around, we're going to make this company equitable. And then I remember in 2020, we went on a company retreat. PiggyVest is about 55% female. And when we released our photos, people started asking us, so where are the men? And I thought that was a very weird question because you guys said hire women, and now we have. But now you're asking us, where are the men? But they're there. But women deserve to always be there as well. We make up 51% of the world's population. Women are smart. Women are building. Women are in tech. And we need to always remember that. Right? At the core of it, the results are all that matter. When I was growing up, my dad said to me, look, before you start any journey, you need to know who you are, where you're going, and why you are doing it. For every one of you in this room, do you understand your why? Why are you here? Why do you want to be in tech? Why have you chosen to be here on a Saturday morning? Where are you headed? And who are you? The results are all that the world will see. The journey is hardly ever important to most people. The results are all that matter. What are you doing to make sure that when we gather here again next year, where you are today isn't where you are in the next 12 months? How do you move? Don't be afraid to rock the boat. How many of you follow me on Twitter? You've seen my Twitter account? Is it always fighting? Okay. So in the middle of all of these things, one of the things that I've realized is that when people give women opportunities, you're expected to be what? Grateful. To be happy that you're there. To just enjoy it. Don't change things. Don't speak too much out of turn. Right? I think that there's a lot that we could be teaching you. But personally, I think that women are over-mentored. I think that we don't speak enough. I think that a lot of people they spend quite a bit of time trying to teach us how to be, and not a lot of time listening to what we actually have to say. In my experience, actually listening to the target market, actually listening to women, actually listening to the minorities has always been the only way to make a change, to make solutions. So I encourage you today, take up space, be selfish, and be loud. Right? When I was growing up, people would say, Odunayo, you are too loud. But I'm loud, and I'm now speaking in front of thousands of people. That's how these things work. Just be who you are, right? Don't let people shrink you. Don't be grateful for being there. Every single room that a woman walks into, she belongs there. You belong here, and you belong wherever you want to be. And I think it's really important that anything else you take from here, understand that the tech ecosystem is as much for us as it is for anybody else. Great results will be achieved when conditions are equitable. Like I mentioned, my company is 55% female. It's not because I said, let's hire only women. It's because we want to create a space that women can thrive in. We want to create a space where everybody feels heard. And PiggyVest has grown. We don't have a lot of money. We've not raised a lot of money. But PiggyVest is one of the largest fintech companies in Nigeria today because voices are heard. I insist that the people are what makes the business. You make the business. You make the community. At every point in time, you make your own journey. You make the results, and I think it's important to always remember that. Now, bias must be removed. How many of us believe that there's still a conscious bias towards women in tech? How many of us have experienced it? Okay, everyone, obviously. So one of the things that I love to talk about is conscious and unconscious biases. Everyone has them, whether you believe it or not. I, for instance, sometimes find myself, it's like when we're interviewing for a role, I'm optimizing for we must have 50% women on the short list, right? Because I want to be able to pick. But I think that generally speaking, we all must be aware of our biases. Inherently, just like anger is not a bad thing, just like depending on what you use it for. Jealousy is not a bad emotion. I don't think biases are terrible, right? Everyone has a bias. You're biased towards something or to something. Now, do you let that bias hinder people from participating? Do you let that bias hinder people from achieving the best? What we've seen, right, is that people hire people who look like them. And today, every woman who's in this room, every woman who's already an executive, you have a responsibility to hold the door open for the people coming after you. That's the bias that we need to actually be fighting. You know, when you get to a position as a woman, then you're trying to overcorrect for, I don't want to just hire women. But why not? The reason that women are behind is because there is a veritable men's club everywhere, no matter what anybody says. You are predisposed to giving opportunities to the people that look like you. And when the people that look like you are few and far between in a room, you have a responsibility, every single person, to hold the door open for the people coming after you. Now, you didn't ask for it, I'll tell you that. No one is responsible. It's not like, oh, you were born and now you must do it. But I believe that to achieve the kind of representation that we want, to achieve the kind of representation that gathers us here every year, to achieve that representation, we must be holding the door open for the people that come after us. Opportunities are important in tech, in commerce, in banking, in Web3. There is sexism everywhere, and we have a responsibility for consciously helping to overcome that bias. Look, the truth, there will not be women in the room if other women don't start to speak up for them. You can gather all you want, but the action, the results are always in the doing. The results are in the recommending a fellow woman for an opportunity. The results are in making sure that when you come up, you don't do it alone. Women must give women chances. I don't think I even need to say more about this. Now, be biased when it doesn't affect the results. Yes, right? I've seen when, we know a bit about funding rounds in this room, don't we? People are raising pre-seed, people are raising seed, and people are raising giant Series A's, and a bunch of people are closing all these deals on WhatsApp. Right? I've seen someone raise $500,000 within a WhatsApp group. I've seen people do it. But when it's time to raise for women, we have so many questions. What happens to this? What happens to that? We need to be kinder and to give grace to ourselves. One of the ways that I've come up personally is through people who speak for me when I'm not in the room. Who speaks for you when you're not in the room? And who do you speak for when you're in the room? Right? It's very important to make sure that you have a veritable list of people that you're recommending for opportunities. And when you can, that list should at least be 50% of your own peers. We deserve it. Women will be better than men. So, look, right, okay, I'm going to move on from that. We will. And the reason why we will is this, right? One of the things that I've realized is that every time we talk about giving opportunities to women, people always assume that we mean give opportunities to people that are not qualified. Have you seen that? There is an inherent thought that when you say equality, it means that we're asking you to dip the quality. We're not asking you to lower your standards. We're telling you that women exist that meet those standards, right? There was a time I was on a space and I was talking about the lack of funding to women. And someone said, well, women have to do better at networking. Women have to do better at this. Well, we don't, because men don't have to. People should be able to get funded just because they have ideas. People should be able to get funded just because they deserve it. We should get jobs just because we're qualified, not because we're extra. Everyone expects you as a woman to be perfect, if not close to it. Right? We've seen everything that's going on in the crypto space. We are all hearing about FTX. Can any of you cast your mind to if that was a female founder? You saw what happened with the founder of Away. She was tough on her team, and she no longer has a job. But people are raising money over League of Legends, and when it's our turn, we pitch 7, 14, 28 times to get funding. We need to dispel of that notion that we need to be perfect or close to perfect to raise. We're people, multi-dimensional people. When we aspire, and this is a thing that applies to every single woman, because there is this, there's this notion that we've all kind of internalized, that there isn't space for many women at the top. So we strive for exceptionalism. And then we think by being exceptional, we're better than the people who perceptively are not. The truth is, you're not. You're not better than the woman who isn't exceptional, because exceptional is highly subjective. And so we must, as a matter of principle, understand that people can just be. We, like anyone else, are multi-dimensional people. We have our own bad sides, we have our own good sides. We have things we're good at, we have things we're bad at. And that doesn't mean, and that doesn't give a reason for you not to excel. Opportunities are given to all kinds of people. They shouldn't be given to one kind of woman. Right? We're many, we're different, varying. And that's how you gather diverse people in the room. Imagine if everybody in here just kind of looked like me, and I was just talking to a sea of myself. What would be the point? Right? Diversity of thought, diversity of experiences, diversity of process. We need that to be able to form a colorful ecosystem, one that reflects every single person in this room. There's Christians here, there's Muslims, there's people wearing hijabs, there's people who are not, there's people who wear glasses, there's people who don't. That's exactly how we need to approach that, just like the individuality of the woman in tech. We don't win if we're monolithic. We win as who we are. Now, so this is what I'm trying to explain. We don't need to be exceptional to thrive. We just need to want to be there and want to do the work. Increasing the pipeline of women in tech. Right. So I think I don't have to explain this too much, just because I think the people who organize this event have done a fantastic job of kind of reaching out. Secondary schools, university campuses, workshop and conferences, one like the one that we're at today. And finally, mentorship by exposure. I believe that women need to be funded and not advised. I think we're over-mentored and underfunded. I think that there is a lot that needs to be done to funnel finances and resources and computers and everything else we need, versus trying to teach us soft skills all the time. People are constantly trying to tell you, here's how to network, here's how to communicate, here's how to, here's how to, here's how to. And then there isn't enough of the doing. After, this is why at some point we stopped attending accelerator programs, because then they'll teach you the soft skills, but they won't give you the funding. But you need that. To make any kind of progress, we need that resource. We need the resources. Organizations like this deserve to be funded so that they can continue to do good work for people who want to learn. There needs to be a veritable pipeline from secondary school directly into internships, directly into the tech ecosystem. We need to just do more of that. Women need to be challenged and not advised. In the same vein, give us the work. We'll do it. Versus advising us all the time. I think it's enough of the condescension on, this is how I think you should approach it, versus here's a task, do it and let's see the results. How will we know our efforts are working? Consistent participation in the lower levels of the tech ladder. We need to be able to see women winning from the ground up, right? Before, if you looked at any company's customer service department, it'll be all women, no men, right? Now, I'm hearing people saying, why are almost all product managers women? And then, okay, so you see, and you know what? That's progress. And now we're seeing people who were formerly COOs of companies becoming the CEOs of their own companies, right? There's Clara of Credrails, right? There's the now current CEO of Joomba. There's so many people now doing so many amazing things. And do you know why? The entry point for most of these people was what? Customer service. There is a story I love to tell. Teju Adeyinka, who used to work at Helicarrier, who's one of the most vocal voices in the crypto space, right? Teju started as an EA to a CEO in tech. And now, if you're thinking of women in Web3, she's probably top 5 in the Nigerian tech ecosystem. That's the kind of pipeline that we need. That's the kind of pipeline that we need to be building. Equal participation will happen, but it won't be quick. Like I mentioned at the beginning, realistically speaking, we want women to win, But the knowledge that most women will not win without significant effort is how and what we need to be driving. I love the dreams of all of us imagining that 51% of something will eventually be women, but we must always keep our 2 feet on the ground. It's important to understand that the only way we win is to work at it. The only way we win is to take up that space. The only way we win is to make sure that everything else that I've spoken about is in place. If not, we don't win. Right? No one is going to ever hand you the space. You're going to have to always take it. 30.8% to 32.9% of female workforce representation in tech. We need to get that to 51%, one way or another. Today's juniors are tomorrow's seniors. We agree, don't we? And so, you know what? For me, so, thank you guys so much for listening. For me, I think that it's really important for us to say like really dreamy, really sweet things about where we want to be and what we want to see. But I also think that more importantly is us looking at each other and being realistic about how much work it takes to get there, right? The progress that we've made in the past 9 years has been extremely hard won. But the progress that we make in the next 10 years will be harder because always the minority is always going against the establishment. We are trying to change the way things have worked for thousands of years, right? If you want to change that, there must be work. Now, I know that they were giving away laptops, and I got a gift yesterday, and I thought someone here might deserve it more. So, I would, you see, now, I would love to be able to give this out myself, but you guys are many. So I'm going to hand it to the organizers, and they will find who is the most deserving person for it. Thank you so much.
SCA Queens, how do you feel? You're not feeling the way I'm feeling. How do you feel? Can you put your hands together for her? Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you. One of the things she said, and I picked and wrote down, is this: there's a space for me at the top. Is it the same for you? So say it. There's a space for me at the top. And I will take it. You will take it. The fire, there's no fire. I feel like there's no fire in you. Like, all right, put your hands together for yourselves. We're moving to the non-profit spotlight session 1, and we'll be talking about the Catwick Care Foundation. Catwick Care Foundation is a non-profit organization supporting women across Africa through their wellness journey as it relates to their mental, reproductive, and sexual health. And put your hands together as I welcome Vera to take this session. Vera, we're waiting for you. Put your hands together for her. You're welcome.
Hello, everybody. Hi, it's so nice to see very beautiful faces here. Hi, Balashari, I said I was going to do that. You look really beautiful. Okay, so here I'm going to be talking about Catwick Care Foundation. My name is Vera, and I'm the community manager for Catwick Care Foundation. Now, if you want to clap, you can do that, of course. Thank you so much. So the very first question that you'd ask is, what is Catwick Care Foundation? Catwick is a non-governmental organization that is very intentional about women's health as it pertains to sexual, reproductive, and mental health. We are very particular about it in such a way that we have created safe spaces for women to be able to communicate and share whatever it is that they are going through. We're here for you, and we're not judgmental at all, so which means that it's a space where you can talk about anything that bothers you. Now, this is me saying all the big terms that there is. I'll come down to me personally. Now, as a community manager, I have been chanced to have people talk to me from almost every walk of life. And then gathered here together, one thing that I see that unifies us here is the fact that we are women. And that's something to be very, very proud of. I am female and I am proud. And that's something that Catwick really, really honors. And that's also something that She Code Africa has stood by for a very long time. And we're very, very honored to be here today for that. So yeah, I was saying that one thing that has stood out for me over time as a community manager is the fact that women from all walks of life have been given the opportunity to share things that they wouldn't ordinarily talk about. I mean, on daily occasions, I open my app and I see women talking about things that they wouldn't ordinarily say. And this is something that Catwick is really doing, all right? Some people say that, some people go through life and they say, oh, I'm depressed, oh, I'm feeling down. But then you don't realize that it's in the little things. You go to work if you're a 9-to-5er, you go to work from morning and probably close in the evening. If you're a freelancer, you do your gigs and all of that. But you don't realize that what you call depression could also be your hormones working out. So it's definitely not your village people. Leave them alone. Hello. So yeah, these are the things that we really want to talk about. We want to talk about what stresses you. We want to be there for you when you feel like, oh, you just broke up with your boyfriend and that's not even allowing you function because, I mean, for 6 months you're thinking you're not really feeling fine, but at the end of the day, it's breakfast that has gotten you that way. Hello. I have faced this before, so let's not be shy about this. We're also talking about your sexual health because that's very important. You need to be fit, you need to be steady, and you need to be able to be very productive and give out your best. And just like our last speaker said, I mean, you want to achieve and conquer in the tech space, but you can't do that if you are unhealthy, and that's what we're here for. All right, it's not a crime, it's not a sin, it's not an abomination to come out and say, oh, I am stressed, oh, I'm a bit troubled, oh, at work this and this is happening to me, and that's what we're here for. So today I sort of want to get a commitment from you that you would be bold about it, to speak about it to women around you and to speak about it even to men. Even today in our society, it's a bit difficult to go out and say you want to get I hope I'm able to say this, you want to get a condom. It's a bit difficult to go out and say, oh, you want to get a pad, you want to get a tampon. But these are the things, if we can come out and say, oh, I'm a CEO, oh, I'm a COO, oh, I'm a product manager. Catwick is saying that we want you to come out as a woman to say, oh, I'm a woman and I want to get a tampon. Oh, I'm a woman and I want to get a condom. Oh, I'm a woman and I want to get tested for my sexual health. And these are the things we want you to be bold about speaking about. At Catwick, that's what we do, and we encourage you to be a part of it as well. We are currently, our goal for Catwick is in line with the SDGs 3, 4, 5, and 17. And we have been very, very blessed to work with partners like She Code Africa. Hello, please give a round of applause for these amazing people. Thank you so much. Sin Lab, we've been blessed to work with Tears. We've been blessed to work with a whole lot of people that have been amazing and they have supported us all through. Again, we're a non-governmental organization, which means we're doing this out of love, and we're founded by a very wonderful woman named Karen Chuku. I'm standing here representing her because she couldn't be here today, and I mean, like some would say, she's with us here in spirit. Amen? Amen. All right, so thank you very much. Once again, we have a stand at the back, and we would encourage you to please come there, drop your name. I don't know if you can turn back. There's a lady waving there. So please, when you're done with this, if you have the chance to network, please turn back, drop your name and phone number. We will follow you. I, Vera, will chase you like village people chases people. Amen? Amen. Thank you so very much.
Amen. Okay, welcome back, everyone. Thank you very much, Vera. And yes, when it's time for sponsorship spotlight, you will be opportune to have conversations with Vera. Thank you very much. So we're moving to the next. And right about now, we have a very, very, very interesting topic, discussion that we want to have. Yeah? And given Oduayo's topic speech the last time, she talked about how we want to be in the space. We want to be at the top. And we want to open doors for other ladies too to come in, right? Amen? Okay, so yes, the next panel session, which will be anchored by Folashade Dine, and the topic is on employability, career growth, and standing out in the tech space. Who wants to stand out in the tech space? Like you want to stand out. Do anybody know Ruth Ikega? Yeah? You see the way she stands out, yeah? So who wants to stand out? Yes. So we have this session coming up, and Folashade will be the moderator. Folashade is a brand storyteller for tech startups, a former veterinary doctor, interesting. Folashade is transitioned into tech as a content marketer in 2020. She has since gone to, please, why is nobody clapping? A doctor, transition to content marketing. Okay. She has since gone to work for local and international startups in the AI, data science, investment, crypto payment, and blockchain intelligence space. Folashade is a content creator, YouTuber, a wife, please make some noise, a mom to a star girl, Rere Lolua. Come on, give it up for Folashade. Please come up. With so much joy, with so much joy. Thank you very much.
Hi guys. Can you tell that I'm nervous? Just a little bit. Thank you so much, She Code Africa, for having me here. I'm excited to be in a room full of women that are, you know me now, you know I like to encourage you guys to go all out and chase your career and make better choices. But we are not talking about relationships today. We are talking about how you can stand out, you know, in the tech space. And I'm not doing this alone. So the title for this session is Kusimama Nje. It's Swahili, so don't blame me if I murdered it. So it's basically how you can stand out on employability, career growth, and standing out in the tech space. Okay, so I have a number of speakers with me here today, and they are going to be sharing how they stood out. And I think in between the conversations as well, I'll also touch on how I was able to move from a career in veterinary medicine to what I do now as a content marketer for Web3. Okay, so I have Temia Esther Adebayo. I don't think Temi is here, so I'm just going to be skipping over that. But I have Omar Choma Mary. She's a software engineer with a focus on DevOps technologies. She previously worked at Microsoft Wikimedia Foundation. You guys should clap. Clap now. And Goldman Sachs. She is a technical writer and co-founder of Arete, a non-profit that teaches tech to young people in underprivileged communities. Omar enjoys reading manga and books, watching anime, and playing outdoors in her free time. She believes in giving back to the community. I mean, that's why she's here. And also whenever she gets the chance. So my next panelist that I'll be inviting, and I want you people to really welcome her so that she will share tips with us. People are not really welcoming them. Okay, thank you. Esther is a content marketer and a multi-niched content writer with several years of experience in churning out award-winning content published on major websites. Her focus is on creating content-focused solutions to bring about brand growth and increase customers for startups. She's a trained employability coach, and she guides young women in making early career decisions and prepares them for their desired career. So you can see why Esther is qualified to sit here today. Okay, so we have Princess. Okay. Olamide, please can you come? Just a minute. Sorry about that, guys. Ogochukwu Umeokafo is currently the Director of Product Management at Yellow Card with over 13 years of experience building, managing, and deploying customer-facing and API-based tech products. She started off her career at InterSwitch, where she managed various products spanning automated collections, disbursement solutions, quick teller advance services, agency banking solutions, and many others. Please give a warm round of applause for Ogochukwu. Thank you. Okay, so this is a conversation, right? And I want you guys to join us, as much as possible. I'll be sitting with my panelists and asking them a couple of questions. So if you also have questions while we are having our session, just write them down because I'm going to be asking. So let's get into it. Hi, guys. I'm so excited to be with you today. Thank you for coming. Yeah, so I'm just going to start. I know I read out their bios, but I would like them to introduce themselves, just to say one or two things about, their career and how they got here today. Okay. So, Ogochukwu, I'd like to start with you, and then we'll go this way. Okay.
Okay, hi everyone. Good morning. My name is Ogochukwu Umeokafo. I'm currently the Director of Product Management at Yellow Card. Like she rightly said, I started my career at InterSwitch over 13 years ago, and I went from support to being a product manager to being a senior product manager, and it's been a wonderful experience over the past 13 years, honestly, my career. I've met different highs and lows. There have been challenges here and there, and here we are. So I don't know if there's any other thing, but I think that's me in a nutshell.
Thank you, Ogochukwu. Esther, can we get to know you a little bit better?
Okay, hello everybody. I'm happy to be here. I'm Esther Olamoyekun, and I'm an employability coach and I'm content marketer at Coinerency, which is a crypto exchange startup. And I have been in tech over less than a year. I got into tech this year, and thank you. I think I'm here because I am very, very much focused on helping young people, young women especially, get an early start in their careers. My focus is on students, recent graduates, and, young people who want a very good career for themselves. So, yeah, that's what I do.
Thank you very much for that. Omar.
Hi. Hi, everyone. Can anyone hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm Omar Mboma. I'm a DevOps engineer. I currently volunteer at the Innovation Hub in Unilag. I teach DevOps there and also help them out with some stuff. I've previously interned at Goldman Sachs and Microsoft here in Lagos. I've also worked at Wikimedia. I've worked in various positions from program manager to technical writer to software engineer and now a DevOps engineer. So, yeah, I think you could call me a generalist because I also do some I don't know if I'll call it consulting, and I've also worked with some startups before. I believe in giving back to society. That is why my DSC. And from there, I just always like made myself known, always volunteering for events, always trying to speak, trying to like do a lot of things there. And someone eventually borrowed me a laptop, and yeah, that started my career.
Wow, wow. Okay, Esther, have you always been in tech, or did you transition into tech?
Yeah, I am. This is working. Okay, so I got into tech this year, quite accidentally. Yeah. So I always, thought that okay, tech is cool, but I don't think there's a space for me in tech. Then, as a content marketer, I got to understand that in tech, there is actually a space for everyone. There is a position for everyone as long as you want to be there. And then the opportunity came, and then I found myself in tech.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you very much. Do you want to share how you got into it? I mean, 13 years. I'm just curious to know what the journey has been like.
Okay, so I actually studied electronic engineering in school. And then right after school, I was like, okay, it was funny, like, when I was still in university, I remember seeing an InterSwitch poster somewhere in a bank, and I remember asking myself, can I ever work in InterSwitch? It seems as if it was like a dream, like, oh wow, this is where I would like to work. And then comes NYSC, and after NYSC, I went into job hunting, and of course, had some series of interviews. Some of them I was turned down, and then there was an opportunity to interview with InterSwitch. And then I had my first interview, second, third, and then I got in. It was like, you know how you come into a friend's when you're like, this is like my dream come true. So it was quite exciting because it was tech, and that was what I wanted, right? And initially it was like, what's happening here? Everything seemed like gibberish, all the switch and everything seemed like, it was very new to me. I had no prior experience. But over time, I started to learn, and I opened my mind to learning and asking questions. And of course, there's something experience does, like when you keep putting your mind at something and focusing on it, eventually you're able to break through whatever barriers there is, right? And that was how, I got conversant with everything around InterSwitch. And initially I started as a product support personnel in InterSwitch. So I was more like supporting products. And I think that was a big leverage I had towards product management, because I understood customers' issues and complaints and what customers really want. So when I transitioned into product management, it was a lot easier to relate the products that I needed to build, because I already knew some of the concerns based on my prior knowledge of being in support, right? And then I moved, we actually started the maiden version of product management in InterSwitch, I and some other people that were nominated. And then that's how, of course, the career started: product owner, product manager, senior product manager. And then finally, sometime this year, I thought it was time to move to the next step. And then I took on the position at Yellow Card as director of product.
That's impressive. Just like hold that. I'm still going to jump on that because I want to ask you a question. But I just wanted to quickly say something touching on, I like how Omar and Ogochukwu, I'm sorry, Ogochukwu, I am sorry. Yeah, I like how Omar and Ogochukwu like had background like in tech, like in school. But for you that you probably studied microbiology, or you studied English, or you studied veterinary medicine, like me, it's fine, let's stop ourselves. I studied vet medicine as well, and I'm not practicing. You might wonder, like, is there room for me? So I used to think that there was no room because I hate mathematics and anything that has to do with coding. So I thought like, I would never get into it. But like Esther said, even if you can write, if you're a customer service person, if your thing is organizing, right? There is room for everyone. So there is a coding part, I'm sure you guys know, and then there is so don't rule yourself out of it just because you can't code. So I just wanted to touch on that. So Ogochukwu, I wanted to ask, so you mentioned that InterSwitch was like a dream place for you. You wanted to get a job there. Do you think there was anything that happened during the interview process that made you stand out and made them say, we are going to take a chance on Ogochukwu?
I think it was more around the confidence I had speaking. Of course, I had no experience, but you could see the eagerness in me to know things, ask questions. Like, I was desirous of the role, and I made it known. And I was confident in my speaking and in my, everything I needed to do during the interview, right? And that was one of the things I felt that got me into the role. Yes, I had an engineering background, but in truth, what you learn in school is different from what you see out there. They are two different things. But I had the
the willingness, and I started to also even read, so get research, understand what InterSwitch was all about. So when questions were asked, I was able to respond, of course, within the level that I was at the time.
Are we taking notes, guys?
Right? So I think that is one thing. If you want to go for an interview, make sure you research the company you are going to interview for. Make sure if it's a product, an app, or if you're into product management, depending on the role you're taking on, just get to understand what they do, what their business model is all about, what they have to offer out there, what value proposition that company brings to the table. It will help you answer questions during the interview and make sense to whoever the interviewer is, because they need to know that you really want to work for them and that you've done your research.
Thank you so much. One thing that stood out from me from what you said is being confident, even if you don't have, experience. Like Audrey said, walk into the room like you belong there, and of course, do your research. Yeah. So I know that you're an employability coach, Esther, and I know that, you teach people like how to be employable. So what would you say what's one thing, I just want you to touch on one thing, would you say a potential employee should focus on so that they can stand out during their interview process?
Okay, so I think it is very important that, we speak in the reality of most of the people in this room. Most people in this room are like young people, students, in fact. And there's a lot of, okay, I've not had any experience, I've not had any achievements. How do I get myself employed? I would say that how you can stand out as an employee by concentrating on what you can do. Ogochukwu mentioned something about, understanding the business model of every organization you are working with. If you want to get yourself employed in, let's say, fintech, for example, okay, how does this organization work? What is their product? What does their product do? What solutions are they bringing? How can I fit myself into that solution model? Envisage yourself into that, that solution process that organization is bringing about. Put yourself there. And, if you are being interviewed, if you are interviewing, if you are applying, focus on how you would help solve that problem they are looking to solve. Focus on your role in solving that problem. And if you have, prior experiences, focus on your achievement. Just don't say, okay, I was a customer success, personnel at this, and I didn't know. What are those things you did differently? What are your achievements? What did you do differently? How did you make that team work? How did you make that role come together? That's how you can stand out.
I think it's very important, especially when you think you're applying for a role you are not so qualified for. It's important to pick on a pain point. When I was applying, I worked for a blockchain company in Canada, and when I was applying, one of the things they mentioned was that they needed someone who could write copy that would convert. So I couldn't do all the things that was in the JD, I will not lie. But you see that one thing I could do, I kept talking about it. Oh, don't worry, I will help you do this, I will do this. And it was something so it wasn't like I was lying. So emphasize on your strengths in solving their problems, because it's about the company, not about you. Thank you so much for that, Esther. So you mentioned, Omar, that you interned at Goldman Sachs, at Microsoft. Those are big names, right? They are not, small companies. So I want to ask you, what do you think made them give you that opportunity, when they were interviewing you? Goldman Sachs didn't collect me, so why did they collect you? Let us know.
Okay, so for my Microsoft interview, that was my first real interview. And before Microsoft, I've worked at some other places. I was teaching coding to kids at some point. I was working as a PM at a startup at some point. And the role was for a technical program manager. So what I did was to research on the role. I don't think I paid attention to the job description because I was so scared. I was so I was fretting, and I had to talk with a lot of people. And then they were like, okay, read this book, read that book, let's prepare together. So funny thing was, after all the preparation, the questions they asked me were not really related to what are we reading about. So they wanted to know about my story and how I could my way of thinking to solve problems. That was what my entire interview was about. So basically, I took my past experiences and modeled them in a way to show that, okay, if I'm given a problem, this is how I will go about solving it. And I also gave instances of the things I've done in the past. Then for my Goldman Sachs interview, the technical aspect went okay. Then it was the behavioral aspect. So after the routine questions of, oh, how you solve conflict, how you solve this, how you solve that, the interviewers were like, okay, during the interview, you mentioned some specific things about yourself. We find that interesting. Can you talk more about those things? And as I started talking about how I started in tech, how I've organized events for people, the testimonies I've gotten, the man was like, we need to give people like you more opportunity to like impact the tech ecosystem. And I think that was like how I actually got it.
Yeah. Wow, that's amazing. I like how like it was a story. So don't discredit your experiences. That volunteering you did for an NGO, that that internship you had that was just for 1 month. Tell your story because they want to be able to see that you've done it before and you can replicate it when you're with them. So I'm going to go this way again. I'm going to start with you, Omar. Okay, so I'm just trying to get into tech. I've taken a couple of courses and I'm like, okay, when am I actually ready, to apply for a job? How does someone, who is trying to get into tech, how do they know that, okay, finally, you finished your courses on Udemy, you've finished the ones on Coursera in Jesus' name, amen? Yeah. And so how do you finally know that you're ready? Catch yourself, guys. So, yeah, allow Omar to talk now.
Okay, so I think what I generally tell people, So what I generally tell people is, I think there's noise.
Don't you want to hear when to know when to get your job? Yeah, okay.
Okay, so what I generally tell people is, look around for job descriptions of the role that you're applying to. Look at the skills they listed there. For technical roles, try and build at least one project with like each skill listed there. So it can be as simple as you have maybe a crude API that does like get requests, put requests, delete requests. Then you can also design something else or build something else that solves a particular problem. It doesn't have to be something big. All those your to-do apps, all those other things, try adding some functionalities to it that makes it like stand out. And then just apply. So while you're applying, continue taking those courses. Then talk to people around you in your network. Sometimes your friends might be building something. And until you tell them that, oh, guy, Alpha, this is what I do, in case you see opportunities, plug me. Some jobs I got, it's based on people that referred me, like, oh, okay, guy, Alpha, try this girl, see what she can do. And I basically marketed myself to people that, oh, this role I'm looking for, this is what I can do. Go to events, talk to people. And yeah, I think that's it basically.
Wow, that's amazing. So I'm not going to be asking because our time is running out. But I wanted to ask you, Ogochukwu, so you've applied more. Breakfast is just not in relationships. Even in job applications, you can chop breakfast. Like you've gone through 1, 2, 3 interviews and you think you finally have the job and you just see the mail, hello, dear Folashade, we regret to tell you that. What are you guys talking about? So how do you handle that? How do you make that not get to you, that you now say, maybe I'm not for this and just give up? How do people handle professional breakfast? Yeah.
Okay, I think I experienced a few of it, so I can speak to it, right? So there were times I was applying for international jobs.
Yeah.
And then you will get 1 interview, 2 interview, and at the end of the day, you're wondering, I thought I did so well. I mean, like, why did they turn me down? And it can really be heartbreaking. But that's the time when you need to pick yourself up and ask yourself, what didn't I do right? There must have been something you didn't do right. Maybe you didn't express yourself well. Maybe you didn't convince the interviewer enough to feel that you were capable for that role. So maybe it's time to take a step back and go and do some more research and reading on your particular role. And again, maybe at the time when you were actually taking that interview, you didn't take out time to look out for the job description. Sometimes there are fine details there that we ignore. Sometimes they may say we need this skill and that skill and you don't have it. And you don't try as much as possible to upgrade yourself to have that skill before that interview. And that's one of the reasons sometimes we get turned down. So make sure you have your acts right.
Yeah.
And make sure you do your due diligence about the company. Another thing is, I can never emphasize the essence of doing trainings and studying and reading and podcasts and everything that has to do with the particular role that you want to take on. So if, for instance, you want to take on an operations role, you need to do certifications to really understand it. Again, the way you do it in your current company, that's if you're somebody that already has experience, might be different from the next company.
Yeah.
What does that company want? What are the competencies they want?
Yeah.
How do I upgrade myself to be eligible to take on that role in those other companies?
Yeah.
Those are the things you need to look out for. Sometimes you think that, oh, you've had 5 experience in this company, and 5 years experience, I'm sorry, and that makes you capable to take on the next role. But unfortunately, that's not the truth.
Wow.
Because the requirements of those other companies might be quite different from what you have. So you need to come to the place where you're very versatile, where you know what happens here, what happens there, what happens in different, and you can only know that in the place of carrying out research, reading, trying to diversify your learnings and your knowledge to be very broad and wide, so that wherever interview you embark on, when they throw any question in that regard, you're able to respond. Sometimes, in truth, some of the things we respond to is not as if we've done it before. For lack of a better word, we use oboju to say connect things together, and at the end of the day, it makes it seem as if you've done something wow. All the interviewer is looking for is how are you able to present yourself? What's the confidence with which you speak? And how are you able to well articulate and convince them that you have done it before and you can do it? That's all they need. I'm not saying you should go about lying. No, don't do that. But find a way to relate your former experiences to what they need. Wow. That way, when you tailor it properly, they're able to see, okay, this person seems to be capable. So most times you're turned down because you're not able to convince them. You have to learn also how to communicate. If you're a shy person that thinks to be dull, I've done a couple of interviews, so I know what interviewers look out for. Yeah. They look out for how confident are you when you're speaking. How are you able to tell them that you can do what you say you can do, right? That only enough is the first, it gives you like 50%. Before even what you say. Yeah. So learn how to be confident in your speech, in what you're saying. Don't say like, I'm thinking. Sometimes you get nervous. I know it happens to a lot of people. But I tell people that interviewing is something that you get better in over time. Yeah. You don't do it once and you get it right. Trust me, the first 5 interviews you take might be a flop. But that shouldn't discourage you. Keep moving. The more you interview, the more you build your confidence, the more you're able to respond to those questions well.
Thank you so much. That was very insightful. Just one final thing, sometimes it's not you, it's them, and it's true. And so just move on to the next person that wants you, right? Yeah, so one final question. So if you have questions, please raise your hand. I just have one question for Esther, and if anyone, I'm just going to take in 2 questions because my time here is up. So Esther, I want you to share one tip that can make someone more employable. What's one thing that, someone a prospective job candidates can do? Like, for example, maybe having a portfolio, being more visible, having a personal brand on social media. What's that one thing that you can share?
Okay, one thing that I think gets so many people employed or make a lot of people employable is, spreading the noise about yourself and about who you are. Never keep quiet, never shut up.
Don't keep quiet, guys.
Don't ever feel like you are doing too much. Trust me, at some point I have felt that way, and I still feel that way sometimes. Don't ever, especially as women, we tend to feel like that a lot, not even in career, in every other thing. So when it comes to your career, you might feel like, oh, I don't even see guys doing this, so why am I stressed? No, don't ever feel like that. Take up as much space as possible. Sound the alarm about what you do. If you are getting into tech, for example, and you're just taking courses, and don't feel like, okay, I'm just at the beginning, there is nothing to say. No, tell us.
Okay.
Everybody, I am learning CSS. Everybody, I am learning this.
About
say it. Just, make the noise. Let everybody know. To the point that where people see a certain, thing about front-end development, for example, and the next thing they think of is you. Let's get to that point.
Be that visible. I love it.
Be that very, very visible. Never try to dim the light on what you do or what you want to be.
So shine, basically, guys, shine. Don't think you're doing too much. So I have 3 questions.
Let me say one final thing. And just to touch on what she said, creating visibility is very important when you're looking for a job. It's extremely important. You see, LinkedIn is a big tool that you can use to get yourself a job. Create lots of visibility on LinkedIn. Make sure your CVs are up to date. Make sure your CV is learn how to put all the funky things in nice ways and speak the big English. Not that you're talking out of point, right? But make it sound like you know what you've done and put it down in writing well. In a way that anybody that looks at it will say, I think this person is employable, because that's the first step. You're selling yourself. When an employer reaches out and says, send me your CV, they either turn, that's the first failure point or the first point to move to the next level, which is even getting yourself an interview.
Yeah. Thank you so much for that. Oh, do you want to say something? Okay, so I have the questions here, and I'm just going to be running through them. So someone says, how do you handle imposter syndrome? Particularly the feeling that you are not capable of delivering what a job description requires. Who wants to take that? Imposter syndrome, I think everybody has, felt it.
Okay, so at my internship at Goldman Sachs, one of the requirements was, for my team personally, was Java. I have never written Hello World in Java before. I'm a Python person, Python Flask. And I told my manager, like in the first meeting, I went straight, I said, I really do not know Java, but I am willing to learn it. And he said, yeah, that's fine. That's fine, you can join the team. And the man also said that he looked at my resume. He saw I did not have any Java experience, but he still brought me on. And then the next thing I did was to start taking courses in Java. Then even at the office, I was always asking people that, okay, so this is how it went. So they asked me to do a task to build an API. And I said, okay, if it was in Python, this is what I would have done. I would have written maybe a for loop that does this in Python. And I wrote out my Python code for X in whatever. And then they were like, okay, that's fine. Now do it in Java. And they gave me opportunity to ask people around, go to Stack Overflow. So most times, whenever my colleagues see me, they always know that, yes, today, Oma is going to ask me questions on Java, and I have to answer her. Or I use Stack Overflow. So you cannot know everything. Even in DevOps, I'm teaching, there are questions my students ask me, and I tell them straight out that I don't know it. Let's check Google. And we read the solutions together. We search through everything together. So do not let the fact that you don't have some skills stop you from applying. Apply. Do the interview. Tell your manager, I don't have it, but I'm willing to learn it.
Okay. So the next question, I'm going to be giving it to Ogochukwu. She says that, it's a she. We are all she's here. I am aspiring edtech specialist looking at developing the educational system, but my age limit and lack of connections with the right people seem to pose as an issue. I am passionate about this space and I want to make an impact. So basically what she's asking about here is her age limit. She thinks she's too old or too young. I don't know. I don't know who this person's, and lack of connection. So how do you think this person can get past the age limits and connections that they do not have?
Okay, basically, I will guess she's too old. I don't know, maybe. Or maybe she didn't have experience in that field on time. I think you need to start building up yourself to make yourself sellable and employable. So I don't know it's not quite clear the level of experience she has or if she has ever been in that industry before or not. If you've not been in that industry before and you want to veer into that industry, you need to start understanding what the industry is all about, reading about that industry, taking courses on that industry, trying to bring yourself up to the point where you can take on that role. The truth of the matter is that sometimes what you experience is always better than reading up, but it's a starting point. You can get a mentor to guide you through. You can get somebody in that field that you can have the regular one-on-ones that can help set up a project for you to take on and maybe guide you through some steps that can give you the confidence to be able to put some things in your CV, extra things that I've done XYZ things and sell yourself.
Thank you so much. Sorry, I'm cutting you short. I think we have just about 1 minute left. So this person, I'm just going to take this directly because I can relate. The person says I'm 27 years old. I'm currently learning front-end development. I think I got into tech really late, more related to what you mentioned. And sometimes I feel like I can't make it a year from now. What do I do? Simple answer. I am 27 years old. Yes, I think, I turned 27. And I have less than 2 years, more like 2 years experience in the content marketing space. Don't let age stop you. The people I work with, they are Gen Zs. 19 years. My boss just turned 20 in Joku Emmanuel. So don't let that stop you. If you don't start now, in the next 3 years, you're going to be 30 and you will still not have become the front-end engineer. Do you understand? Thank you so much, guys. Oh, sorry, please, let me just say thank you. I have to be polite. Thank you, Ogochukwu. Thank you, Esther. Thank you, Omar. Thank you. Give them a round of applause, guys.
Amazing. That session was amazing. Do you agree with me? SCA. SCA. Are you all making that tweet? Are you using the hashtag? What's the hashtag? Okay, it's not 22. Okay, it's not 2002. I mean 2022. It is 22. Just 22. SCA Summit 22. Please make the hashtag and tag at She Code Africa so that it can be retweeted and liked. Yeah. Thank you, SCA. No, after that session we just had, after that beautiful conversation, I did not expect you to be answering me with elevating African women in tech. SCA! Yes. So with this discussion, we all know that there's no age limit, right? We all know that there's no time for you not to start. If you are 40, you can start. If you're 16, in fact, if you are 7, if you're 4, you can start, right? Yeah. So we are moving on to the next session. And this session is would be virtual because, yes, I would use Vera's talk. She will be with us in spirit. Yeah, okay. So we are having a session, and the session is for Chidima Nwaya, and she will be taking us accessibility, implementing web accessibility. Yeah, so Chidima is a front-end engineer. She has a bachelor's degree in computer engineering from University of Lagos. Unilag people, amen. And she just recently completed a master's degree in computer science from Middlesex University, London, where she researched web developers' knowledge on web accessibility and developing countries. So Chidima will be joining us virtually, and please, with a lot of joy, make welcome Chidima Nwaya. Even if she's not with us physically, let her know we are welcoming her. I'm not hearing you. Till our video comes up. Keep clapping, keep clapping. Just a few seconds.
Hi everyone, my name is Chidima and I'm a front-end engineer, and today I'll be talking to you about implementing web accessibility. So these are the three main areas I'll be talking about today. So what is accessibility, why is accessibility important, and how can accessibility be implemented? Now, one might ask, what is accessibility? What is web accessibility? Now, web accessibility is the practice of making sure that your website is usable by as many people as possible. So when we say as many people as possible, we're talking about the disabled people, we're talking about old people, we're also talking about people that are able-bodied, and in some situations, they might not be able to use the website because of situational influences. Now, one might ask again, why is accessibility important? Why should we care about accessibility? Now, the first is there are over 1 billion people that are disabled, and that is amounting to about 15% of the world's population. So when you think about it and you think about the fact that you're creating a website that over 1 billion people might not be able to use, I mean, you have to rethink creating that website. So this is one important factor. Now, the second thing is accessibility promotes usability. People with disabilities can benefit from this. For example, adding captions to videos, or using keyboards, or using your keyboard to access a website. For captions on videos now, let's just assume someone is in a noisy environment, for example, and the person cannot really hear the video. Now, captions on that video will make it easier for that person to follow through with the video. Now, the next thing is, it is the right thing to do. Why shouldn't you want to care about other people? It's the right thing to literally care about other people. Now, think about it. You create a website that is not accessible. You're literally discriminating people that are disabled. And finally, because it is the law, there is actually a disability law in Nigeria that prohibits against discrimination of disabled people. I'm sure many people don't really know about this law, but there is something like that in Nigeria. Okay, so next I'm going to talk about is the principles of accessibility. What are the principles of accessibility, the guidelines? How do you make sure that your website is accessible? How do you go about implementing this? Now, the first is perceivable. When you say your website should be perceivable, perceivable means that information should be presented in a way that it is perceived by other people. For example, providing alt text on non-content images, or rather providing alt text on images on your website. So someone that is disabled, someone that is blind, for example, would be able to use that using a screen reader. Another one is adding captions on your videos, like I said earlier. The next is operable. The navigations on your website should be operable. Basically, all functionalities should be available from the keyboard. Now, how they will scroll and all of that should be available through the keyboard. Think of a quadriplegic. A quadriplegic is someone that does not have that has limited functions from the neck down, and they cannot really use their hands to go through a website, but they have just limited functions of their fingers. Telling that person to use your website and use the cursor, use these 2 fingers to scroll and all of that, it's not going to be, it's not going to be easy for the person. But being able to use a keyboard, being able to use some keys on keyboard is something that will be able to be possible. So when you're creating your website, make sure that it is operable. The next is understandable. The information and the user interface should be and must be understandable. This means that you should make text content readable and easy to understand. Any jargon or acronyms should be explained. So let's just assume someone comes into a crypto website, for example, and the person sees WAGMI, and you're like, okay, what is WAGMI? What is WAGMI? You have to go to Google to understand what WAGMI is. Yeah, we know that that is a crypto acronym, that is a crypto lingo, but a normal person might not really understand. So having explanations for such lingos on your website is important. And finally, your website should be robust. This means that you should maximize compatibility with future and current assistive technologies. Now, let's go over to how to implement accessibility. Who is in charge of implementing accessibility? Is it the developer? Is it the designers? Are you talking about the content creators, project managers? Whose job is it to implement accessibility? If you chose the developers, you're partially right. If you chose designers and developers, you're also partially right. At the end of the day, accessibility is everyone's job. It is everyone's job to make sure that your websites are accessible. Now I'll go over, different people and different things that they have to do to make sure that websites are accessible. I'm going to start with clients and stakeholders. Now you might ask, a client does not write code. How would they implement accessibility? You do not necessarily have to write code to implement accessibility. There are different ways you can help people that implementing accessibility to do their job. Now the first is request for the team to implement accessibility. While I was doing my master's thesis, I carried out a research, and I found out that a high percentage of developers said that when clients request for accessibility, they were, more inclined to actually implement accessibility. This is to show you that there's motivation to implement accessibility when clients request for it. Do you understand? So make sure that, your employers, you should make sure that you are requesting for accessibility to be implemented. The next is providing trainings and workshop on accessibility for the team. Make sure that everybody on your team has an idea of accessibility, how to implement accessibility. That way they will have an idea and they will literally know what to do when it's time to actually do the work. Then the last tip is to make sure that all content design and development team has an idea of accessibility. This is also, going with the second point about providing trainings. The moment you provide trainings for your employees, they will definitely, be more inclined to, implement accessibility, implement what they've been taught. So we're going to go over to the next set of people, and that is the project managers, the people we love, the ones that disturb us all the time. So how can project managers implement accessibility? Now, the first is at the requirement gathering phase. Project managers should realize that they are very critical to the process of accessibility. Think about it this way. If a designer has implemented accessibility designs, everything is going on well, they've done the right thing, and the developer isn't clear on how to implement this, at the end of the day, the end product is not going to be accessible, and that's just the truth. You need to also realize, you need to know what compliance level you're going for. Are you going for A, double A, or triple A? You need to know what compliance level you're going for that particular website. Now, the next is plan for accessibility during the planning phase. Think of accessibility as a requirement, not an afterthought. The moment you think of accessibility as a requirement, it's going to be, integrated into the beginning of the project from the, through the software development lifecycle, now from requirement gathering to design to development to testing. Plan for accessibility during the planning phase from the beginning to the end, and that is one way you can actually help. The next is have a plan for accessibility changes. For developers, reading RICA guidelines, sometimes it can be very complex. You might require specific people with technical knowledge or technical expertise on accessibility. Now, when you're having accessibility challenges like this, it is normal, do you understand? Because there are sometimes that you have to read a particular resource, or you might not really understand it, then you have to go and read other resources, and all these things, they take time. So project managers, when you're planning for these particular projects, you have to plan for accessibility challenges like this. Now, the next is have plans to maintain web accessibility. Web accessibility isn't a one-time affair. The guidelines are always changing, and the reason why the guidelines are always changing is because the world as we know is always changing so as well, so you have to be prepared. The first RICA guideline came out in 1999. The latest version we're using now, that's RICA 2.1. I think it came out 4 years ago. That's 2018. The most recent one that is going to come out is going to come out in 2022. That's this year in December. I also read somewhere that RICA 3.0 is also coming out. They started drafting it, they started writing it out, and there will be a new color contrast. So it's possible that the color contrast we're using now, the color contrast designers are using now, maybe in 2-3 years' time, it might not really, be as accessible as we think. So you also have to, make plans to actually maintain your website on accessibility too as well. Now I will go over to our lovely designers. So designers, how can you implement accessibility? Now the first is the foreground and the background contrast. Now look at these two images, or rather look at these two texts. Now for the first one, the one to my left, that is 21 to 1. Now the foreground and the background are in contrast. You can easily see this. Now for the text to my right, that's ratio 1 to 18 to 1. The foreground and the background, they are literally almost the same thing. Now, I don't have I'm not blind or anything. I'm not partially blind, but I still kind of find it really hard to read this. Now, think of someone that is actually partially blind or completely blind. How do you expect the person to understand this? I might be able to see this because I'm very close to my laptop right now. Now, think about if my laptop is very far from me, I would definitely struggle to read it. So when designing, think about colors, think about how to, make sure that your colors are contrasting and all of that. Now, the next is create designs for different viewports. When you're creating your designs, create designs for your phones, for your tablets, for your mini laptops, normal size laptops, and even as far as big monitors. Now, the reason for this is because imagine if someone is using your website and they're using it on their phone, for example, and maybe you have not designed what the phone design is going to look like, and they're literally using the laptop version on their phone. It's going to be hard because they have to like keep on scrolling, maybe scrolling to the side, scrolling forward. It's just going to be very distracting, and the user experience is not going to be nice. So when you're creating your designs, make sure that you think about the different viewport sizes and how easy it is to scroll up and scroll down. If they're using tablets, if they're using phones, just think of that when creating your designs. The next is forms should include labels. I know that sometimes we might want to create forms that don't have labels, because labels might not make it very look nice, and you want to be very creative in your design. But think of accessibility when creating your design. Forms should include labels because they're very important. The way when you create labels, that is the way screen readers will be able to read out that particular form for people that are blind. The next is don't use color alone to convey information. Let me give you an example. Some days ago, I went to the bank to open an account, and I was told, oh, input your password. And I typed, confirm password. And I was like, okay, I'm very sure that I kept the same thing. But the confirm password, the border was showing red. I was like, okay, what's wrong? I was like, maybe I did the wrong thing. I tried it again. I think I tried it for like 4 times. Then the bank manager asked me, are you using special characters or maybe your name? And I was like, okay, I think I'm using special characters. That is a very, very bad user experience, bad accessibility experience. Everything was just bad with that design. And if somebody was not there to, that has experience on things like this, I would just be there thinking, what is wrong? There was no information to tell me that, oh, this is what you're doing wrong. It was just a very horrible experience. So that is an example of using color alone to convey information. They just used red on the banner, and that was it. The red wasn't even on both of them. It was just on one. So it made me feel like, oh, my password and the confirm password were 2 different things. So please think about that when designing. The next is provide easily identifiable feedback. I think this goes with the previous tip. So when you're, giving feedback, when you're designing, give feedbacks that people will easily understand. For example, if I was told that, do not use special characters, do not use your name, that would have made me realize that, oh, okay, maybe this is something I'm doing, and, I should change my password. So that is another one. And I think the last is going to be include media and image alternatives for your design. Now, the reason for this is think of someone that is in an environment whereby the internet is very slow and the images cannot load. What the person is just going to be seeing is a blank space. The person is not going to know what's going on because the image is still trying to load. But if you imagine having maybe a text by the side explaining what that image is all about, do you understand? That is a very good way to include image and or text in your design. So I'm going to go over to my people, the developers. So for developers, I think when it's time to implement accessibility, I think there's a VS Code extension. There's a VS Code accessibility extension. So you can download that, to also help you further. But for the first tip, I'm going to say use semantic HTML elements. I mean, I cannot say this, I always hear this all the time, use semantic HTML elements, because this will actually help screen readers when going through your websites. The next is include text alternative for images. I think this is one of the first things I heard when I started out as a front-end engineer. Or Chidima, when you're writing when you're creating image tags, include text alternatives, make it descriptive enough, so that when screen readers are going through it, they can understand what they are reading. The next is associate a label with every form control. So basically, when you're using your form control, there's a form attribute on the label. Make sure that that is linked with the input itself, because the same thing, that is the way screen readers will be able to use the form. It is very important you do that. If not, you're making your website not accessible for people with disabilities, people that are blind, basically. The next is write code that adapts to assistive technologies. Same thing with, an example is including the 4 attributes on your tag. And lastly, or rather, the next is indicate the primary language of the website. Now, using the lang attribute on the HTML tag, this will also help assistive technologies to pronounce the words correctly. And lastly, implement an accessibility checklist at every stage of the development process. So when you're developing, at every stage of the process, at every feature, make sure that you have a checklist for that you're following the right way, you're developing well. There's a checklist on the A11Y project. There's a checklist. You can go through that to make sure that you're doing the right thing. You're implementing accessibility at every stage of your development. This is very important. The next is the QA testers. So, when it comes to testing accessibility for the QA, testing websites, on web apps, there are several tools that can be used. We have the Axe, we have Wave, we have A-Checker, we have Lighthouse. Also, when testing accessibility, make sure that you use different testing tools because different testing tools can give you different results. At the same time, I also say you should also include manual accessibility testing. Now, this is the first. This is Axe. From what you can see here, Axe is telling me that, and Axe is a Chrome dev tool. Axe is telling me that there are 11 issues. And I'm like, okay, I can see like description of the issues. If you click on it, you can see more details on some of the issues that, on how to implement accessibility. So Axe is saying there are 11. Now, the next is Wave. Wave is saying there are 0 errors, 2 alerts. And I'm like, okay, and I'm saying congratulations, no errors were detected. Manual testing is still necessary to ensure compliance and optimal accessibility, just like I said. Now, Wave has given me different results. Axe has given me a different result. Now, the next is A-Checker. Now A-Checker, when A-Checker does its review, it uses the WCAG compliance level AA. So it says there are 2 known problems, 29 likely problems, 72 potential problems, and you see different testing tools, different results, different ways that they are, giving out their information and all of that. Now, the last is Lighthouse. Now, Lighthouse is telling me I have 97% accessibility. So this is to show you that there are different tools that are giving different results. At the end of the day, you still need to do manual testing. Now, go over to content writers. Now, for content writers, how can they implement accessibility? Now, the first is to use headings to convey meaning and structure. When you're doing this helps screen readers to be able to differentiate header from body. Do you understand? That way, they will know that, when they come into the page, they see like a H1 tag, they know that, this is a header, the next one is the body. Do not use more than one H1 tag on one page. Do you understand? That is one thing you should take note of. The next is make link text meaningful. Avoid using things like click here, click me, touch me, all those things. Use more meaningful words like, for more, look at this, for example, now, for more information, click here. What information am I talking about? But look at the second one. Read more about Nigeria's Disability Act. That way, you're looking at it. A screen reader is going through it, and the screen reader is knowing that, this is the link to, what I want to read right now. And also, the next is keep your content clear and concise. This is following the understandable principle of accessibility. Avoid complex write-up. Expand your acronyms on first use. Let's just assume you use maybe WCAG. On first use, explain what WCAG is. Then, when you're using it in the remaining text, you can just continue using the acronym because you've already explained it in the top. Now, write short and clear sentences and paragraphs. If possible, you should provide a glossary for words that readers may not understand. Now, I'm going to end this presentation with a quote from Deborah Rue. Deborah Rue is an American businesswoman and advocate of rights of persons with disabilities. She says, accessibility allows us to tap into everyone's potential. Do you want to tap into your potential? Do you want to tap into your, someone else's potential? Implement accessibility. So these are some resources, the WCAG 2.2 draft. That's the one that's coming out in December. The A11Y project. This is the accessibility checklist. You can go through it. And the last is WAIM, that's Web Accessibility in Mind. This is a contrast checkout, check for your colors. All right, so thank you. I hope you guys enjoyed this talk and found it useful. If you have any questions, you can send me a message on Twitter, and I will be glad to answer your questions. Thank you for listening, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the conference. Bye.
You can do that better, even if she's not here to hear it. SCA Queens. So we'll do that again. African women in tech. SEA Queens. Thank you. So I need one person to give me what you learned, just something you learned from this session. I need one person. Someone, that's so nice. She raised up her hand immediately. Please stand up. I need a mic to her, please. Thank you. You tell me your name and what you learned.
Okay, I'm Fumilayo Deoti. So what I learned from the lecture was, she said you should make the link accessible for the web. For the web, we should make the link accessible, like in the case that should be properly spelled, not like for information. For more information, click here. It should be read about web, like something like read about web accessibility.
Okay.
So, yes.
Thank you. Please put your hands together for her. Okay, some people are raising up their hands, but not yet. So she said something about website accessibility. She said 4 things. Do we know it? Yeah. Are you sure? Yeah. Number 1. Number 2. 3. 4. Put your hands together for yourselves. Well done. So please share your thoughts, share your lessons on Twitter or on Instagram using the hashtag SCA Summit 22 and tag at @SheCodeAfrica so we can repost it. Please do that now. We'll be moving to the non-profit spotlight session 2, and our non-profit for this session is called Web3 Ladies. Thank you. Web3 Ladies is a leading Web3 community focused on raising the next generation of female disruptors in the Web3 ecosystem by equipping them with sought-after relevant blockchain skills. So please put your hands together as I welcome Blessing! Do that better, do it better. You're welcome.
Thank you. Thank you guys so much. You guys sound so excited to hear about us. Okay, my name is Blessing, and I'm with Web3 Ladies. So like she said, we are an NGO and a community that focuses on onboarding women into the Web3 space. I'm sure if you're active on Twitter, you hear about Web3 a lot. You hear about crypto. You hear about open source stuff. You hear about just a lot of, you hear about WAGMI, you hear about FOMO and all of that. So we as a community, we are focused on onboarding women into the Web3 space. We're focused on giving them skills that help them be relevant and competitive in the space, and also helps them get opportunities in the Web3 space. And we do this through different methods. We have a mentorship program that's like a 4-month intensive boot camp where ladies come and learn different Web3 career paths. We have where they learn about UI UX design for Web3. They learn about blockchain engineering. They learn about product management for Web3. They learn about Solidity, and they also learn about Web 2 too. And then we have events too, and we have a community. And in the community, we have clubs in the community. We have a design club, we have a marketing club, a Solidity club. So in essence, we've made it such that once a lady joins our community, she learns more about Web3, she learns more about Web3, she learns more about blockchain, and she gets access to mentors and tutors that teaches her core skills in the Web3 space so that she can contribute to the space, qualify for opportunities in the space, and just be knowledgeable about Web3 and blockchain in general. So I'm sure there are a couple of Web3 ladies here in the audience. Hi, guys. Hi. Lovely, lovely. So if you want to join the community, we do all of what we do for free. Our mentorship, that's like a 4-month intensive bootcamp. It's also for free. Our events are free. We do a lot of Twitter spaces. We do a lot of AMA sessions on Twitter. We do webinars. We do community town halls. We do, and then we also recently launched a work tool assistance program because we realized that aside from the gap, there are also a lot of ladies that want to get into the Web3 space but can't do that because they are held back by a lack of laptop or a lack of internet connection or light electricity issues. So we launched a work tool assistance program where we give ladies work tools like laptops, MiFis, and inverters. And we just finished unveiling the beneficiaries in our first batch where we gave out up to 25 work tools. We gave MiFis with up to 3 months subscription plans. We gave inverters and we gave laptops. Thank you. So we're just really, again, we are really, really passionate about making sure that any lady that wants to get into the Web3 space is not being held back by either a lack of knowledge or a lack of work too. So, and again, like I said, our community is free, and all you have to do to qualify for these work tools is just be an active member of the community. Join the events, apply for any initiative we roll out, just be a proactive and engaging member in the community. And if you want to join the community, you can visit our website, www.web3ladies.com. There on the website, there's a direct link to join our Slack community. We are still on Slack, but we're migrating to Discord soon. So yes, that's it. Do you have any questions before I go off the stage? Okay, yeah. Website, web3ladies.com. Any other question? Okay, yes, and we're also here. We have a booth right at the back, so make sure you come, say hi to us, and get some cool merch from us.
So give it up for Web3 ladies, do it better. Thank you. So ladies, I'm loving your vibe, so let's do more. Do more. Okay. We're moving to the second panel session, and this is a session on sexism and sexual harassment. We have a moderator, a super moderator, and I'll be calling her up. When it's time, you know what to do. Adebola Williams, also known as AWZ, is pioneering brand storytelling as a managerial role in the startup space. I love that. She is currently the brand storyteller at Money, and she's building a community of brand storytellers ready to take on the global market. Ladies, Adebola Williams! You're welcome. This is for you, ma. No, that's yours. Yes, thanks.
Hi, everybody. No, say hi like you mean it. Hi. I hope you've been having fun, you've been having a good time. I have, even though I sat at the back, I've had a wonderful time. I feel so proud to be doing this. This is the first time I'm moderating any panel. And it's only happening at a women platform. Thank you for believing in me, She Codes Africa. Before we go into my session, I just wanted to say hi to somebody sitting near you, especially you introverts. Talk to somebody, get their name, get their Instagram account, follow them on Twitter, say something. Yeah, good. I have to show everybody everywhere I go that I'm an extrovert, and we are taking over the world. We do not apologize for it, though. All right, I'm going to get right into it. Before I go, I want to say thank you to the Shiko team for having me. This is a very crucial conversation that we are having. And in my notes, when I got invited to moderate this panel, one of the things that I realized that this conversation is not a witch hunt, right? We are not dragging anybody to this town square and burning them alive. This conversation is so important. We are girding ourselves with the truth of what is happening. And it's such an honor to be doing this with amazing, amazing women. Please welcome with me to the panel. We are discussing sexism and sexual harassment, how to handle and call out gender-based discrimination and harassment in the tech industry. And the person I'll be calling is Elizabeth Okaome. She's the founder of Empower Her Community. Do better! Thank you so much. Keep clapping, she gets to see. Come on. All right, next I'm going to be calling Chika Olocha. She's the Chief People Officer at Patricia. I'm sorry, I hope I didn't murder your name. Make some noise! Yeah, keep clapping till she gets to, that's the system. Keep clapping till they get to their seats. They deserve it. Come on, they are doing amazing work. Next, I'll be calling my favorite Gen Z millennial human. I'll be calling Ngozi Chukwu. She's a writer at Big Herbal Media. A round of applause, a round of applause. Come on, come on, come on. Keep clapping. Yeah. And finally, I will be calling Chazagom Anis Yelbo. She's a talent manager associate at Big Herbal Media. A round of applause, please. All right. Thank you, guys. So before we go into the core of this chat, excuse me, I didn't gonna go. Okay. Right. So every time someone drops a gem that makes sense or says something that gets to you, it's okay to clap and show excitement. You know, that's what this is about, giving women the flowers that they deserve. So clap for people, clap for them. You know what I'm talking about, clap. It's not easy. Right, so before we get into it, can we take a minute to talk about how important this conversation is across broad? So I'm going to start with you, Ngozi. Just in 1 minute, tell us how crucial this conversation is in the tech space today.
Hi, everyone. First of all, I want to just say that it's the first time I'm speaking to so many people at once. So I'm very nervous, so bear with me. Yeah, this is a very, very crucial conversation because, okay, I want to ask, do you guys know, can anybody tell me who the first programmer in the world is? That's a woman, you know, right? Right? What? Isn't it a woman? Yes, but currently this space is dominated by men. And it's almost as though they deem women as people who are unable to perform in positions that actually matter, right? That's why it's very important. Like, we have to, like, there's a need to level the playing ground for all sexes, right? Especially here in Africa, where the ecosystem is burgeoning, it's actually growing really, really big. And there's no better time, you know, to have this talk. So yeah, that's why I think it's very, very important. Yes.
Yeah, thank you. Elizabeth.
All right. Okay, so basically, I know that we have so many women here currently that are facing this. So, I mean, it makes like so much sense to talk about it today.
Thank you. Awesome. Check it in. Hello. Okay.
Hi, everybody. Yeah, again, I just want to tell She Codes Africa this is my first time as well, and I don't know if I'm nervous, so I want to pee. I don't know. I think when she called my name, I was like, I think I need to pee, but I can't. Yeah, I think that this conversation is really very important because it's something that we've talked about time and time again, and it feels like nobody listens enough. So even I feel like if nobody listens enough, we'll talk about it all the more until someone listens. So I think that the conversation is super duper important.
Awesome. Thank you. Thanks so much.
Hello, everyone. I'm tempted to say this is my first time.
I like it. There's a trend.
Yeah, but really, this is the first time I'm having to be in the midst of so many women in this space. And it's amazing. Like, when I walked in, I was super excited because this is only just the beginning. Like, we're going to do amazing things in this space. So I'm really excited to be here. I agree with the other panelists. I just think if we don't talk about it, who will? Like, we should be the ones talking about it. We cannot wait for people to advocate for us as women because people are not really doing a good job. Every other person is not doing a good job. I don't want to call the other gender. But that was a joke.
Thank you so much.
Yeah,
So before we get into the discussion, we have a panelist that is supposed to be here, Koromone, KK Kore. She's the managing editor at Tech Herbal. So she has a video, just a few minutes. Let's listen to what she has to say to us.
ladies. Hello, She Code Africa team. Thank you so much for inviting me to give a sort of address, to everyone who is involved in this conference, who's attending this conference. My name is Koromane Koroye. I am Tech About Managing Editor, but I am a lot of other things apart from that. I just want to talk about where we are as women, as young professional women or older professional women in the industry today, right? When I joined the tech ecosystem in 2016, I did not know anything about financial technology, about technology in Africa. I mean, beyond obviously technology, but I didn't know a lot. And the person who gave me my job was a man. He was a co-founder of the company, and he gave me my first job. As a matter of fact, there were 2 male co-founders, right? But in giving me that job, he put me on the right track. He gave me opportunities. He allowed me to be a part of an industry that was so new and so exciting, right? And it was new in Nigeria, new in Africa, and there were just so many opportunities that existed for us, right? And one thing I told myself after I got my first job was I would do anything that I can to ensure that more women are in this ecosystem, because the truth is that when I joined tech in 2016, I could count how many women were in that industry. I could count how many female angel investors existed, or how many female general partners, managing large funds existed, And it's been 6 years, and not a lot has changed. However, a few things have changed. I don't want this address to be about men versus women, or are women better than men. That is not a conversation I will ever have. I want this address to be about equity, about us women understanding that we are smart, we are capable, we are intelligent, and even if we don't have the skills, we can do what it takes to get the skills that we need to succeed in this industry. I'm here to talk about us being bold enough to step up, to speak up and say, you know what, it's about time that we see more of us, not just occupying female-centric roles like customer success or marketing or comms or social media. And there's nothing wrong with any of those roles. Again, if you are good at it, if you love to do it, then please do it. But I am saying that women will no longer be relegated to lower positions because we're women. No, it's about time that the ecosystem, especially in Nigeria, especially in Africa, begin to see women as valuable team players, as valuable team members, as people who can occupy top positions: COO, CFO, CIO, CTO. Women are technical, women are smart, women are operational, right? And it's about time that we stop shrinking ourselves and allow others to shrink us.
Awesome. Please, can we? Wow, that was powerful. Did we really listen? Yeah, good stuff, good stuff. So I'm going to kick off with Chika. Yes, the reason I'm kicking off with you is because you have non-tech experience. You've worked in the traditional sector, a bank, before you moved to Patricia. So did you experience a culture shock in terms of how women are treated between a traditional bank and the traditional workplace and tech? Was there a difference? If there was a difference, what did you see?
Okay, I'd say no. Maybe because I joined Patricia really early on. We're less than 6 persons. So it wasn't really there. It was just myself and one other lady, and then 4 guys, inclusive of the CEO. So I didn't really face that. But of course, I've worked in a traditional space, so I understand how this goes. So it was a pleasant surprise. But again, my case is not typical because I joined at a very early stage, so no.
Awesome, awesome. Thank you. So I'm going to ask Elizabeth. Elizabeth, what has been the major shocking truth you found out about women when they are positioning themselves for high roles and jobs? What has been the most shocking thing that you've discovered in how we position ourselves differently than men?
All right. Okay. All right. So first off, I would love to share my tech journey story.
Okay.
So back then in school in 2016, that was my first year, second semester. there was this rave of tech in my school, Uniben. So then I reached out to a friend who was a friend to a guy that like codes like so good actually. Then I'm like, hey, what's up, please? I would love to learn how to code. And he tells me coding is not for women, it's for men. Just focus on school and you'll be fine. I mean, I picked that statement and I'm like, you know what? You see this tech thing, I would do it and I would get as many women as possible into tech, yeah. And that was how I birthed my community. But before then, I was volunteering a lot. She Could Africa too, I volunteered here too. That was last year, yeah. So now, if it was a different lady, if it was somebody that any little thing like brings you down, she would never see herself like positioning herself for such jobs. I mean, she'd be like, it might be true because really coding is very, very technical. When I started tech, I started with coding. But at some point, I realized that I was better with community management, so I moved to community management, and I'm doing that currently. But yes, I know that sometimes you can apply for jobs, and they are saying that because you are female, you cannot apply for such job. So there's this lady in my community. She reached out to me and said that she wanted to intern with a company. So I think there were about 2 girls and 4 boys applied for the role. Then they selected the whole boys and left her. Then she said she heard somebody say something about women have mood swings, period pains, pregnancies, and I'm like, does that actually matter? So, and also I've seen situations whereby women in positions, women in power, like you can actually help this woman get this role, but you still feel like a man would do it better. I mean, tech is not a gender thing. Most of the best programmers that we have in the world currently, they are females. Most of the amazing community managers that I've met, they are females. GitHub star is Ruth, she's a female. So I feel like, yes, those talks are there, right? But it is your duty as a woman to actually shade it off and act like, I don't care. You know what, I'm getting this and I'm going to get it. Thank you.
Wow, awesome. Thank you so much. So I'm moving to Chiazagom because this conversation is really important, and I want you to break down what sexism looks like in the workplace. So a lot of us, we weren't brought up to think that some things are sexism. So a comment here, a comment there, constant beating down, mansplaining. We don't understand it. We are learning it on social media. And some of these learnings can be wrong. But because of your role and what you do at Big Cabal, can you just explain to us what sexism is in a way that we can all pinpoint it out ourselves?
Okay. So, first off, I want to just comment on the answers that they both gave. I mean, they just mentioned 2016, and at 2016, I had no idea what I was doing. But, yeah, to sexism, I think that, first off, I want to say that it's really it's harder to unlearn than to learn. To be taught something over and over again, it's easy because I feel like when you're being taught something, you get to see it around you. Sometimes we call that algorithm, right? If you talk about, hey, guy, I want to buy glasses. You go on Instagram, the first thing you see is glasses. Like, are these people spying on us or are they listening to our conversations, right? And we get to learn that we get to see a lot of things right from when we're growing up, right? A guy touches you somehow or he says, oh, you're my wife. And you're literally very young. Yeah, you just start to laugh or you just see that, he's not a big deal. She's just a guy, he's not being that serious. And you see this thing progressing. People were talking, there was a story that came out about these Yaba people, these Yaba market sellers, right? And I say, my color, come by. Okay, I'm your color, I'm your size. Why are you touching me? It's okay. Right? And come. And the moment you maybe slap them or, sorry, not slap, when you pat their hand, they're like, you don't even find yourself, say as you be. Things like that. It's funny. I mean, at that point, you can be very angry. Like, why is this guy misbehaving? But it has entered you. this thing is normal. Like, yeah, it's a normal thing. If you go here, but guys suppose they grope you or something, but it's not normal, and it's actually unfair. Like, I'm on my own, why are you stressing me out, right? And these are the things, and we see this little life, I mean, this is just a market thing, right? But we see these little life instances begin to follow us into the workplace. Hey, I have this stuff to do, like, I think I can really do this. Just leave it to the guy that knows how to do it best. And you're like, but I know that I can do it. Like, if you give me a chance. In most cases, let's be fair, you know that you are not really that sure if you can do it, but you want somebody to take a chance on you. Like, just give me the chance. I can prove you wrong that I can do this thing, right? So we begin to see that these things are now following us, not just from culture, right? I mean, we are talking about the ecosystem or tech industry in Nigeria, but our culture has a lot to play. Right? When you're talking about the ecosystem, it just follows us. And sometimes even, let's talk about like the guys, right? Sometimes they don't even know what they are doing. When they are harassing you, they don't know that it's harassment, actually, because they've been programmed and they've been taught that this thing is normal. For you to tell a girl, hey, girl, things like that, they'll be like, my uncles did it, my older brothers did it, and it's fine for me, as long as at least I no touch them now. This kind of stuff, right? It just follows us. And now the part that we have to play is the part of unlearning all of those things, which is the difficult part. But you have to give yourself time, right? You have to give yourself time, like, to unlearn all of those things that you've learned.
Awesome. Please, a round of applause. Give yourself time to unlearn. Wow. Chika, I'm coming back to you. So this question is, it's a two-sided question. The first one is, who are the people, the stakeholders that should be responsible in a tech startup, in the tech ecosystem, to make women feel at home and not feel, insecure or not safe? That's the first one. Then what policies can we put in the tech ecosystem and then in the different startups to thwart sexism culture?
So people who are responsible, it's everyone. Every single person. If you're working in a traditional space or even a tech space where people have to report to the office, you'd notice if you're a very friendly person, can see 5 persons, 3 guys, 2 ladies, or 4 guys, 1 lady. And then you say hi, everybody's shaking the guys. And when it gets to the lady, they want to hug you. Why do you want to hug me? I've gone for meetings, official meetings, where sometimes the banks, as far back as 2018, and I'll go with my boss, right? Especially when we started doing integrations. And then in the meeting, everybody's paying attention to him. And sometimes I'm the one with the ideas. I'm the one that understands what we are looking for. I'm the one who has experience from the bank. So I'm the one who is supposed to be pitching this. We want this, right? I know what we want. We might not have a name for it, but I know what we want. And I know how it's supposed to work because I worked at the bank. And then everybody's just, oh, okay. And then they're asking him questions, And then he repeatedly says, oh, you should ask her. Then everybody now goes, oh, and including women. Like you said, right? We have learned these things subconsciously, and I have to constantly say, hey, I'm here. Like, I'm the one you're supposed to ask the question. So, for who is responsible, it's everyone. I understand that responsibility falls more on senior management, of course, HR, right? Because then you're supposed to put policies in place. Even if the HR comes up with policies, senior management, the CEO, CC level, they're supposed to approve such policies and then maybe the HR enforce it, depending on what works in the environment. But it's everyone. It's not one person. It starts from, it's embedded in culture. And there is no one person who is, the culture carrier in an organization. It's supposed to be everyone. So from the moment you're onboarded, it's supposed to be etched in that this is what sexual harassment is, and it is not acceptable here. So that's the first question. For the second one, a sexual harassment policy. I think that was one of the first policies I came up with when we knew that this was going to work and become a real company, and then we started coming up with policies. And I think the first time, then we just had the manager, the HR, and the CEO. The first thing they said was, Chika, sexual harassment. I'm like, yes. because they hadn't experienced it, you know, and it was a young firm, Fabacus 2018, we hadn't experienced anything like that, you know, but it was very important to me because I'm coming from a space where these things exist. You know, someone wants to reprimand a group of persons, you reprimand everyone else, and then you ask the lady to sit down. Why are you asking me to sit down? Why are you treating me differently from everybody else? So there should be a sexual harassment policy that entails what sexual harassment is. You know, a lot of us think that sexual harassment is when somebody has properly groped you in the office. It's a lot of things. Don't ask me stupid questions about my personal life. Do you even have a boyfriend? That's sexual harassment. I'm serious. I need us to pay attention because if you have not experienced it, or if you might haven't experienced it, but you shrug it off because, you know, it has happened once or twice and you think it's normal. It's not normal. Lewd remarks. The way your body is shaped there, you're not even supposed to be walking. That's sexual. I'm serious. Yeah, people say that. And then it's supposed to be cool. It's not cool. You know, unsolicited text messages. I know that in a work environment, you could get attracted to the opposite sex. It's normal, right? So I fancy a guy, he fancies me. He says hello. I say, you are looking very sharp today. And then he follows suit. That's mutual, right? But when there is power dynamics or power play, your CEO sends you a message and then says, lovely perfume. Follow me, please. I'm serious. I have worked with a lot of people, so I've seen these things. They are very subtle. And because people who are perpetrators, they have mastered the skill of being very subtle. So they start very small. They see how you take the first one, and then they throw the second one. So it starts with, this your hair is fine. But you can't tell me it's fine without touching it. And then let's go for lunch. You can't, and then you're my work wife.
Work boyfriend.
And then he wants to mentor you. By mentoring you, you need to be in a chill environment. So let's have lunch. Then movies. Then you have to come to his house. So some of us wait till come to my house before it dawns on us that properly this is sexual harassment. Especially, remember when there is power dynamics, you're being very careful. Especially because there are not a lot of women in tech space, you tend to appreciate that you are there. So you don't want to mess up your opportunity. So even when, ideally, you would have said, don't send that kind of message to me. You would just say, oh, wow, the kind of messages he's sending me. Then your friend will say, oh, it's just the two of us here. You know, we have to be careful so that this space that we are just standing, or maybe we are sitting, let them not push us out. So the policy should be in place, and then there should be constant training. If a policy, like a sexual harassment policy is put in place, it should be detailed. Again, what is sexual harassment? What are the laid down procedures for reporting them? And every report should be taken very seriously. Then I need to know as a staff who is in charge. Who am I supposed to report it to? And if I am in charge, what am I supposed to do? All those things, if it is clearly spelled out, and everybody from onboarding point to constant training, say quarterly, everyone already gets the idea. By the time you start screaming to everybody in their face, sexual harassment, everybody is careful. And the victims are more, or people who see it or sense it are more relaxed to talk about it. When we make it norm in the organization, then victims will speak up, and people who are likely to be perpetrators would, step aside. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you so much. A round of applause for Chika, please. So we are going to take one more question, and that question is directed to Ngozi. So I'm a storyteller, so my heart is always for media and writing. And I think that storytelling and the media has a lot of role to play in some of these issues. So Ngozi, how can writing and storytelling and the media, how can we use that medium to curb sexism and all these sexual misrepresentations in the workplace?
Okay. All right. So the first thing is, I want to highlight again how important storytelling is. Did you know the Me Too movement that happened in, America? That started with somebody talking about how she wished she told somebody Me Too, and before you know, everyone started talking about their experiences, how they were harassed by one person or another due to power dynamics. Now, do you see the magnitude of stories that came out because one person said their story? Yeah, storytelling stirs people, to speak up more. It makes people to want to, share their experiences. And when people share experiences together, it amplifies their voices. And why is it important to amplify, to have that amplification? There are places where rules are not really usually enforced. We have laws that protect women from harassment in Nigeria. Do you know that? If someone hits you on the road, there are actually laws that protect you from, that actually guard your rights as a person. You should not be hit. That should get that person punished. There are laws like that can actually get those guys at the market. You can actually have them arrested. There are laws like that. But in our country, it's not usually enforced. You go to a station and then they actually blame you. Why are you wearing a short skirt? Why are you wearing, why is your boob showing? Do you get? You're a fine girl now. You get? Now, storytelling is important in our society because it stirs up the public court. You hear stories about how some tech CEOs have harassed somebody, in the organization. Now, normally, because of how small the ecosystem is, their friends know about it. They're aware of what happened. Some people could be right, at the party when he put something in her drink and took her home and slept with her. They know what happened, but nobody will speak up. Because what will happen if they speak up? The guy is rich. He has the police in his hands. What will happen? Now, when some women find courage to go and speak to reputable media houses like Tech Cabal, or We Tracker, and tell them their stories. And these stories are actually told in ethical ways. You can stir up the public court of justice. You can have people, begin to pound, have you watched this Eniola Holmes movie that came out recently? You know how they're pounding? Now, that pound is amplification. It's very important. Now, that's why, when these stories come out about bad cultures, you see how HR is now scampering to develop policies, for how to go about reporting harassment. Now, storytelling makes people's voices louder and therefore helps people, makes people to now have to want to be accountable. It stirs them to want to be found in the right spot at the right time. That's one reason why storytelling is very important. Second reason is, as I said, some people don't know what harassment looks like. So now when you tell your stories of how, I want to tell you what harassment is. If a person does anything to you and you feel offended, that's harassment. That is how it's defined. Any action towards you that makes you feel offended is harassment. If a person comes too close to you in the office, he's not touching you at all, he's close to you, and you don't feel comfortable, and you tell him, I don't really like how, how I feel when you do this, and he or she continues, that's harassment. Now, telling stories about how you feel in these situations helps people know what harassment really is, helps to redefine, all these stories, all these ideas that we've had, from our culture, African cultures. It actually helps us to redefine these ideas and helps us change our pictures on what harassment really is. And when everybody begins to see that this is actually what is good and what is bad, they have more courage to speak up. And when girls and when abused or harassed people speak up, people have more courage to support them and stand by them because we're aware that this is actually good or this is actually bad. And there are many more ways, but the biggest things that storytelling does is it amplifies voices, it keeps people in check, and also helps to redefine culture.
Awesome. Yeah. Please, can we have a round of applause for our panelists, please? Give it up for everybody. So we will take a few questions now. I don't know if we have maybe just two questions on the crowd. I'm trying to, this light is in my face. Can we get a microphone passed? Do we have anybody from this side? Okay, that's one person. Um, oh, sorry. Thank you. Sorry.
Good day, everyone.
Hi.
My name is Rama Abdfata. So my question goes thus. Concerning dressing as a tech lady, is there actually a dress code, or we should all feel comfortable the way we dress normally to maybe our various working places? So that's just my question. Because now, if you are not dressing like me, you are just dressing like the way others are. We can actually come in a uniform. Okay, this is the way they are. But for others, there's no, I don't know how to say, there's no standard to the dress code of people. So what kind of dressing is acceptable in the tech space for ladies?
Chika, you won't take that. I feel like that's more in your in your corner.
I don't think you should let anyone decide for you how to dress. I think it's important that we understand that it's your body and you should decide how best a dress looks on you at any point in time. There is no standard to it. Honestly, there is no standard to it. If you want to wear it flowing to the gown, that's you. You want to wear shorts, t-shirt, that doesn't make the person a better tech person, in quotes. Don't let anyone decide for you. There is no standard to it. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Chika. We still have one more question there. Please, can we take that question? And then this one. No. Here. She raised her hand up first. Yes. We are still here, so you can, as we are leaving, you can just follow us to ask us questions outside. Sorry, we are against time. Yeah, go ahead and ask your question.
Okay, hello everyone. My name is Agatha. My question goes to Chika, actually. Because you're a chief people officer and all, and I'm an HR person as well, so I've seen this happen. There are cases where the abuser, let me use that word, is somebody who is high up there. So now, how do you protect young ladies that are in that position such that they know that they can still get their voices heard, they can still report, maybe like whistleblowing without being victimized? How do you do that in your organization? Thank you.
Okay, we promote a culture of see something, say something. Because most people would rather not say something for the fear of being victimized. So we run surveys every month, anonymous. What do you think about this? What do you think about, have you seen this happening? Have you seen that happening? Again, it reinforces the need for a policy, a very detailed policy that says not just what it is, but how to report it. And then it's important that for every organization, you have a committee that investigates these kind of claims. Because if it falls to the lap of just the HR team or the HR persons, what if the abuser is a HR person? It's possible they tend to protect the person. So we have an ad hoc committee, right? That there's a HR person, of course, and then there are other persons, senior persons in the organization. That way, nobody can escape it, right? You report, it's investigated, and then also we have a therapist. So if you're not comfortable talking or even filling the survey, speak to the therapist takes it up. Thank you.
So this is the last question for this panel, so that they won't send us away. We are past beyond time. This person says, in a situation whereby you find yourself being complimented by your employer in a sexual way, how can you react or handle such situations? And is it right to speak up without a query?
Oh, okay. I think that this is a very hard one. It's very difficult. For me to say that it's not hard is a lie, right? Especially when this person is your CEO and your job is at stake. In cases like this, I think that your safety is your priority. Please, your safety is your priority. In your mind, you can be that, oh, I've not gotten a job in a long time, this job is so much important to me and all of that. But please don't jeopardize your mental health at the stake of your job. Do you know what happens when you end up maybe falling for that harassment, or you end up being raped, or you end up maybe having sex with the person? Okay, let's say if you willingly have sex with the employer, right, just because he's coercing you, do you know you have to live with guilt
for the rest of your time in that in that company. You have to live with shame for the rest of your time in that company. And it's harder to keep shame than to keep your job. Do you know? And if you end up becoming raped, do you understand? The emotional trauma that you have to deal with, your future, your job is nothing compared to your sanity. Your job is nothing compared to your safety. And to be honest, I'm not going to tell you that it's easy. It is not. To speak up against somebody that is leading you, it is not easy in any way, shape, manner, or form. But the thing is that you are doing it for your own sanity and you're doing it for yourself. So if that person is maybe making comments, right, complimenting you and stuff like that, just, Miss Chika was saying something about harassment can be anything, right? To some of us, somebody complimenting your perfume is not a big deal. You won't take it really serious. But some people, when someone compliments your perfume, right, you are like, first of all, that is wrong, right? So that it plays different for everybody. There are some people that, oh, your perfume smells nice, oh, thanks. But when you see that the person is hammering again, where did you buy it? I like the way it just made, the way the thing can be very, you just tell you that, oh, the perfume is seductive. You just be like, uncle, please, like, just draw the line there and then. And in this, I'm going to say something else, and this doesn't just cut out to men. This doesn't just cut out. It's only men that harass women. Do you understand? Women harass too. Do you understand? So please, in any shape, manner, or form, somebody is making a move on you, both men, both women. Your mental health is super, like, you can't emphasize it. You see, if you are being paid 100, for instance, 100K every month, think about, if you give into that, think about how much you get to pay in therapy. Think about how much you get to pay in therapy. You guys know that therapy is not cheap. Is therapy cheap? It's not cheap. Anybody that says, oh, see a therapist, we have very nice communities that offer free therapy sessions. We have on Google, we have a lot of people that offer affordable ones. But if you, like, before all of this came up, therapy is very, very expensive. So if you have like 2 sessions in a month that cover, like, let me say, maybe 30K per session, and you're earning 100K, where do you basically survive on? Do you understand? Please, like, don't joke about it. It can be very difficult. I'm not going to lie to you. It is difficult. But please, in cases like that, speak up. Please, I don't like the way you speak to me. I don't like the way you touch me. I don't like the way I feel anytime I'm around you. You know, there's some people that they don't touch you, but when they're around you, you'll be feeling their breath on your body. Like shifts, like just move, And if you tend to move, they tend to follow you as well. Like, make sure that you are very clear, like clear cut on whatever it is that you are, and make sure that you're comfortable at all times.
Thank you. Elizabeth wants to round it off. Sorry, guys.
All right. Okay. Now, so this is for women that cannot exactly speak up to their bosses, because most definitely, trust me, there are so many persons that are still scared to even say, please, sir, stop. Right? Yeah. So something happened on Twitter 6 months ago, or thereabouts. Somebody tagged me to something, a tweet. He said he wanted to DM, and I was like, fine. So this person was actually a guy. Then he texted me and said that his female friend is facing something like this at work, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, okay, can she please text me? He said she's scared. I'm like, no, she should not be scared. Like, these are things that I want to fight for. Then she texted me. She told me the whole summary. The story was actually very, very terrible. From reducing her salary because she refused to succumb, to giving her more tax, to turning her, like, it was actually so bad. So I was like, okay, the only thing that I can do right now is to try to get this girl a better job. But I was like, how? I don't have connection, nothing. So at that time, a sponsor sponsored my community. I would not mention, because if I mention, some persons here might know her. So I reached out to the founder. I'm like, what's up? See you. See what is happening. He was like, okay, no problem. Then in less than 2 weeks, they took her in. She left the job, and I'm like, wow, thank God. Then while she was leaving, the so-called boss was still threatening her. And I'm like, this girl has left your space already, so what exactly do you want, right? But I mean, we took it up, actually. So for people that feel like they cannot speak up, organizations like this, SCA, I mean, you could reach out to the founder, community manager, program manager. Trust me, they would listen. They would definitely listen. So please, if you cannot speak up, please reach out to these women. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That's the end of our panel. Thank you for having us. So I think we will go now. Thank you so much, guys.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that amazing session. Sorry, everyone. It was really amazing. So I'll just ask this quickly. Ngozi said something about the need to tell story, and she mentioned 3 things. So can we remember them? Yeah, can we start? 1, telling stories amplify. The second one. The third one. Amazing. A round of applause, everyone. So that means you are really, really listening. And trust me, sexual harassment is something that cannot be overemphasized in the world generally, not I'll talk of in the tech ecosystem. It is very, very crucial that we keep talking about it, regardless if they are listening or not. And I love when Chikatu was talking about the setting of policies and reporting and investigating. People will not always come out to talk because it seems shameful, but like Elizabeth said, it is also important that you reach out to, even if it is one person that you can confide in. Kindly do that. A round of applause for our panelists again. Please, let that clap carry weight. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So right about now, we are moving on to the next workshop. And we are having Dedoyin Ajayi in our midst. She will be taking us on mental health for techies. I feel like I love the way the agenda is arranged. Like when you finish hearing, talking about sexual harassment and you are listening to mental health. So Dedoyin Ajayi is a psychotherapist with a specialist in emotional health. She is also a certified neuro-linguistic practitioner from the Academy of Modern... You're not clapping. It's certified, though. Certified. She's certified. Okay. Academy of Modern and Applied Physiology. She has a thriving counseling practice with an average of 28 hours per week and vested in both virtual and physical therapy sessions. So you see the previous session, if you had gone through sexual harassment or any kind of harassment whatsoever, this is the right person to talk to. Thank you very much. Welcome.
Thank you. Hi, guys. How are we today? Okay, so I personally want to let us know that if you are doubting before whether you are in the right place, by virtue of what you've been hearing so far, I want to believe that by now you don't need anything to convince you that you're in the right place, right? Because the organizers were very detailed about the quality of people they brought to you. They were not just speakers that are out of reach. They brought people who are passionate, who are enthusiastic about the women community as well as the tech community. So you are eating good. That's my point to you. And I'm going to start by emphasizing 2 things. And the first thing is, it's very easy to come for events like this and assume that you've picked a lot, but in retrospect, you realize that you haven't picked so much because you were distracted for the most time. So if, for example, you find that right now your interest level is waning, or you realize that you're hungry or something is just causing you to not want to pay attention, I want you to call yourselves back. I want you to maximize and optimize this. I want you to be here and enjoy the rest of this event. Do not miss out on anything. All right? The second thing is, I'm going to start by establishing the fact that the mental health conversation is a continuous conversation. Did you realize that as speakers came here, there just was this constant flyback to mental health? It was unintentional. It did not have to be first. It was like interwoven into the subject for each session. Something about preserve your sanity, prioritize your mental health, and all of that. And that is why in the next 10 minutes, once I have 5 minutes more, let me know. It's a very short session. I'm going to be elaborating on something that has really, really bothered me, which is, of course, it's mental health for techies. That's the topic, but I am going to narrow it down to what's going to be relatable for all of us, because mental health is wide. You cannot compress the whole concept of mental health for techies in 10, 15, 20 minutes. That would be absolutely unfair. So I'm just going to narrow it down. And I want us to know that when it comes to your mental health, as a techie, you are more vulnerable. It has been proven with and by different psychological researchers. There have been conducts made for people in social experiments, and it has just been constant that the techies that were put in the social experiments came up with higher susceptibility to having mental health issues. And the reasons are not far-fetched. The reasons are not far-fetched at all. Number one, you're working with your system, your phone. By system, I mean anything that has to do with, you know, social media, gadgets, and what have you. You're working with gadgets, number one. You're working with your mind, your brain. You are creatives by extension. In fact, before you can be a techie, you have to first be a creative, because by default, you are always creating. All right? So the tendency for your mental health to take a hit is very, very high. And so while we glamorize and romanticize the idea of having lots of women in tech, it is important to also iron out the fact that as a woman in tech, you are not only making money, you are also actively guarding your mental health. All right? And I'm going to tell us this story of a lady who came for therapy some time ago. I can share now because, ethically speaking, her file is closed, and with her permission, I share this. And she came at this time. She had deadlines in her office, a very top Texas. And at that point, when she came, she was no longer able to concentrate. She was no longer able to do anything. She was no longer productive. You know, she was just struggling and just trying. And guess what? When you hear what happened, she for about 5-10 minutes, she was so embarrassed to say why she was in therapy. Like, so I know that this might not look serious enough, but I'm really just bothered and I want us to get. And I'm like, what's the problem? And she said she's going through a heartbreak. And at that very moment, I realized one of the very major problems that we have. We have this validation metrics, where if this problem is not this big, it's not yet a mental health situation. And so it took her so long to just say, I'm heartbroken. They've served me breakfast in bed, and my heart is doing somehow in my chest, and I cannot function at work. Do you understand? So for her, it was a serious situation because she did not even know how to reach out for help. And that is one of the challenges we go through as women. Already there are so many sexist narratives. I call them sexist narratives. You hear people say to men, oh, stop talking like a woman. Oh, why are you talking like a woman? Oh, gossiping is for women. You know, oh, when women are talking, they are doing women talk. And now a woman is in tech, and now she has to worry about her mental health, and she's worried, this matter, is it even mental health-ish enough? Did he even carry chest? Because I'm just, it's just menstrual pain that I'm, hey God, why am I not working hard? Why am I not able to function anymore? And you are beginning to literally talk down on the type of issue that you have. So I'm here to demystify that to you. As long as it upsets your emotions, it is valid. Am I making sense to us now? It doesn't matter who you are here, whether you are seasoned, a veteran, or you are just starting. As long as it has disrupted your system such that it has affected productivity or is about to affect it, it is valid. And that's on periods. It doesn't matter whether people address it in a respectful way or not. It doesn't matter whether they understand the value that you are bringing in or not. The moment what you are doing is being interrupted by virtue of certain things going on in your mind, then it is valid. And I was very excited when the last team came here, and I think it was, what's her name now? The woman from Patricia said they have a therapist. So it's been something that we need to be intentional about making a standard operation in our organizations. It doesn't even have to be a tech startup. Think about incorporating a therapist into your team, because your mental health at one point or the other would have a certain glitch. And what is the principle for this? Everything functional can malfunction. Do you understand me now? Everything that is functional can malfunction. So when you stigmatize mental health and say, oh, why would I have a mental health issue? I come from such a home. I was validated as a child. I should not have this issue. I have so much support. I don't even lack for nothing. And you realize that a lot is still happening with you, then you are worried. But the truth is, the same way everything in this room needs to be maintained, because if it's not maintained, it's going to break down. That's the same way even your mind, your mental and emotional faculty, they need to be constantly maintained too. Do you understand now? So what then are the issues that many tech people face? The first one, which is the most common, is imposter syndrome. If you want to write, this is a good place to start. Imposter syndrome. I'm not good enough. I don't think I qualify for this role. I think I got the job by luck. I think it was just the mercies of God. And now the mercies of God that put you inside the job, you didn't even usually trust that mercy. Maybe I should take you through. Because now you're just like so sad. You're just like, I cannot even do this thing, okay? They're going to sack me. So the mercy that brought you will now sack you, Sha. And so you see a lot of techies worried about their capacity bank. Oh, what do I know now? Oh, I'm not so sure I'm good at it. I'm not sure I can do it. And I always love to tell this story. It's even about a guy. I know it's a women's conference, but we can learn a thing or two from one another. And he reached out to me. I'm sure if I mention his name, a lot of us would know him. He has appeared in so many publications, and he reached out. He just got this very massive role, and then he freaked out. And, oh, somebody give me your number on Twitter, and I need to talk to you. And I'm like, okay, what happened? He said, so they just did the first, what's this thing they do in your company where they check you out, like after a month, like just to see how you're doing. Thank you. And then, because it's a foreign organization, the guys were like, oh, we are still observing you. And he said for the first time, they were not giving him a complete, well done, yes, you're doing great. He was like, I'm a genius in Nigeria. Show you the 1 minute. Was there? Are you kidding me? What's going on here? Give me my pass mark. So he was so worried, like, oh my God, this is a major role. Why are they not celebrating me? Why are they not? What's going on? I think I'm going to just resign. And he began to have panic attacks. He could not open his laptop. You know, it was a complete mess. All right? The second issue that techies go through would be destination addiction. Destination addiction. The illusion that your happiness is in your next big break. Yeah. So you've forgotten how to be fulfilled where you are. It has become difficult for you to appreciate where you are right now. So they ask you, what can you do? You say, oh, I'm still working at this small tech startup. It's just small. We just started. We're just like 4, all of us together. But I try. I built our website. Why are you doing that? And then again, my salary is not so big yet. I'm gonna get there. And then 3-4 months down the line, there's this big deal going on outside the country. You are invited, and then you're like, oh my God, I just made it. And then you realize that the founder is a 20-year-old. Like, oh, this cannot be happening to me. When I start my own, I'm gonna be happy last. That's where I will. When I start my own, my self-esteem will now balance up. Your self-esteem will never balance up, because it is not about where you are going. It's about who you are. Do you understand me now? All right. So the last one. By the way, if you observe, I'm not mentioning anxiety, depression, schizophrenia. Sorry, those are big languages. And when you come for therapy, we talk about those things. They are underlying issues. I'm talking about mental health issues that affect techies specifically. Do you understand me now? And the last one, they've done justice to it. Because we are women, there's a lot of gender discrimination. And I'm not going to emphasize this point. I'm not going to sleep on it. You know why? Because sometimes we are our greatest enemies. I've had ladies come to sessions and say, oh, I just detest how that girl behaves in the office. She behaves like she knows it all. And I'm able to call you out. Like, do you realize right now you are the toxic person? Do you understand my point? So what are the 4 things you can do? What are the 4 things you can do to actually optimize your mental health in the tech space? What are the 4 things you can do? We've spoken about imposter syndrome. We've spoken about workplace sexual discrimination. We've spoken about destination, addiction. So what are the 4 things you can do? Number 1 is find comfort in your value. Did you hear me? Find comfort in your value. You see, your mental health is a compendium of 3 things: the wellness of your mind, your soul, and your body. And because you understand that you need all these 3 faculties to function optimally, if you don't find comfort in your value, you are going to realize that something in you would constantly beg for anything that comes. Do you understand me now? Number 2, amplify the volume of your voice. You've heard this here and again, and I'm going to emphasize that, see, there is nothing as powerful as a woman who has not only found comfort in her value, but has mastered the art of amplifying her voice. So I'm not going to emphasize on that also, because you've heard a lot about it. But the question is, how do I do that? I'm very shy. I'm this, I am that. I know we've said here that therapists are expensive, and I agree. You know, there was a time I would come to events like that and say, oh no, therapy is not expensive. It is, because I would charge you. I worked hard, I paid hard for my certifications. I'm going to charge you. But I can assure you, there's a therapist for every budget. If I'm not your budget, there is somebody that you can afford. Do you understand me now? I work and I co-founded a startup that is bringing therapists together from all walks of Nigeria. And they are vetted. By the time the app goes live, you'll be able to book sessions at the push of your buttons. All right? And that brings me to the last one. Take breaks. Someone said take breaks. Rest is productive. Oh. Do you understand me? Rest is what? Oh, I need to learn this. I need to do that. I need to achieve that. Understand that without the break you're taking, you're going to burn out. And when you burn out, you will need twice as much as that effort to do what you are doing under normal circumstances. Do you understand me? You are as powerful as the breaks you take. Right now, I'm not on social media. It's a 1-month detox. If you go on my social media, I'm not there. People are still booking sessions. When you have value, they will look for you. So, also know when to take your breaks. Do you understand me? But please, do not join your ancient parents to tell you that you have to walk around the clock to eat. Take breaks, techies. All right? Love you.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Dedoe. That was an amazing session. Please, one question, ma. Are you on TikTok? You say, if you see the way she was doing, you say like, she's on TikTok influencer. Thank you very much, Adedoyin. That was a very, very powerful session. Right about now, I think I can relate very well with her session because, yes, I mean, most of us can relate because most of us has gone through burnout. We have gone through mental health, keeping our mental health in check. Amen. 2 years ago when I started this whole tech journey, I knew I was in that phase for a very, very long time. And I knew what I had to do, I mean, before I could get back on my feet. And yesterday, I think Precious is here at the back, and she just posted something on social media that she witnessed my growth from last year to this year. And that's been amazing, given that I started 2020, but my growth did not start until I was able to get out of that place of burnout and mental health. So I really can relate to what she's saying, and I'm a big advocate for mental health and burnout. So thank you very much once again, Adedoyin. Please give her a powerful one. As queeness, can I hear you? Yeah, thank you very much, Adedoyin. And right about now, we are going on a 10-minute break. Are you not happy? We care for you. We care for your mental health. We know you have been sitting down for a while. So mingle around. I'm going to ask you, the people you meet. Share your Twitter handle. Share your Instagram handle. Meet people. And do not forget, take pictures. Tag She Code Africa. And use the hashtag. Yeah? SCA Summit 22. Please do that in the next 10 minutes. In exactly 10 minutes, we are back here.
Rainy days and lonely nights, feel like I'm losing time. Nowhere else to go, so I chase the fading light. Up all night till dawn, wonder how many days have gone. Will Papa take me back if I wanna go home?
they throw me like coconut. Body they rise in my no. I say color your crocodile, no go taste crocodile. Kelly they pass in my pololo. Can make a salute your commando. Girl, if you balance Diego, I do you paper. No go do me Diego, my Maradona. Girl, if I lap your sueto, I'm a farisa. Girl, your back keep it connected, and I can follow your cresco. Today, dale creso, pay for your waist, and I can pay for your lace. Today, for your waist, today, dale creso, pay for your waist, pay for your lace. Girl, if you balance Diego, I do you paper. No go do me Diego, my Maradona. Girl, if I lap your sueto, I'm a farisa. Girl, your back keep it connected, and I can follow your cresco.
I feel like for boy. Electricity, vibes on a frequency, till infinity. Steady on a different beat. Life is not that deep. It's all about the energy, the mentality. I ain't making my body. The body go sign. I know everything I do is nobody else concerned. Sure you go come online. And I see darkness all around me, but I know I'm the light. Shake, 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 baby, shake, shake. I feel your vibration. I get on my motion. Beautiful temptation. I get on rotation. Shake, 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 baby, shake, shake. Electricity, vibes on a frequency, till infinity. Steady on a different beat. Love is very sweet, but first you must get the moolah. Not poverty, now you making my worry. Nobody go sign. You know everything I do is nobody else concerned. She go come on, I see darkness all around me, but I know I'm the light. Shake it, baby, shake it. I feel your vibration. Angel of motion. Beautiful temptation. Hot girl on rotation. Shake it, love it, eleba, darling, never, ballin', forever. You could dig big like a coacha, baby, enter. Get money, could you go paper? You want you a big, but you want a bamba. Wish I beg, oh she di bamba. Oh yeah, order, aquaba. You could be gas, you could be Tomagana. Oh yeah, sicky, never. Abadola, politics to bash sefa. Oh yeah, give me pim, pop. Okay, pop. Oh yeah, second money go suck up. Back booty up for me, yellow pop.
So picking my lesson, we picking your dollars. Money moon like a shadow. Just a little just shadow. Mama, me finally, Mr. Money on show. Mona Lisa. in Tropicana. Me, I don't take the marijuana. Joanna, Juba, Dibio, Morgana. Onjo, Omlando, for me, Moyagbe, Los Koda. Who and nigga, even nigga think I give up for. Me, I done the streets when them sing on gozo. Akbala no be soka, see my team, them no be feeder. Premier League is not UEFA, small body, my engine bigger go. When you show her.
Hello. SEA Queens. Please, can the volunteer help us bring them back to their seats? God, I beg. You see that back there? It's a tug of war. Do you see the way I'm sweating? Jesus. Those people do not have joy. SEA Queens, can you come back? Can we continue with our sessions? I'm sure you people, okay. Volunteers, can you help us direct them back to their seats? I dropped my phone. Thank you. Hello. Please, sponsors, don't attend to any queen anymore for now. The break is over. Can we all settle down? Queens, can we settle down? Please. Can you sit, please? Thank you. SCA Queens, can we settle down to continue our sessions?
Come to talk and be killer. This your level getting me from my body. I want like my way my like that. This your color no be fake for mommy. My banana, oh my banana, don't chop my banana. Show the power of people. And me love me Jima like I, Jima like I, my Sudana.
No, you're not ready. Are we ready for the next session? You're not settled. You all need to settle down for this next session. So are you ready for this session? Volunteers, please. Volunteers, please. Can you help us make them settle down? Thank you. Please, if you are standing, sit. If you are not a volunteer and you are standing, kindly find a seat to sit. I should start rapping. I don't give rhymes. I'm waiting, oh. SCA Queens. SCA Queens. We are not ready. We are not there yet. SCA Queens.
Elevating African women in tech.
SCA Queens.
Elevating African women in tech.
I'm still waiting. Please, if you are not a volunteer and you are still standing, kindly sit. We have a lot of empty seats here. So please, find a seat to sit. Rhymes. It's plenty. Ashake should come and sign me. Please, can we pause on all side talks? We gave you 10 minutes to meet each other. But no, you did not meet. It's talk of war you people were fighting back there. So since you did not meet, kindly calm down while we move on to the next session. For the last time, SCA Queens.
Elevating African women in tech.
You people, you are not waiting for each other. Some people are saying Africa, some people are already in woman or women. So now, can we take that again? SCA Queens.
Elevating African women in tech.
We are not tired, in Jesus' name. SCA Queens. We have a very, very great session. That will be another insightful one that is coming up next. And I need everyone to be settled before we go on. So can all side talk be paused now? Can we pause all side talks now? You still have plenty of time to network and meet and gist afterwards. But for now, can all side talks pause? All right. Okay. So we have a keynote session the second one coming up right about now. And the topic is elevating the... Wait, who are the African women in tech? Who are the African women in tech? Who do we want to elevate? So when I say elevating African women in tech, I'm not hearing your voice. Why? So elevating African women in tech, yeah? Who? SEA Queens. SEA Queens. So for this second keynote, we have Ashley Emmanuel. Bring it up, bring it up, bring out the fire, bring out the ginger. Yeah. I'm feeling you. Yeah, so Ashley Emmanuel, you will keep clapping until she gets on the stage, until I handle this mic over. Ashley Emmanuel is a co-founder and the chief operating officer of Semicolon, a company that is solving the problem of unemployment in Africa by building tech-focused talent and businesses. Ashley coordinates Semicolon's approach to delivering innovative solutions related to education, tech management, and venture building with so much joy. Like a queen that you are, ladies, make welcome Ashley Emmanuel.
All right, thank you. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everybody. Ekason. Sorry, I don't know the other languages yet, but you'll teach me, Abby. All right. So thank you very much. It is a pleasure to be here. I really love the energy in this room, which each and every one of us is contributing to. So it's a real joy. Wonderful way to spend a Saturday. So first of all, I would like to extend sincere gratitude to the organizers of this event and to each and every one of you. Also, everybody else who's spoken this morning who's been amazing, right? So I think it has been a great energy and we'll continue it. All right, if you could help me pull up the slides, please, or advance to the next slide. Oh, I think you'll skip the game for me and go to my own. The next one. Okay, they've told me the clicker is not working, so you'll have to bear with me. You have my own slides. Okay, so while they're pulling up the slides, I'm going to say a little bit, I'll just introduce myself. So thank you very much for the introduction. Semicolon Africa, as the moderator mentioned, is solving the problem of youth unemployment in Africa. Next slide. Oh, thank you. Thank you. By building tech-focused talent and businesses, among other things. Actually, hold on. I'm going to try a teacher technique. If you can hear me, clap once. If you can hear me, clap twice. If you can hear me, clap 3 times. If you can hear me, clap 5 times. Okay, I think we're together now. So, we are building tech-focused talent in businesses. One of the things that we do is train software engineers through an intensive 1-year program. You can see some of our great data. 98% of our people are employed or economically engaged soon after they graduate. And we've contributed over 1 billion naira to the economy since our graduates have, since they began graduating in 2020. So on the next slide, we are very deliberate about putting gender into our strategy in Semicolon, and we have a Semicolon, oh, sorry, I forgot I have the clicker now. We have a Semicolon Women in Tech program. Thank you. Which was designed because we know that women are significantly underrepresented in tech. And we have some representatives from our Semicolon Women in Tech program here. All right. So, first things first, I need to ask you a question. Is this event necessary? Was anybody here, when you were preparing to come here and you were talking to people, was anybody here asked, why do you have an event for women only? Raise up your hand if you were. Was anybody asked, what about the He Code Africa Summit? Right? So I think that we're not everybody seems to agree on some fundamental things, right? And so today, as I was thinking about coming here, I thought, let's just get on the same page about those things, and then we can figure out what we're going to do. And I think the first question we don't all agree on, maybe in this room, but maybe not outside this room, is do women face barriers that men on average do not face? And then number two is, if they do, how do we address those barriers? So I'm going to put forth a few points starting from the beginning here, and then we can get to the addressing. Okay, and I'll ask you to try extra hard to be quiet if they're sharing food while I'm speaking. So the first point I think we need to align on is that sexism exists. Do we agree to this? Okay, and by sexism, what do I mean? I mean that there is prejudice, stereotyping, and discrimination against women solely based on the fact that they are women. It exists around the world, it exists in Africa, it exists in Nigeria. And how do we know this? All of the data tell us this, right? So we have gender gaps in education. Boys are more likely to complete primary school, right? We have gender gaps in employment, in legal protection, in political representation. How many female governors do we have right now in Nigeria? None, right? We have gender gaps in financial inclusion, in digital inclusion. Violence against women is still acceptable, right? The latest survey in Nigeria showed that 21% of men and 28% of women said it's acceptable for a husband to beat his wife in certain circumstances, like if she burns the food, if she goes out without his permission, or if she refuses to sleep with him, right? So sexism exists, and this is the evidence that shows us, right? In this context, women are less likely than men to start a career in tech, to rise into positions of leadership in tech careers, or to successfully found tech, to become successful tech founders. And so let's unpack this a bit further, right? How does this come about? First of all, from a young age, we as women are socialized to prioritize marriage and family over career, right? That expectation is built into us from day one. So we'll give an example. Geminat, from one of our earliest cohorts, was asked to go and get married instead of enrolling in semicolon. Fortunately, she came to us. She graduated a couple years ago, and she's killing it in her career, right? And guess what? She can still get married. Okay, women are less likely to have agency. What do I mean by agency? It means the control over their own decisions and their own lives, right? So we see many, many women who have spent hours investing in applying to semicolon. They come to our building, they come to info session, they do interview, they make all of their plans. 2 days before they're meant to resume, they call us and say, I'm sorry, I can't come again. My husband said I can't enroll. My parents said I can't enroll. My uncle said I can't enroll. The ones who still come despite not receiving that permission, maybe their family doesn't provide them the financial support they need. Maybe one woman said she can't go home, she's grounded at home. If she goes home, they'll lock her in her room, right? We know that women are less likely to have access to the education required to succeed in tech. We have gender gaps in education. Some families are still less likely to invest in educating a girl than they are to invest in the boy in the same household, right? Especially at higher levels of education, university, specialized programs like semicolon. We know that because of social norms, women typically are responsible for the majority of our unpaid domestic and care work. Okay, so all of us here, in the households you live in, right? You might be living with parents, you may be living with friends, you may be married and living with husband and children. But in your household, who's in a household in which the men do the same or more of the domestic work? Cooking, cleaning, caregiving. Okay, I see maybe six hands, okay? Who is in a household in which the women do more of the domestic work? Okay, right? And the young girls are also putting up their hands, right? So we know that if you have twins, now we're gisting about that one. So if you have twins in a household, boy and girl, same age, same family, they both want to enter tech. Let's say they're teenagers. The girl will come home from school. The parents ask her to go help and cook, right? She's helping with cleaning. She's taking care of the younger siblings. What's the boy doing? He's coding, right? So the boy has more time to be coding, to be studying. He'll pull ahead, right? When the woman is married, after she leaves work and spends 2 hours in Lagos traffic, what is she going to face? She's going to take care of the household, cook for everybody, clean, wake up at 5 a.m. the next morning to get the baby ready and do it again, right? What else? Okay, networks. Our professional, our social networks are very highly gendered. When you go to a party in Nigeria, you may see the women are here and the men are here. Have we ever seen that? Okay. When I go to a bar or a restaurant after work, I mostly see men, right? I mostly see groups of men talking to each other. The women are at home doing all of that unpaid domestic work, right? And this is the place, these are the conversations in which information is shared. These are the places where connections are made. These are the places where deals are done, right? Where companies are founded. What else? Odun spoke about bias, right? She spoke about conscious and unconscious bias. All of us do this. Men and women do this. We were trained to do this. But we tend to unconsciously see men as leaders, right? Think about a stereotypical CEO or MD and how you describe that person. You might say powerful, brave, assertive, dominant, right? Are these stereotypically more male or female? It's more male, right? So even if they don't intend to, people who are hiring, who are promoting, when they see a man and a woman, they may just think the man is inherently more of a leader because of these things, these unconscious biases. The speaker before our break spoke about imposter syndrome, right? So she's defined it for us. We know that if a woman looks at a job description, she sees 10 requirements. She meets 8. She doesn't have the 2. She may not apply for that job, right? She'll conclude, okay, this one I'm not qualified. If a man sees that same job description, he only has 8, will he apply? He's more likely, not every man, we can't say every time, but he's more likely to apply. In fact, maybe he only has 5, he'll still apply. My own opinion is nobody has all of the skills and expertise and experience required to succeed in every job. Even me too, I don't have everything I want to have, right? I actually think instead of talking about women having imposter syndrome, maybe we should talk about men having overconfidence syndrome, right? And it's not all men, though. There are plenty men I know who have imposter syndrome as well. But there are some people who are excessively confident, and we see that women tend to be slightly less confident and men more so. Okay, so what do we do, right? We're a bit depressed. We've seen all the problems. Where do we want to go? Here's my vision. You can tell me if you agree. My vision is today, there's a little girl born in Kano, rural Kano, right? Today, there will also be a little boy born in Silicon Valley, in California, in the United States, in the neighborhood where I grew up. My vision is that the little girl born in rural Kano and the little boy born in Silicon Valley will have the exact same opportunities to become successful tech founders. Right? So, data suggests, though, if we continue at our current trajectory, continue along the same path, we will not have gender equality in Africa until next century. It's after the year 2100. I don't even know when we're going to have equality between Kano and California, right? But that's a whole different animal, right? So we need to be impatient. We have to do things differently. All humans should have the same opportunities, and we cannot rest until we've achieved that. So we know that those who face barriers will require a little bit of extra lifting. We'll need to be deliberate about elevating them. So how do we do that? What can we do? Number one, we need to understand the problem. When I started, I asked you, are people saying, what about He Code Africa, right? We don't all understand the problem that we're facing. So for each of these recommendations, I'm going to list a few very specific things that people in this room can do today or this week to make it a bit more direct, right? We know sexism, we're immersed in it, but we don't always notice it. And sometimes we just need to educate ourselves and those around us in terms of what's happening. What can we do about that? We can study, we can read books, we can listen to podcasts. Last week I had the pleasure of hearing Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie speak. She's one of my favorite authors, but she's also written and spoken on this topic of sexism. Go watch her 20-minute TED Talk, read her book, We Should All Be Feminists. Follow some others, right? And then we can start a conversation with people in our community. Okay, once we understand the problem, we need to address it. We need to address the root cause, right? So we don't want to just be putting Band-Aids here and there. We need to address sexism itself, right? In Semicolon, we teach design thinking, and one of the things we teach people to do as design thinkers is ask why 5 times to get to the root cause of a problem, right? So we can start by asking why. When I am in a meeting full of men, and the one other woman is asked to take notes, I ask why, right? When I'm in a room, an investor event, and there is only one woman, one female investor there in a room full of men, I ask why. When somebody tells me he won't recommend his sister to come to Semicolon to train to be a software engineer because, quote, women tend to be more confused about what they want, I ask him why, right? We can ask our policymakers, why are there still blatantly sexist laws on our books? We can ask the people in government why, as one of the panels pointed out, even the laws that protect women are not enforced today, right? We need to start by asking why, and then we start to ask ourselves, what do we need to do, and how do we organize ourselves to do those things? I think we also need to refuse to accept culture as an excuse for bad behavior, right? Has anyone else ever questioned something and then they just tell you, but this is our culture now? So me, you can tell I didn't grow up here, Abby. So that I say things and they say, but you just don't understand. You don't understand, it's African culture. It's okay, I understand. As my husband's culture says, ejekashe, biwanshe, kobale ri boshenri. And what does that mean? Always been. But do we want innovators? We're creating change, right? We can respect the culture we came from. We can retain the good parts and honor those parts while refusing to accept misogyny, Okay, but that's addressing sexism, and we know that won't be done tomorrow. So until there's no more sexism in the world, what are some other things that we can do? There are some actions we can take to start to correct the imbalances that still exist. Okay, number one, we can create some networking spaces and we can collaborate. So, back to my original question, do I think that this event is necessary? My answer is yes, right? This is a space for learning, for discussion, but also for networking and driving collaboration. How many people here are either tech founders, running your own business, or you want to run your own business in the future? Okay, so for those of us running businesses, we also need to really think about collaboration because we're building together. At Semicolon, I actually don't think we have competitors, right? And I'm not saying that just because I think we do things better than other companies. There are some companies who do some of the things, something similar to some of the things that we do. But I don't want 100% of a very small pie, right? I want that pie, which is the impact and the value, to be enormous. The work is plenty, and we need to work together to actually address those challenges. Number two, we need to invest in the next generation of female tech talent. And I'm so happy to see some of them up front here taking notes, right? from all different ages. Modeling some very good listening behavior, if I might add. So, as Odum mentioned, the leaders of tomorrow are the young women that we're employing and building up and training today. Programs like Semicolon, right? So something actionable you can do, get yourself skills. We need to invest beyond 6-week online training. Those things can be valuable and important, but we also need to produce proper software engineers, and that's a lot of work and requires a lot of investment. So we need a variety of programs, and we need to build those out. We also need to mentor, and Odun spoke about, we say mentor, 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 but you need to fund women as well, right? So it's true. We need to go beyond mentorship and talk about sponsorship. What do I mean by sponsorship? I mean, you don't just advise that woman, you advocate for her. You lift her up, you recommend her, right? You put her in a position, or you fund her, right? you fund her business. Young women here, you can do many things. Even if you're not ready to mentor, you can learn more about mentorship. You can create a peer support group. There are many things that we can start to do. Okay, we need to design with women in mind. Several people raised their hands when I asked who's running a business or wants to do it in the future. When we build businesses, we need to think about gender from day one. And there are some tools, like the UN Women Empowerment Principles, that are wonderful tools we can use to create gender action plans and do this. The support is there. We can sign on to some of those structures. For those of us who are working in a company, maybe you're building products, you're building solutions. Every single thing you build, you need to think about gender. We need to be deliberate in designing for women. And then last, we need to shift the narrative about African women in tech, right? So it's great that today we also have storytellers, including some in the front row here, right? who are telling these important stories. We need to, every single young woman in Africa today needs to understand that a career in tech exists and that she can have one, right? Every single decision maker or influencer that is going to come into her life, her parents, her uncles, her boyfriends, her husband, her pastors, her imam, whoever it is, right? All of those people also need to understand that a career in tech may be the most significant opportunity for her to significantly improve her lives, and needs to support her in attaining that. And one thing that we can all do here today is tell your own story. So go on social media, be honest. If you're willing to, be a bit vulnerable. Share what are the challenges you faced before. explain to those who do not understand why you faced some of those challenges specifically because you're a woman, right? Tell that story to the people who think barriers don't exist. But then also, tell the story of what you've accomplished, right? We need to highlight the success stories so that others know that it is possible. Because I talked about stories, I'll just share a few very quickly. These are the things that inspire me every day. I spoke about Geminat already. She wasn't working before the training. Now, as I mentioned, she's killing it in her career. Bemi had a degree in computer science, had education in computer science, but was working as a tailor, right? Because she hadn't been trained in the skills she needed for the market. After she came to Semicolon, now she started working for us. She's been promoted. She's a team lead. Also doing excellently well, and of course is now actually making real money. Fumi also studied computer science. She was braiding hair, right? She didn't have the skills that the market required. Came to us, has been working at Old Mutual for a few years, also advancing in her career. Every single woman who's come through our doors has a story that inspires me, right? And I think we can share all of those. So, in closing, I want us to think about, I just want to wrap up by saying, we're going to go out, we're going to think about these barriers, we're going to work to address them, we're going to work to share our stories. We're going to do it together, right? So I've shared with you what I think. Please, come talk to me. Tell me what I got wrong. Tell me what I got right. Tell me what I missed. We need to continue the conversation, and then we need to figure out what we're going to do to solve these problems and go out and do it together. Thank you very much.
Please put your hands together for R. That was an amazing session. I think one of the things that I picked is to refuse to accept culture as an excuse for bad behavior. Yes. And something else is learning to tell your stories. You need to be able to tell your own stories, talk about your achievements. How did you get there? What things you're going through? How did you get to where you are now? I think it's very important for us as women in tech. So please don't forget to tweet your lessons using the hashtag SCA Summit 22. We can see some people using SCA 22. No. SCA Summit 22. Please use the hashtag. Thank you very much. Are you enjoying yourselves? Are you sure? SCA Queens. So we do it one more time. Elevating the African women in tech. SCA Queens. Thank you. Thank you so much. All right, we are moving to the award presentation. Yes. And I will be calling up the founder of She Code Africa. Put your hands together for Ada and Olamide. Do it better, do it better. And for Olamide, you're welcome.
Hi, everyone. You're not happy to see me? Okay, so the next session is one where we would like to appreciate the contributions of certain women in tech. You can see two. There is one. Can we be silent, please?
Hi, everyone. So I'm going to follow Ashley's lead. If you can hear me, clap once. If you can hear me, clap twice.
Okay, thank you. So we have the Amazon Award and the Rising Star Award. We are going to start with the Amazon Award. So this category is to appreciate people who have been in tech for a longer period. They've achieved significant things. They've made significant impact. They've contributed to bringing more women into tech. And let's start. People are not even excited. I don't understand. Anyway, are we ready? So the first person on the list are you people giving me suspense? So the first person on the list is Adora is a multi-award-winning software engineer based in Lagos. She currently works at Microsoft, where she builds mixed reality on the cloud. If you know She Code Africa, you know that she has done a lot in She Code Africa, and she is going to be giving out 15 copies of our book, Cloud Engineering for Beginners. Let's keep clapping till she gets to the stage.
So before we give out the award, I just want to quickly add, every single lady who we're going to be celebrating today as the She Code Africa Amazon has contributed in one way or the other to the goal that we're trying to create here at She Code Africa. So when we call them up on stage, know that they have contributed indirectly or directly to your own growth in tech. So please, let's give it up for Adora once again. Adora also has a couple of more info to share with you guys regarding her giveaway. You know, she's the queen of giveaway. We know that, right?
Hi, everybody. So I'm giving out, I'm going to leave it to the She Code Africa team to decide, but I'm giving 20 copies of my book today. I'm giving out 5 hard copies and then 15 soft copies, so I'll need like 15 emails. I wanted to give out 10, but when I came here and I saw how like full this place was, I was like, yes, I need to double it. And there's like a bunch of laptops in the back. One of them is from me, and hopefully, you know, a lucky woman goes home with that laptop today and it changes their life.
Thank you so much, Adora. Personally, on behalf of myself, and I believe that I'm speaking for everybody here, I want to say thank you for all that you do for the community, for the tech community. Don't cry, please. For She Code Africa. Thank you for everything. We appreciate you, and this award is our own way of celebrating you so that you can keep doing all of the amazing things that you do.
Thank you very much, Adora. So very quickly, we're going to move on to the next person. Princess. Thank you. Princess is a software engineer who has worked across companies to build numerous tech products. She considers herself a product of community, so she spends time giving back to the community when she is not coding. Please join me. Welcome, Princess.
So, for those of us who don't know about Princess, how many of us are part of Oscar Fest? Oscar, how many of us attended? Princess is one of our amazing teams at Oscar, leading the engineering part. When I say she's a wizard in engineering, and to all of us who identify as moms in tech, Princess is an amazing mom of two, fielding everything with what she does in tech as well. Thank you so much, Princess.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone.
I'm so excited to see this number of women in this room. When we started out, whenever you call for women in tech events, you'd see maybe 120 of this. And I'm really proud of Ada and what she has done. Please, can you give her a standing ovation? Thank you, thank you, thank you. So I'm also going to be giving out a laptop. I'll leave that to Ada to decide who she wants to give it to. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Princess.
Yes, so very briefly, I know that a lot of us here signed up for the laptop scholarship. I know a lot of us signed up. It's still part of the activities that we're going to be doing today, and every new laptop that has been mentioned on here will be part of the raffle draw. So fingers crossed, ask your village people, to be on the safe side, and we'll do everything today, meaning that 8 lucky people instead of the original 5 will be going home with brand new laptops today.
Okay. The next person on our list, just before I call her up, I want every single person in this hall to stand. And I do this because the next person I'm about to call has been very significant to the growth of She Code Africa as a whole. And even this event we're having, she's a powerhouse. If you've worked with her, you know what I'm saying. Let's welcome Omotala Omotayo.
Somebody please call Omotala from wherever she is.
And keep
Let's
standing
keep
and
joining
keep
our hands
clapping.
for her. Keep clapping, keep clapping. So, for those of us who don't know, I'm always going to say this. Omotola has been part of the She Code Africa core team right from day one, when the community was at 0. When I say 0, how many of us are part of the SCA community here? How many of us know Omotola from She Code Africa? And we just want to say that we have watched her grow our community from literally 0 to over 17,000. Every single one of you, and we appreciate that effort. And today we are naming her one of our SCA Amazons for 2022.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much. I really appreciate this. And this is just me telling every one of you that whatever you find yourself doing, please do it passionately. And always find the positive value out of anything you do. And remember to put yourself out there. Thank you.
The next person on my list, the next Amazon for She Code Africa 2022 is Oluchi. She's the founder of Web3 Ladies, a community empowering the next generation of blockchain industry female leaders who will build, nurture, and develop a sustainable Web3 space in Africa and beyond. She's not here today, but she's represented by Tolu.
Hi, everyone.
So I just want to say thank you so much to She Code Africa. You guys are really inspiring us at Web3 Ladies. You ladies, you rock, really. She Code Africa Queens, you really rock. And I really want to say thank you to my founder, she's been amazing, and she's been the energy pushing us all at Web3 Ladies. And really, this award is just a little bit of saying she's amazing and she's great. Thank you so much, She Code Africa, for this. Thank you so much.
Okay, so that's actually all for the Amazon category. Okay, so just before we go on, Gift is not here today, but she's also one of the awardees for the Amazon Award. So yes, clap. So when she watches the video, she'll see her clapping. She's a developer advocate at Cloudflare who has worked in the industry for over 5 years and shares her experience in web development, career development, with the goal of helping people to grow in the industry. Let's clap again for her, please.
I just want to say this, Gifts, if you are tuned in, watching virtually, we appreciate you, we love you, thank you for everything that you do.
All right, so the next category is for, okay, let me give a scenario. Just think about someone who comes into the industry and then within like 3 months, you're saying, oh, I'm learning this. I just bagged this certificate. And then within a year, you're hearing, I'm leading this community, I'm leading this company. And you're like, does this person have 2 heads? So now we think that maybe they actually do have 2 heads, and we want to appreciate them for that. So this category is called the Rising Stars Award. Anyway, so the first person on the list, Princess Akari, is a product manager currently working at BRAS, a digital bank that provides financial tools. Our volunteering work includes educating Nigerian girls in the New Enterprises program, which has helped improve the learning outcomes and economic status of marginalized adolescent girls in northern Nigeria. That's a big deal, no? Thank you so much, Princess. Please, people should keep clapping. Thank you.
Princess is shy.
Aww.
But when I say she's amazing, I mean it. She's really amazing. How many of us are into products? Product management, everything products. How many of us know of people in products? So this is us saying, we see all of the beautiful things that you're doing. You're amazing. Thank you for taking an extra step to try to be the community for people like you. We appreciate you.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Ada. Thank you, She Code Africa. Like someone said, the person has not seen a gathering of women like this in tech. So this is really, really inspiring. I'm very inspired. Thank you so much, Ada. Thank you.
Okay, so how many of you got tote bags as part of your swags? Okay. And there's an inscription at the back of your tote bag. Okay, so who has, yes, I'm in tech, no, I don't code? Awesome. So the next person I'm going to call is the founder of Non-Tech in Tech, one of Africa's biggest community for non-technical individuals. She's currently the product marketing manager at Piggy Tech, the parents' company of Pocket App, Piggyverse, Patronize. Keep clapping, please.
Hi, everyone. Hi, everyone. Hi. Okay, thank you, She Code Africa, for this award. Thank you, Ada. Okay, so, I'm just going to share a quick story, right? Not a lot of people know this. I and Ada are childhood friends from... We're childhood friends, and we grew apart for like 10, 15 years, and somehow got reunited again through tech. So we met again. I was just on Twitter one day, and I saw this tech babe doing all the TikTok content. Everybody knows it. And, we just reunited after like 10, 15 years. And this recognition is very important to me. It's very special to me because it just shows how far we have come. You know how you grew up with your childhood friends, and you all don't know what you're going to become in the future and all that kind of stuff. And then we are both here in tech doing great stuff. She's doing amazing stuff with She Code Africa. And yes, so it's really just special, and I hope that our parents are proud of us, that we turned out great. So thank you guys so much, and you all look amazing. Thank you all for coming out. Thank you.
Thank you, Peace. Okay, so this next person I'm about to call, if you go on Twitter, and you pick a stone, and you say, this stone, I want to throw it, and it fall on Stargirl, there's only one person. There's only one person is going to fall on. Anyway, so, Ruth Ikega is an open source advocate, technical writer, GitHub star, and a public speaker. She currently serves as the community lead for Chaos Africa, a community focusing on identifying challenges of African open source contributors. Oh, man, that's a lot. She's a big deal. Sure you get. Anyway, let's give it up for Stargirl!
So before I present this award to Ruth, once again, for those of us who do not know, Ruth is a success story at what we do here at She Code Africa. She literally started her career from our mentoring programs and then moved into our open source programs and then kicked off her full-time career in open source. Then from there she became the first female African GitHub star in less than 2 years. In less than a year. And then this year, she moved ahead to not just become a GitHub star again, the GitHub Star of the Year globally. So, on behalf of She Code Africa, I want to say thank you for inspiring these girls, for inspiring me, for inspiring every one of us. You are reality that our dreams can actually be achieved in very little time. I hope her story inspires you. She's going to be around, so please feel free to connect to her. Congratulations again, Ruth.
I think Ada said everything, but like she said, a success story of She Code Africa. I started tech in 2020, started with every program that She Code Africa has done. And that's why I'm here today. So I'm really so excited, and I'm so happy to see so many women here. And I hope this conference has inspired you because we put in a lot to it. And thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Ruth. The next person is fondly called Tech Queen. How many of you know Tech Queen on Twitter? Okay, good. She works as a software engineer and author based in Lagos. She works with the sustainability team at Microsoft. She currently released a book titled A Techie's Guide into Big Companies. She spends her time helping people get started in tech and build early careers and dedicates her social media to sharing tech opportunities.
So I'm not going to lie, giving out this award to every single person here has made me a little bit teary. So, The major reason why we decided to do this is while starting out, there were very few awards like this that recognize the impact of women who were just starting out their journey. A lot of times, people would only look up to people who were already 5, 10 years into. But this is our own way of spurring you. Thank you, Chisom, for everything. I would say the rest off stage. I am so proud of you. We are so proud of you at what you do. From being an undergraduate to being a Microsoft full-time employee to writing, becoming your own author. I'm proud, congratulations. And on behalf of She Code Africa, I would like to present this to you.
Thank you so much to the team at She Code Africa. Ada, I'll just start with a little backstory of how I met Ada. I went to the University of Nigeria in Nsukka, and Ada was one of the pioneer people that set the pace up for tech in that school. We had a hub, and I knew people like her. They were female, so I was like, okay, if Ada and her other people that were contributing with her in that space could do this, I could do this. And she's been very inspiring. Ada put a lot of work into this community. She treats it like her baby. She calls for different kinds of sponsorship for you guys, and you guys are really eating good through her. So I want to stand here to tell her a big congratulations for hosting this amazing summit, for inspiring young ladies like me and the rest of you guys. When I walked into this place, I felt something, right? Everybody here moved with a certain kind of confidence. Like nobody was timid, nobody was shy. The energy in this room was amazing. And I'm so glad this is my first award, first of many. And I'm so glad to be receiving it from a women NGO. And I'm super excited because this is just the beginning for women in tech. Thank you.
So very briefly, we'd like to call all the award recipients back on stage for a quick group picture. Very briefly, thank you, all our beautiful ladies. Please, let's give them a round of applause. Come on, we can do better, we can do better. Thank you, thank you. Can we have the representative from Web3 Ladies on behalf of Oluchi up on stage, as well as Omotola from She Code Africa? And Ruth Ikega as well, with your awards. Thank you.
Hi, ladies. Are you inspired? Are you? Everybody is Terry. I'm Terry too. Are you Terry? You are not? It was very inspiring to see, and I hope it encourages all of you to do more, including myself, and we'll do more. SCA Queens! Thank you. Thank you so much. we're going to have a sponsor session now. And the sponsor is Yellow Card. We're going to have them talk to us about what they do and how they are going to support us. So please put your hands together as I invite Ogochukwu. Do it better, do it better, do it better. Until she gets here, please. She's on her way. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
Okay, hi everyone. Good afternoon again. I'm sure, I've introduced myself before during the panel session. I'm Ogochukwu Umilka, the Director of Product at Yellow Card. So this is me trying to tell you about Yellow Card now, right? Okay, so Yellow Card is a crypto exchange company with presence in 16 African countries. So for those of us that are not conversant with crypto, blockchain technology, I think you can go to, I think this is a time to understand a little bit of what it's all about, because crypto in truth is the currency of the future for those of us that don't know. I didn't really understand what crypto was all about until I got into Yellow Card, and it was like a big eye-opener for me. So I will encourage every one of us tech ladies in the house to get conversant with crypto. So we have our academy. You could just simply Google to academy.yellowcard.io. It will give you an overview of what cryptocurrency is. So you will get to learn about cryptocurrency, blockchain, financial technology, and stuff around that. So I will encourage every one of us that is not conversant with cryptocurrency or blockchain technology to please go there and understand what cryptocurrency is all about. And then speaking to our app, right? It's a platform where you can buy cryptocurrency and sell cryptocurrency and trade cryptocurrency. We also have a very fantastic product that we call Yellow Pay. Yellow Pay gives you the ability to send money to your friends and loved ones in the 16 countries where we have presence for free. So if you want to send money to your friend or your family in Uganda, Kenya, South Africa, and a whole of other countries where we have presence, you can send it simply through the app for free. And we have beautiful, exciting rates. Like our rates are low, our rates are very welcoming. So please make your way, download the app. It's on your app store, it's on the Play Store. Download the app, play around with it, ask questions, go to our academy and learn about Yellow Card. Okay, so I'm sure we'll have a lot of questions, but we have a stand at the back. We have our team over there to give you more information about Yellow Card. We have our swag items. We encourage you to sign up, complete your KYC, just so you can start experiencing what awesome things you can do through the app and what cryptocurrency is all about in reality. We also have a spinning wheel where you can get to win some dollars, okay? So it's a good opportunity to learn, it's a good opportunity to ask questions, it's a good opportunity to get on board on the whole crypto vibes and get to understand and start making money. Again, for some of us that don't know, some people have actually used cryptocurrency to hedge against the dollar, the rising and falling of dollar. So those are some of the things you understand when you come to our academy. So thank you. Let us know if you have any questions. You're right there at the back. Thank you very much.
We're moving to a special session. It is a very special session. So I want you to give me your energy. I want you to give me your vibes. Are we together? Yes. So this session is the founder's keynotes. The founder's keynotes. So please put your hands together. If possible, you may stand. If not, let me hear the shouts. Let me hear the claps as we bring up Ada. Do it until she gets here. That's the founder of She Code Africa. That's the founder. That's the boss. You're welcome.
Hi, everyone. This is always my favorite spot when I'm giving a talk here. So once again, if you can hear me, tap once. Tap. So you can't hear me. If you can hear me, tap twice. If you can hear me, stomp your feet. If you can hear me, stomp your feet twice. Tries. We're good. Thank you so much to all of our amazing hosts. Once again, my name is Ada Nduka Oyo. For those of you who don't know me, I know there are many people here who don't know me. I'm always excited to meet those people who don't know me. And then for those of you who do know me, once again, my name is Ada Nduka Oyo. And I am fortunate enough to be the founder of this very beautiful, very amazing, very intelligent, very smart community. So now I want to ask you, before I move ahead, to please step up on your feet. If you're watching us online, give yourself a round of applause. While those of you here, step up on your feet and give yourself a standing ovation for staying here, being here on time, and staying here till now. Thank you. There are a couple of other things that I do as well, aside what I do at She Code Africa. Some of you might know me as the co-founder of Open Source Community Africa. It's a community for open source lovers. Are there Oscar members here? I am also the community manager for Sub-Saharan Africa at Google. What that means is that I help manage the Google Developer Groups program and the Women Tech Makers program in Sub-Saharan Africa. I am also the founder of DevRel Lite. It's a platform I started to help anyone who is interested in transitioning into developer relations. And then I'm a technical writer and a tech content creator on YouTube and on TikTok as well. So please, shameless plug, follow me on TikTok, follow me on YouTube. Thank you, God bless you. So I want to tell a short story. A lot of us identify as SCA Queens, which is what we know as community members for She Code Africa. But not everyone knows how and why we started what we're doing. So I want to take us on a journey and so that we're able to see and resonate with why we're doing what we're doing today and every other day at She Code Africa. So these are two random ladies. You might be able to identify. If you know them, thumbs up. If you don't, it's cool. You might be able to identify with them. This is Aminat and Naomi, very random names. They are beautiful ladies, obviously. They come from varying backgrounds and upbringing, but they are alike in three ways. The first is, yes, they all identify as women or girls. Everyone here, I like to believe everyone here identifies as a woman. Two is they are Africans. Does that resonate with you as well? And then the third thing is that they're both fascinated and interested in tech careers. But you want to know something that also has a common denominator for all of them. So I'm going to try and move very fast. The first is that they resonate with the idea of the entry barrier for beginners. How many of us are less than 3 years in tech here? How many of us within this less than 3 years in tech find it difficult getting a jump start in your tech career? I did. If you did not, I'm so happy for you. You don't know how sweet life has been for you. Then the second thing is that they identify with how there is a poor or very little hiring pipelines for women. What does that simply mean is that the average woman has to battle or compete with X number of men just to get a role. The third thing is that there's low representation of African women in tech. I get people who come meet me and say, oh, what do you mean there's low representation of African women in tech? That's because you're in Nigeria, you're in Africa, you're able to see people like you in this industry. But when you step out into the global industry, there's very few of us out there. Then the last thing is that, in summary, this is imposter syndrome, perceived incompetence, and a recognition in your career. I'm either not too smart, or I am smart enough, but I'm not being given the opportunity to scale my career. These are different thoughts that average women get to think. An example is, oh, I'm the only female developer on my team. How many of us resonate with that? Good. Are there other African women in tech like me? I want to be an engineer, but I'm scared people will see me as incompetent. I resonate with that a lot. I can barely afford a smartphone. How do I get by a laptop to code? I started writing code via phone. I started my tech career writing code on phone. So these are different challenges that Aminat and Naomi and several of us get to face while starting out a career in tech. So here comes what we now know as She Code Africa. I started She Code Africa. For those of us who don't know, I started SCA in 2016, literally a month after uni. I had just come back from school. I had no idea what I was going to do. I was trying to get an internship in software engineering. But I noticed there was very little representation. International Programmers Day was being celebrated, and out of all of the amazing women that I knew, only one person was being spotlighted. And I thought to myself, I know so many women like you, you know so many women like you who are doing amazing. How about I use my platform to start writing their stories and giving them the spotlight that they deserve? That's how I started She Code Africa. I had no idea it was going to be as big as this. I had no idea it was going to impact as many people as this. All I wanted to do was write my Medium article spotlighting these stories. So now, how are we able to do all of the things that we have done in 6 years to get to where we are? Like I said, this wasn't the plan, but I'm thankful for every single one of you. It wasn't the plan, but in 6 years, we've been able to reshuffle, unlearn, relearn, and also reinitiate some engagements, some initiatives that have helped us grow to where we are. The first thing, we do it in 3 different ways. The first thing is in educating. One, we're constantly setting up boot camps, programs, trainings, virtual hybrid trainings, trainings that include our mentoring program. Do we have graduates from a mentoring program here? Please be proud. Then we also have our Cloud School program. I'm going to explain what these programs do. We have our Cloud School program. We have our Summer Code Camp. We run multiple programs. So very briefly, the mentoring program is specifically focused on every area, well, almost every area in software engineering, product design, product management, and a little bit of community management. For Cloud School, we're doing that because when I wanted to start my cloud engineering career, I have stopped, by the way, but when I wanted to start, I noticed that there were very few women, Nigerian women, African women, that I could reach out in cloud engineering. So I decided to, as I would always do, when I noticed there's a deficient in something, I would start up something to fill that up. So I decided to start the SCA Cloud, and that's what has graduated over 60 women in a space of a year. Then we have our Summer Code Camp. Summer Code Camp was created to specifically address girls in secondary school. Hello, my beautiful ladies. Hi. Girls in secondary school, like these amazing ladies here. I'm sorry to take you by surprise. But what we're trying to do is that a lot of you here identify between the ages of 18 to 30 and above. But we also want to catch these ladies young. So we set up what we call our Summer Code Camp. We also have a junior and high school program. Then we have the STEM Girl Initiative. The STEM Girl Initiative is one where not every girl is opportune to be in an environment like you here. Not every girl is opportune to have conversations that you're able to have with people that are around you. There are girls who are still in like local areas. There are girls who are still in rural areas who don't even know what a laptop looks like. So we started the STEM Girl Initiative because in everything that we do, our goal is to reach every single woman in every cranny who is interested in tech in every way that we can. Then there's a contribution by SCA. Contribution is our open source program, specifically for open source. Like I mentioned, Ruth was a participant. We also have several other participants. It's our open source program. It's our own way of getting more women into the open source field. So you see how every single thing that we're doing is trying to get more women into this field. We want to be able to educate you, not just say that, oh, we're trying to create diversity. And then when you look at the diverse field, it's filled with women who are either low-skilled or under-skilled. So we're trying to bring you into tech. We're also trying to educate you as well. The next thing that we try to do, or we continuously do, is in empowering you. So we empower ladies like you in 2 ways. The first one is via our laptop scholarship program. We have multiple scholarship programs. The laptop scholarship program, we're also going to have a raffle draw in a couple of minutes. It's one of the ways where, like I mentioned earlier, starting out my career in tech, I did not have a laptop. I had a hand-me-down laptop handed down to me by a friend in my final year, and that was almost deadbeat. So I know how hard it is for the average person out there to not have a laptop and, you know, see your dream right in front of you, but you can't achieve it. So we started a laptop scholarship program to be able to gift at least 5 girls every quarter, every year, this year. We also have our data scholarships and funding where we give out funding for courses, for data, etc. And then specifically, while we are training women like you, we also want to make sure that, see, it's a full-blown outline. We bring you into the community, we train you, and then after training you, we try to make sure that we're plugging you into the job market to make sure that everything that you have learned, you have a practical opportunity to practicalize it. We have hiring and training partnerships with a lot of global companies, including Propel, Deimos, Cloud, and so many others. We have some people who have kickstarted their careers from being benefits of these hiring partnerships as well. Another way that we try to empower, or we continue to empower, ladies like you is, you know, reaching the grassroots areas. So if you look at this is She Code Africa, the global. Then we have the chapter leads, and then we have the local community. Like I said, our goal is to be able to reach every single woman in every local cranny of the continent, not just Africa. So far, we have about 20 plus chapters. How many of us are members of SCA chapters in your community? Nice, love that. And these 20 plus chapters exist in over 5 African countries. So you here in Nigeria, you're not just the only chapter members of SCA. We have members in Ghana, Kenya, Cameroon, South Africa, and so many others. So another way, the third way that we do what we do to be able to get to where we are at She Code Africa is by enlightening you. And what we do is we do that through events. The last one we had, it was almost like a town hall meeting with Lagos State government. So we are bringing you into the community, we are educating you, and then we are providing opportunities that would help you make valid decisions, understand things around you, even beyond the tech ecosystem. From fireside chats to town hall meetings to expert sessions, etc. Then initiatives, we have partnered with initiatives like initiatives that are focused on women's health. Because one thing I always like to say is that we are all women first before being deselected into our different teams and our different fields. So while we're trying to make sure that you're growing in your tech skill and your tech field, we're also making sure that we're focused on your health, things like your mental health. I mean, you saw a session that was focused on mental health. We have a partnership with Nguvu that focuses on giving you discounted therapy sessions on Nguvu. We have also worked with foundations like Catwick Foundation, Catwick Care Foundation, to give women free access to cervical cancer screening and so on and so forth. All of these things are why we do what we do. And so far, this has been the journey. How we started September 5th, 2016, literally nothing. I had nothing. It was just an idea and my notepad, absolutely nothing. And then from 2016 to 2022, today is what, November 12th, 2022, we have 23 core team members. We're in 20 plus African countries. And we have over 17,000 members. Do you know what that means? We are literally the largest African women in tech community in less than 6 years. So far, we've been able to train over 10,000 women and girls, all through the help of our chapter leads and the core team at what we do at She Code Africa. So, how are we able to do that? Like I mentioned, I'm going to rush through this very quickly. We create a community where 2 things are in mind for us: equality and sisterhood. You're coming into this community, and we're making sure that everybody identifies as your equal, regardless of whatever role it is that you are. And you have that spirit of sisterhood where nobody is your competitor. Because if I'm going to be very honest, people try to pitch us against ourselves because they know how strong our willpower can be if we come together and unite. So what we're trying to do at SCA is to keep reminding you that you are your own sister's keeper. Then the second thing is that, we run effective programs, from mentorship programs to field-specific trainings. The third thing is the strategic partnerships that I have mentioned, building connections with individuals and organizations. All of this are so many feedback that we keep getting every single day from. If I had time, I would have loved to call some people to give their testimonies, but because of time, these are some of the beautiful testimonies and success stories that we keep getting. Just from Twitter alone, from our programs, we've seen people who have moved from absolute newbies into full-time employment situations. We've seen people who have relocated to better jobs and better countries from the programs that they have participated in at She Code Africa. And one thing I'm going to say is, hello? None of this would be possible without all of these people. She Code Africa, first of all, identifies as a non-profit organization, meaning that everything that we're doing here is being sponsored by donors who have seen it fit and deemed it fit, companies, individuals who have seen what we are doing, seen our success stories and said, you know what, I want to pump my money into this thing to be able to get more women into tech. We have our community members like you. This would not be possible without people like you. We have our advocates, people who are speaking on behalf of us outside, our allies, men in tech like us, who are paving the way for us. We have our community managers, we have our chapter leads, volunteers, our partner sponsors, and then our core team members. So, this is the most interesting part for me. What's next for us? It's been 6 years of doing what we're doing. Wow, 6 years, and we're just having our first summit. 6 years of doing what we're doing, and these are some of the plans that we want to initiate moving forward. The first thing is we want to have more grassroots presence. I keep telling people, especially when I'm in close gatherings like fireside chats, I'm much more interested in connecting deeply with every single person. That's what we're trying to do at She Code Africa. We don't really care about the noise or the buzz. What matters to us is that we're able to impact every single person, every single lady that we can. So creating a grassroots presence, amplifying local chapter presence in Northern Africa, and Central Africa and Southern Africa. Right now, our chapter presence exists more in Western Africa and Eastern Africa, but we want to be able to grow more chapters. So for those of us who are joining online, very soon we'll be opening up chapter applications, and we want to see more SCA chapters across North, Central, and Southern Africa. Then the second thing is we have been thinking of a maker's lab. What this simply means is we want to go beyond software engineering. We want to introduce young girls, we want to introduce more women into hardware engineering, because that's not the only thing. Software engineering is not the only thing for when it comes to tech. There's also hardware engineering, things like robotics, AI, and the rest. So hopefully, we will be planning to create fully equipped STEM labs, to aid women like you for more visual and where you can come in, practicalize. You don't need to even own a laptop. You just have access into the building. You're practicalizing. You're building things that excites you. Then the third thing is, creating a community, moving on with our community and our programs, amplifying on what we currently have and improving on it. What I want to say is I can't let the cat out of the bag for this, but I know that there are a couple of more programs that we have in works that we're going to be announcing come 2023. So, how do you come in as an SCA queen? I like to tell people to repeat things a lot. So, how do you come in as an SCA queen? I want you to ask yourself, as an SCA queen, how do I come in? Set yourself, set your hearts. How do you come in as an SCA queen? Here's the things that we want you to do. First thing is, if you're not a member of the community, this is the link, this is the QR code. Please join. Like I said, we have so many things that we planned, but there's always a but. It's only accessible to ladies who are members of our community. Unfortunately, it's not open to everyone, but we do encourage. It's quite simple for you to sign up. You sign up via this link, make sure the application is valid, and your application will be approved, and you get access to every single thing that we offer for free. So please join this community. Then you can also join an SCA chapter around you. So I'm going to take it back. This is the link to join the She Code Africa community, shecodeafrica.org. And if you want to join an SCA chapter around you, it's shecodeafrica.org/chapters. Why am I specific on joining a chapter around you? Because we're going to be working with a lot of our chapter leads moving forward to make sure that we're able to bring down the impact from the global team down to these local places as well. In summary, what we want to do is, to keep showing women like you that you can rise above any of your existing barriers. If Ruth can do it, if Peace can do it, if Ada can do it, you can definitely do it. We want to help you learn, we want to help you grow, and we want to cheer you on while you're doing it so that you know that you're not doing it alone. And then in summary, we want to do it leaving nobody behind. So it's like one Aminat, one Naomi, one Peace, one Chisom, one Bami, one XYZ. You can put your name at a time. And our goal is that at the end of the day, we will be able to keep impacting, keep growing, and getting more women into the community. Thank you so much.
SCA Queens. All right, so this session is for games. And the winner of this game would have Chisom's book, the ebook, A Techie's Guide into Big Tech Companies, and an SCA Udi. Who wants that? Okay, so she'll tell us more about the game, then we'll tell you how to do it.
First off, who was really, really inspired by Ada's presentation just now? Can you now give it up for She Code Africa and for yourselves? And again, we are going to be making a special shout out to the organizers of this summit. Please, kindly make the noise. Likes of Olamide, likes of Omotola, Ada herself, Ruth, every person, Joyce, please give a round of applause for these organizers. They've done an amazing, amazing job. And that's why we are all gathered here today. So we have a game. Game's not time. Well, I don't expect you to give a reply. All right, so it's two truths and a lie. And I'm going to be picking 3 persons, 1 per row. So should I say a volunteer? Anybody wants to volunteer? 1 per row, please. So this is how it works. I say the 2 truths and the lie, and you guess the one that is the lie and the truth, whatever. And it's the first person to get it. All right. Don't worry, there's still games to come. So if you are not here, the next one you'll be there. All right. So I'm going to be saying 2 truths and a lie, and you have to guess the one that is the lie. Okay. So first, I speak more than 2 international languages. And secondly, I have been to over 3 countries. And third, I love dancing. Did you hear me? Okay, I'm going to take that again. I've been to first is that I speak 2 international languages. And second is that I've been to 3 countries. And the third is that I love to dance. Who wants to go first? So which one is the lie? We have just 5 minutes to do this. So it's a guessing game.
You don't love to dance.
Amazing. She said I don't love to dance. That's a lie. Please.
Yeah, can you repeat?
options again.
I speak 2 international languages, and I've been to 3 countries, and I love to dance. I've been to 3 countries.
You've been to?
Is it a lie? We actually have. Okay.
For me, the lie is you speak 2 foreign languages.
No. We are done. We are. There's another game. So it's this. So, yeah, the answer is that I speak 2 foreign languages. So we have our winner. I've been to 3 countries, and I really love to dance. Have you seen me? Have you seen me? So this is the winner. She said I speak. She's the winner. So, yeah. Who wants to take our picture? Can you come up? Come up. So, yeah. On behalf of She Code Africa, can I open this? No? Okay. So, on behalf of She Code Africa, congratulations for winning our game.
All right, so I need 4 people from here who wants to answer questions. So please don't make it rowdy, please. Please don't make it rowdy. No, don't make it, don't come. Don't come, please. 1, 2. Yes, 2, 3, 4. Yes. 1. White, the one in white, 2. Red, 4. That's red, 3. The very last black. No, I picked 4 people from here. 4 from here. If I did not pick you, please do not come. 4 from here, 4 from here.
Please do not come.
You're the one on black. Can you please face them? Can you just face them? 1, 2, 3, 4. No, I did not. Sorry, darling. 1, 2, 3, 4.
I do a lot. I'ma make a toast, cause we still alive. No big, I feel like Pac. I shoot a shot. I'm coming in hot.
All right, so all of them that came here to answer questions have won themselves the ebook copy of Adora's book. What's the name, title of the book? The Cloud Engineering book. So you have yourselves the ebook copy. Say thank you, Adora. Thank you, She Code Africa. Please do not sit down. We need to get your emails. If you sit down, Otilo.
Yes, Otilo.
No, don't go and sit down. Just wait here. So you can go this way and get your emails written down. Thank you. Congratulations. Please go with them. You too. Yes. No, Karen, no. Yes. Where is it? All right. Are we together? Are we together? We still have a lot of things coming, so don't worry. Yes.
Are you all pumped? Are you pumped? Are you tweeting? I'm hearing no. Why? No, there's games. There are a lot of games coming.
You need to tweet, please.
Just
tweet.
calm down. Keep tweeting with the hashtag STA Summit 22 and also tag She Code Africa. So again, are you pumped? You have eaten now. Are you pumped? How are you feeling? Are you feeling okay? All right, so we are moving on to the next session, but I need your attention. God, did I just make it rhyme? Ashake should just come and sign me. Damn. Okay, SCA. I don't have your attention. SCA. Okay, oh, for my beautiful ladies here. SCA. At the middle. SCA. You did here. SCA. All right, so we are all together. And the next on our agenda is the lightning talk from Karen Chukwu. She's going to be joining us virtually. And she will be speaking on legal backup for women in tech. So we have been having a lot of sessions since morning, and we had some that talks about how to react to sexual harassment and all, talking about mental health and everything. And this is a crucial part too, where we had to like pay attention, yeah? And that's how you ask for legal backup for any situation you can find yourself in. So Karen Chukwu is a tech and IP lawyer and certified project manager. Well, I keep speaking about a certified lawyer, and everybody's just like looking at me as what is she saying? What is she saying? You're not clapping. I'm still waiting. So as I'm calling it, you're clapping. It's not easy. It's not easy to be a Texas, right? And to now be a lawyer on top. So yes, Karen Chukwu is a tech and IP lawyer and a certified project manager. She is the founder and managing partner of Catwig. You're still not clapping? Catwig is part of our non-profit spotlight. So they are really, really, really doing amazing things in the tech industry, and especially for women in tech. So she's the founder and managing partner of Catwig and Dell, a women-led technology and digital-driven Africa law firm, supporting individuals, startups, investors, and tech-based business to grow Africa's economy. With so much joy and clap, please make welcome virtually Karen Chukwu. Keep clapping until that video shows up. Keep clapping, fam.
Hello.
I know we are tired, but see, that energy you have been bringing since morning, please. Bring it. Keep clapping. Karen is here. Keep clapping. Keep clapping. She can see you. Let her feel all the energy in the room. Let her know she called Africa Queens are here. So keep clapping. Yep.
Can you hear me? Great. Okay, so let me start by apologizing. I'm dressed this way because one of my best girls is married. She just got married today, and I'm one of the bridesmaids. And I also had to be here as well. I had committed and I had to deliver. So today I'm going to be talking to you. I mean, the topic is legal backup for women in tech, but essentially it's just trying to get you to understand certain things to help you as you build your career in tech, pretty much, and to ensure that you don't make some mistakes that some of us did when we started out. Okay, so let's jump right into it. So the objectives of this session is to ensure that all of you get a working understanding of employment contracts and clauses to look out for, to understand intellectual property rights and your protection, how to go about it, to obviously understand more about tax remittance, more about regulatory compliance, contractual relationships, and there is a session specifically set for female founders currently present today. But before I actually start speaking, I would like to commend the She Code Africa team. Ada and her team, they're doing amazing. I'm actually so glad that I'm a member of this community. I've met amazing women as well. And honestly, it feels so good to know that I actually know Ada. not just Ada, but like women like Ruth as well. Like these ladies are doing amazing. So we'll jump right into it. The first one is, your employment contract. So many of us here, definitely, well, people are trying to obviously build their career, right? And, get a better job, join a better company. And there's the excitement that comes with it, especially when you've been looking for a job. Apologies, I also have a slight cold. When you've been looking for a job and, you haven't actually, either you probably haven't gotten the right fit for you or the right team. And so some people make this mistake. The moment they get their employment contract, they just jump right into it and then they sign it and they're excited to start. But there are some things to pay attention to. The first one, which might not seem as much as, it might not seem too legal, but it is essential, is the role and description clause, which pretty much sets out your roles within that entity. I'll give an example. So let's say Ada, was going for the role of a junior dev, and she found, a very suitable role within some fintech company, and she had the interview, everything went well, and when they provided the contract to her, the roles and descriptions, had been tweaked a little bit, which then starts to depict the roles and responsibilities rather of a senior dev. Now, the moment Ada signs this contract, she has said automatically that, I can deliver. But Ada is a junior dev, and she's been told now she has to deliver as a senior dev. It's obviously not going to work, right? And there are going to be issues, which is why I always say to people, ensure that you go through the roles and responsibilities again. Another thing to look at is your remuneration and benefits. There's something that happens with women, and please forgive me for saying this or for shaking this table, but we've seen it happen so many times. Also, as an employer, I have compared, I've compared, men and women who I've interviewed in the past, and oftentimes I see that some women are not very open to actually negotiating their salaries and their benefits. The guys are a bit more ruthless. Well, sometimes I see females, just being fine with that. And I'm going to say, definitely don't just take anything because it's been handed over to you. I mean, you're a star. You know your value. You know what you're bringing to the table. So definitely negotiate this. According to the Labor Act, right, you are entitled to pension. You are entitled to group life insurance. You are entitled to, obviously, your tax being paid, right? Now, if you get a contract that is not stipulating all of these, please, 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 contact HR. Tell them, I'm not saying anything on pension. I'm not saying anything on group life insurance. What's going on here, right? Sometimes these guys leave it out deliberately. Sometimes they don't know that they're supposed to actually include these clauses in your employment contract. And so demand for it. Don't look at anybody's face when you're actually demanding for these things. Very important. Now, one important thing as well to look out for in your employment contracts would be the restrictive clauses. Clauses on, confidentiality, non-compete, non-solicitation, intellectual property rights. This is literally where so many people are nailed in their coffin. And I say this because, you're seated here, smart, young, beautiful, bold, and with just a stroke of your pen on an agreement, you might have signed away a whole lot, especially as it pertains to your IP rights. Your intellectual property is something that you come up with. Now, an idea, right? Many people obviously have ideas, similar ideas. You will be shocked to know how many people actually have the same idea as you do, right? But when you take that extra step to actually protect that idea, right, you give yourself an exception over others who have a similar idea but didn't protect it. Now, when I speak about intellectual property, I'm sure you must have heard about copyrights, trademarks, patents, trade secrets, industrial designs, etc., right? These are very, very important. If you code, which I believe that most of us in this hall do, you know that you are actually able to copyright your code, meaning that someone else would not be able to write such code without either giving you, like referencing your work or at least seeking, getting a license from you to be able to, write a similar code to yours. Wow. Another thing is, of course, the trademarks as well. Some of us here, have brands that, we're trying to protect. I'll give you an example. The She Code Africa logo and name, that entire thing is already, trademarked, right? What that means is someone else, right, within Nigeria cannot use that logo or the name within the classes within which, it's been trademarked. And it gives you that exclusivity. Whenever you hear She Code Africa, you know the logo, you know the community. We're not dragging it. So somebody in Abakaliki cannot try to use She Code Africa's logo for anything, as long as it's, not within the class, of course, because under trademarks, there are various classes of trademarks. And once you protect your IP under a particular class, you literally own that exclusivity. So moving on from your employment contracts, last thing I'd like to say about that is when you get a contract, do not be in a haste to sign it. Some of these employers are very, very crafty. They tell you things like, well, you have 2 days to sign this contract. That's to get you riled up so that you make a very quick decision without getting, a qualified lawyer to review it for you. Please, 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 and please get a qualified lawyer to actually review your employment contract. If you do not know one, and if you are worried about it being, expensive, etc., I'm sure you have friends that are studying law, at least, final level law students or in law school. Get them to review it. There'll be some red flags they would spot that you wouldn't be able to spot. I always say to people, I don't code, right? And when I see code, it looks like gibberish to me. It's the same way people who are very skilled in a particular field, when they see legal things, right, it's pretty much comes off as gibberish to them. Now, I had spoken about, intellectual property when I spoke about employment contracts, so we'll just go through them briefly. So copyright, trademarks, patents, industrial designs, trade secrets, geographical indications, these are the recognized intellectual property rights, and you are never too young to actually hold your IP rights. Do not sign a contract that says that whatever you build, because now some lawyers can be very crafty and some employers can be very crafty as well. They draft a contract, right? And how they phrase that intellectual property clause is such that even when you leave the company, whatever you create is still owned by the company. Now that's a big problem because it's your idea, you've put in the work. So why do they own that? Typically an employee's IP, an employer obviously holds certain rights within that employee's IP, but there are exceptions to it. If you create this in your own personal time outside of your work hours, and if you do not use your employer's resources, then your employer has no right over your intellectual property. But again, I would always say, be very, very careful with agreements that you sign. And if you have an idea, please speak to a qualified lawyer. Think about, protecting your IP. Because some people see it as just, it's just IP, it's just trademark, it's just copyright. The funny thing is, people actually cash out from this. If Ada has, if Ada probably has her idea patented, a novel invention patented, and I wanted to use it, I would have to obtain a license from Ada. And Ada could say, before I give it to Karen, are you able to pay just 2 million naira just to use it for 2 weeks? That's clean money made there. I'm not saying to look at it from the financial aspect of things. I'm not saying to you to look at it from the financial aspect of things, but please, please, please always protect your IP. It's very important. It could be another source of income for you as well without you knowing. Now, another thing that I'm going to speak about is tax. Every time I raise tax, my clients get, please, why am I paying tax? Some of my friends are like, why am I paying tax? Do we have to pay tax? Is it compulsory? The one that's so common that I hear is, what has Nigeria done to actually get me to pay tax? They're stealing the money. Why am I putting my hard-earned money into the hands of the government, people that steal the money, right? Now, I understand your grievances, but the truth is, paying tax is compulsory. I've had some remote workers say, oh, I work for a company in the US, I work for a company in Geneva. Do I really have to pay tax? Yes, love, you have to pay tax. But the good thing about it is, if you earn, say, 1.5 million naira per month, right? If you earn that amount, maybe you're a remote worker or something, I don't know. But if you earn that, or you earn maybe 300,000 a month, what you earn is not what's being taxed, right? How it works is, there's going to be a deduction made. You're going to have to say, okay, this amount of money goes into housing, this amount of money goes into transportation, this amount of money goes into healthcare. Now, when you remove the deductibles, right, the remainder is actually what is taxed. So if you're earning 300,000 monthly, your entire 300,000 is not what's taxed. No, what's taxed is when the deductibles have been taken out completely. That's the amount that's taxed. So don't get worried. And again, please approach a qualified lawyer to assist you with this, because it can get very tricky. So you always have to pay tax for the previous tax year, latest by 31st March the next year. Your personal income tax percentages range from 7% to 24%, as you can see. And yes, there are penalties for non-compliance, right? It's better to, don't do penny wise, pound foolish. And I'm going to say this now because I've seen it happen. Some people obviously have employers who say that they pay tax for them. And I'll say to you today from experience, if you have an employer that says to you that we're paying tax on your behalf and they're deducting money from your salary, please follow up. You need to have a TIN, your tax identification number. It's easy to get that. You walk into any FIRS, you can obtain it. If your employer says they're paying tax for you, ensure that apologies. Ensure that you're following up with what's. Ensure that you're following up with what's being paid, because I've had certain situations where a worker has been told, oh, we're paying your tax for you, right? And then 2 years into the period where she's about to leave the company, right, and she has gotten a job somewhere else, she's been asked to provide proof of this. And this is someone that was actually Japan, which brings me to my the next thing I'm going to say. Now, she was asked to provide proof of tax payment for the preceding years, because you actually need your tax clearance certificate. And she went back to her employers. Well, I need proof of the tax you've been paying for me, because you've been deducting money from my salary. And guess what? They weren't paying tax. They kept taking money from her salary, saying to her that they were paying tax, but they were not paying tax for her. And now it became a problem because she was moving to a new country, a developed country, and no country wants to accept a liability. Are you going to come in and be compliant? Everybody will say yes. That's typical. But they're going to look further than that. They're going to try to see proof that you will be compliant. Now, if you're not even paying tax in your home country, you're definitely not going to pay tax in their own country. And tax is what sustains these countries. The UK, the US, Denmark, etc. They're sustained based on tax paid by their citizens and people who live in these countries. And so please, regardless of where you work, regardless of what you earn, ensure that you are paying your tax as it's when due. Before I speak to founders, right, I was going to, this is to employees now, because I've been speaking to employees. Sometimes it might seem like there's so much that you need to do, and you're worried about knowing what to start with and what to not start with. The truth is, just start, right? Don't beat yourself up about it. Some of you might actually say, oh wow, and I just signed this agreement yesterday, oh my goodness, I'm finished. No, you're not finished. Breathe, right? Get a qualified lawyer to assist you. Review whatever document you want to sign. Never agree to anything. Please, never agree to anything. Be very careful. Be very careful about what you sign. Be very careful what you put your signature on. Now, moving on to female founders. Starting and running a business in Nigeria is one of the hardest things that anyone can do, because there are new regulations every day. Sometimes it can be a very daunting task. right? And so you need all the help you can get. But I'm going to run through some things that you need to put behind your mind when you actually say you're starting a business, either as a sole founder or with your co-founders, right? Now, the first thing is your business structure. What kind of business are you trying to run, right? Do you want to have, do you want to, sell what, maybe laptop or laptop, let's use laptop accessories. Do you want to sell that? What kind of business structure is best for that kind of business, right? Or do you want an actual company where you can actually have directors and shareholders that hold you accountable? Regardless of which way you're going, it's always important to consult a qualified lawyer, right? Good. And if you were going to go, with a company is a legal person on its own. So if I incorporate a company and something went wrong, no, I'm sorry, you're going to sue the company, not me. I'm not the company. The company, it's its own person. The company can sue, can be sued, can have its own account, can literally do anything that it wants to do, right? Now, there are exceptions to this rule where a company is a person on its own. Of course, the exceptions are, when the directors have done something that would warrant the court to lift the corporate veil. But let's not get into that. That's too much legalese for today, right? Another thing to think about and consider is regulatory compliance. Every day, there is one new policy that's springing up. There is one new regulation that's springing up. And sometimes it can be hard to catch up. I totally understand. But, assess the industry you're playing within. The fintech space is one of the most heavily regulated space. The oil and gas space as well. But assess the industry you're playing in. Obviously, do your own research. Like, don't just say, oh yeah, I have a lawyer that will do this for me, this and that. I mean, having a lawyer is great. It's amazing. But you as a person as well, you need to know some of these regulations that apply to you. Another thing to always consider is your tax. So things like your value added tax, which is VAT, 7.5% of, a vatable good or service. Things like your personal income tax, withholding tax, company income tax, you have to obviously pay these. And you need to be able to show your tax clearance certificate as well and make the necessary filings to CAC. These are ways that you're compliant, because CAC requires you to make certain returns and filings. If you're not doing that, you're not compliant. And I spoke about regulatory compliance, right? Now, another thing to pay attention to, which I've touched on, is your intellectual property. Whatever you create with any company that you started, that intellectual property right, once registered, belongs to your company. Not you, not your employees. It is an asset by the company, right? Because again, the company is a separate person. Now, something to consider is contracts. Now, most founders, I've seen some founders, early stage, getting into agreements that are more gentlemanly than formal. And I always advise against this, because when a problem arises, I mean, you have nothing really to fall back on. You have no proof. And so I always say, please, please, please execute that founder's agreement, execute that partnership agreement, but always get a qualified lawyer to draft it. And finally, insurance is very, very important. Most people don't state this enough, but I will tell you this, and I'll give you like a real life example that we've actually watched happen before our eyes, which is, the flood that happened. In this flood, and it's still ongoing even, it hasn't really like cleared or washed away or anything. In this flood, so many people lost their properties, lost their businesses, etc. Now, some people might have gotten insurance. They might have gotten a comprehensive insurance cover, right? Which means that they're able to actually get money from their insurance company to start again. For those that didn't have any insurance cover, they're down bad. And so it's very, very important to always, always insure your business. Even insure your life. It's also important to insure your life as well, at least for your loved ones. So let me not bore you with so much talk. If you have any question, please feel free to send me a DM, send me an email. If you have my number, definitely text me on WhatsApp or on LinkedIn. And in collaboration with She Code Africa and courtesy of Catwig and Bill, we will be giving 15 women a free agreement advisory and review. For those of you that are probably trying to get a new gig and you've actually been given a contract, we're definitely, going to review that for you. So first 15 women that actually get to sign up. So bit.ly/SCA Catwig. just copy this link or you can scan the QR code. And yeah, we would definitely help you review that agreement and tell you what it is that's a red flag and just nudge you in the right direction. And all of this is free of charge, courtesy of Catwick and Dale, and in collaboration with She Could Africa. Thank you for listening to me, ramble in my Ashwebi attire. Thank you.
That was an awesome session. Have you registered? Have you done what she said you should do? Or you don't want the freebie? Please do it. We still have prize giving sessions coming up. We have books to give out. There is the laptop scholarship. So please just wait and enjoy yourself. I'll be calling the next sponsor who is going to be speaking to us. We have the outreachy team, and I'm welcome with me, Ifeoluwa and Olushola. Do it better.
Hello everyone, my name is Ifeoluwa and this is Shola, and we're here to talk to you about Outreachy. So Outreachy provides internships, open source internships for underrepresented people. And what I mean by underrepresented people, for example, your tribe, if maybe based on where you come from, people underrate you, people look down on you, or your gender as a woman, many people don't think that you can amount to anything in tech. Outreach is there for you. It's an internship program, runs for 3 months. Even your religion, if people look down on you based on your religion, Outreach is there for you. So you can register on Outreach. It holds twice a year. You have the one from March to August, and then from December to March the following year. So you apply, it's paid, it's remote. It's paid, it's remote, it lasts for 3 months. And when you apply, you join a community where you can get job updates. So at the end of the 3 months, once your internship is over, you can get job updates, so you can apply for jobs. There are job openings. You network with other people from different countries. Yeah, and when it's paid, when we say it's paid, it's $7,000. So, yeah, that's Outreach for you. Okay.
So, in order to expand more what she said, so you would wonder, you are new into open source, you are new into tech. So how do you get started? You want to apply for jobs, but then you don't have experience or anything like that. Now that's where Outreach comes in for you. Outreach gives you the opportunity, the leverage to work on real-life projects. So you get introduced into open source, and you don't do it just for doing sake. You get $7,000 doing that, right? I think that's a very good catch, Abby. So that's what Outreach offers you. I know you have a lot of questions about Outreach. We have a stand at the back there. So you can come over there and ask questions. We'll do well to answer you. And once again, you don't need to be an expert in tech, or you don't have to always write code to apply for Outreach. You can be a no-code tech person and still apply. And you can be a starter in tech and still apply. So Outreach is there to boost you with the help of mentors. So we'll be waiting for your questions at the back.
Wait, Auntie. I believe you are Outreach and I'm like, ha. So low-key, these people like this, they have collected $77K. Ha! God, in this life. Well, so if you have any question for them, kindly go to their stand and ask all your questions. I mean, you might be the next millionaire because that's literally in millions of naira. So thank you very much, Outreach. Please, a round of applause for them. You don't sound excited. You hear 7,000K in dollars. I'm surprised. Is my eyes deceiving me? Are you people not clapping? All right, thank you very much. So the next sponsor session will be for the short class. And Oge would be taking that up. Hi, Oge, where are you? Please, can you clap for her, please? Wait, before she even gets here, did any of you join the buses at all the locations to get to this place? Nobody? Nobody? Some people did. You did, right? So if you join the buses to get to this place, that's courtesy of the short last. So please, give it up for Oge.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, ladies. Really honored to be standing in front of you all, some of the most intelligent and beautiful women out of Africa. Please clap for yourselves. So my name is Oge, and I manage content and programs at Shortlast. So, can you hear me now? Oh, apologies. I said my name is Oge Okenwa, and I manage content and programs at Shortlast. So before I tell you, I'm here to do two things, and I have just, 3 minutes? Okay, 5 minutes, thank you. I thought it was 3 minutes, no, 5 minutes. So today, somebody here is going to go away with 1 full month subscription, transport subscription. I'll get to it. I'm sure you're still wondering what Shortlast is about. But before, I wanted to just, whet your appetite a little bit. Before we get there, how many of you here have had a wardrobe malfunction on top of or on a downfall, like you're trying to get on the bus, and a rusty door hooked your outfit, and it all? How many of you here have had a scenario where a conductor ran away with your last card? So you didn't even have change to come back from work or where you were going to? How many of you here have been squeezed in a bus by a fat lady? It's okay, we're not body shaming or anything, but I'm just saying we know that experience. All right, so if you drive, how many of you here have had to sit in traffic of like 5 hours driving to get home? What if I tell you that you don't have to experience any of that? Why? Because we are here for you. So now I'm going to tell you about Shortlast. So first of all, show of hands if you know Shortlast or if you've used us before. Proud moments. We are not as, as low-key as I thought. I was thinking I would have to be explaining, but I can see that 30% of you all already know about Shortlast. So we're a tech mobility startup, and what we are doing is we are leveraging tech, thanks to you guys, our tech heroes. We're leveraging tech to solve the long-standing traffic and transport problem in cities like Lagos, Abuja, and even other metropolitan cities outside Nigeria. As you know, public transportation is a nightmare. It is a nightmare. Either you are paying exorbitantly to use taxis, or you are, having to use downfall, which is not usually the most comfortable or the most luxurious option. So what if I tell you that with Shortlast, you can get safety, comfort, reliability, and even respect, all for, a significantly lesser price than you would have had to pay if you were using your regular taxis. So how does Shortlast work? We offer a bus seat sharing service. Yes, bus seat sharing service. We have an app. The app is available on Android and iOS. All you have to do is download the app. And once you download the app, you can book along over 400 routes that we cover right now in Lagos, Abuja, Port Harcourt, and some other cities in Africa. But I'm more interested in, the Nigeria routes and the Lagos routes for those of us that are here. Obviously, we are all mostly based in Lagos. So let's say, for instance, I would like to, because our service, I want you to understand it clearly. So some of you were coming here, and let's say you were coming from Yanotbaja, and you were coming here to Bagada. You probably booked a taxi where you had to pay, say, 4,000 or 5,000 naira, because I used to live at Yanotbaja, so I know what it could have been like. What if I tell you that if you use Shortlast coming here today, you would have gotten on an AC-fitted bus, driven by well-trained drivers, managed by well-trained, courteous, bus marshals, all for about, say, 1,000 naira, or even less. You don't believe, right? And that's the great work we are doing at Shortlast. So I'm here because I know a lot of us are, working class ladies. Some of us are working hybrid. But if you are here today and you have to go into the office for any reason, please do not use public transport anymore, and do not put holes in your pocket using taxis every day. book shortlast. There is a route going from, or a bus going from your house or your area to your office. All you have to do is book on the app and be at the bus stop assigned to you. We will assign the closest bus stop to your house to you. Let's say you live in Yanotpaja, who most likely assign for you to come out to Yanotpaja bus stop to join the shuttle. And let's say your office is at somewhere inside Lekki, we'll most likely stop you at Lekki Phase 1. Then from there, you can make your way to your final destination. So quickly, please, we have the 1 month subscription for one person in this hall today. We have a stand at the back, so if you have any question, you can approach the stand. As I drop the mic, I'll be going to the back there to take your questions. But please, if you can right now download the app and sign up, use the code, SHECODE. So when you download the app and you sign up, go to my account, then go to the promotions part. In the promotions part, enter the code, SHECODE, and then submit it. Our tech guys at the back end are going to download everybody who has done that, and they will put it into a raffle app. And then one person, whoever wins, is going to get 1 full month subscription. I'm talking about round trip. If you look at it technically, that's 60 trips. To and from work. For 1 whole month, you will not pay shishi. How is that for freebies? Yes. So please, the code is SHECODE, all caps, SHECODE together, all caps. Download the app and enter it now. The winner will be sent to the SHECODE team, and then it will be announced. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Okay, thank you very much, Shortland. You're not happy? She's giving you 1 full month. Man, if bus conductor has gone away with your money, you like up on that offer, like you hold on it, grip on it so tight. Because bus conductor, especially in this Lagos, they have showed us shaggy. All right, so moving on to the next. The next sponsor session is We Create, and they are SHECODE Africa partners for this conference, and Sonia will be doing that. Hi, Sonia, are you here? Please, can you clap for her? She makes her way up to the podium. Please keep clapping, keep clapping. See, you see those beautiful mesh you got, those tote bag, those t-shirts, those beautiful t-shirts, those water bottles, is their handwork. So please keep clapping.
Hi everyone, good afternoon. My name is Sonia Ogwama. I work with We Create, and I'm glad you like the water bottles, the t-shirts, and everything that you got here. Can I hear hi? Okay, well, who are we and what is We Create about? So We Create is a branding company for tech companies. So we do everything merch. Why is this important? It's important because of brand visibility. It's important for marketing campaign. It's important for identity as a brand. Everybody loves gifts. If you like gifts, raise up your hand. Gift is like a general love language, and we see this as an important part of every company. It is important for a company to gift their investors, their customers, and their clients. So that is what we do. We create magic with merch. If you have a tech company or you work for a tech company and you like the water bottles, you like the t-shirt, you like the tote bag, you like the phone card holder, the button badges, come and say hi on my stand and we'll make it work for your team. Enjoy your day.
Yeah. So please give it up once more for We Create, for giving us those beautiful, beautiful mesh. See, you know the next session we are going into is the person that clap most that we enter that session. Show you all of you want that tote bag, and you want that hoodie, and you are not clapping.
All right. Are we ready? This is very... Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
All right, so this is a session for you to win. So you're winning different things. There's a hoodie. There are 5 hard copy books, Adora's books. There are 2 bottles, 2 water bottles, and there is a tote bag. So we're having, that's 9 winners. So please listen to the instructions. Can you bring out your phone, please? So this session is, we're asking questions about SCA, about She Code Africa. It's a trivia session. So you go to sli.do. Go to the website now.
You can scan the QR code.
Or scan it.
In 2 minutes, please. Let's do that.
Oslido.com. Then you type in the code above.
She's blocking.
Oh, okay. How to play? The first thing, go to slido.com. Second, type in the code above. Can you see the code? You can't see it? See the code. 3860675. Yes. Are we good? Okay, okay.
2 more minutes.
Okay,
please.
no problem. I am waiting. Just get there first. Have you inputted the code? I'm waiting. I'll wait. So have you typed in the code? The network is bad.
Who has been able to join? Who has been able to join?
Okay, so this is what we can do. You know, we can't take so much time. I'm going to give you 2 more minutes.
My phone.
And we do God a beg for MTN. So if MTN comes up, fine. If not, we love you.
Want to use my phone?
So just 2 more minutes. Go to slido.com and then type in the code.
Yeah.
The what is not showing? The code, they will show us the code. Okay, don't worry, I'll get the code. I think I have it written somewhere. No, I don't have it. I don't have it. 86 something. The code. Let me go get the code. So please use the code. It's not going to come up again. Once you type in the code, then put in your name. Now, I am Oluwatoyin. Someone else might be Oluwatoyin. So maybe you use Oluwatoyin. I don't know. Just use something that will make me know it's you. Because if you win, I'll call your name and you will show me what you typed as your name. And if I say, do you understand? Yes. So if I say Toyin, we might have 2 Toyins. So please.
You can use your special nickname. Like Root Cake Baby. Yeah?
So MTN or not, we are good to go.
Are we good? Are we good?
No. We're giving you 2 more minutes. We want people to actually win, so this is a game of speed. You need to put in your answers fast. It's also a knowledge game. You need to actually know the answer. You need to know the answer and then put the answer in fast.
It's actually everything that we've been talking about here today. So we'll test if you have been really, really paying attention.
And we are picking the first 9. What do you need? The code again. They need to go live. I don't think they can do the code again. So have you typed in your name? Can we say? That's the code there. So the person asking for the code, that's the code. Have you typed in your names? Have you typed in your names? Are we good?
So 3860675.
So are we good to go?
3860675.
We're about to start the game. So once you see the questions, answer. Are we good? Please, there's no again. Please. 3, 2, 1. Start, please. Start. Time. The time is going. Be fast. When was SCA founded? Next question. No, don't. See, it's a whole lot of questions, so you're answering everything. Keep answering. Can we move? When was the first SCA in-person conference? July 5, 2017, November 12, 2022, August 6, 2019, September 12, 2022.
Next question. Who sends the SCA newsletter? Omotola, Olamide, Layo, Oluchi. Correct. Okay, the next question. The SCA team consists of the following, except design team, engineering team, welfare team, community management team. The SCA team consists of the following, except the design team, the engineering team, okay.
Which of the following is an SCA color? Baby pink, fuchsia pink, orchid pink, coral pink. Don't say the answers. Just answer it in your phone. Which of the SCA core team members is the lead community manager? Glory Awa Oyom, Omotola Motaya, Marachi Azubike, Ada Nduka Oyom.
Which of these is not an SCA program? The SCA MP, the Cybersecurity School, STEM a Girl, Cloud School. Oluwabami Kemi Atinike Kayode functions as what role in SCA?
Designer, channel lead, host, or front-end developer?
What is the SCA blog called? No. Keep going. Which of the following was a panelist at the last SCA IWE event? Irithikega, Enedi, Omotola, Adora. So yes.
Are these the answers? These are
So
the
we have
winners.
come
We
to
need
the
9
end.
winners. 9. Okay, so I'm going to call out these names, so please come up. The winner is Anuoluwapo RT.
Who is that?
Where is she? Where is she? Please
Come
come.
on, Clap, 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 clap. Thank you, thank you. So this is SEAUD in courtesy of We Create, and we are presenting you. Your name is Anuoluwapo. Congratulations. Thank you. Yeah.
That's okay. Okay, second is Mutiat. Mutiat. Anuoluwapo, please come back. There's something else for you.
Woo! So yes, the second winner, Mutiat. Congratulations. Please clap for her. Wait, Mutiat, Mutiat. Wait. Go.
All right. Third is Mojala. Where are you? Mojala, please clap for them. Or clap for her, rather.
Congratulations. Please clap for her.
All right. NEO, where are you? NEO. Don't be tired of clapping. We may call your name.
Congratulations.
And then Glory Odeyemi. Glory Odeyemi.
Any. See Ada.
All right, congratulations to all of them. Please put your hands together for them. Now we move to the hackathon prize giving session. Put your hands together for Omotola. Put your hands together, do it better. She's not here yet. Don't stop clapping. Where's Omotola?
So before Omotola comes on stage to give the prizes to the winners, we have Zainab, the program manager for She Code Africa Open Source Programs. She will be giving us a short talk before we give the awards.
Excited that the summit is finally happening, even though I wasn't able to be there physically. I'm a technical writer, open source diversity advocate, the open source programs manager for She Code Africa, and I lead my personal brand, Zcodes, a technical writing and open source brand. The SCA Hackfest is an annual open source bootcamp dedicated to supporting open source projects, solving problems across the globe, and also encouraging more diversity and inclusion within the open source ecosystem. This year, we partnered with OSEC and Zcodes for the Hackfest, and focused on supporting open source projects serving underrepresented communities. We had a lot of applications from so many teams, but we selected 6 teams that have worked on various projects for 3 weeks. They demoed their project a few weeks ago, and they did amazing. The teams built amazing projects. Everyone did well. But I mean, we had to select winners at the end of the day. Everyone is a winner, but we had to select the top project based on performance, creativity, documentation, open source, and some other criterias. So don't get discouraged if you didn't win. But I just want to say well done to everyone on the teams. Congratulations for successfully completing the Hackfest, and I hope that you continue to leverage on the connections that you've gained, the experience that you've gained during this Hackfest. So now I'll hand over to Omotola to announce the Hackfest winners. Thank you.
Hello? Okay. So thank you so much. Just like Zainab mentioned, the Hackfest lasted for 3 weeks, and the participants, in total we have 6 teams, and they worked on really wonderful projects. Everyone got a $50 data stipend, and right now we are going to be announcing the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd place winners. So if I call your team and you are a representative or you have all your team members here, you can come forward to receive your cash prize. So 1st place we have Team Gevas. Please clap for them, please. Team Gevas. And to present the award, I'll call on Ruth. Congratulations. Thank you very much. So 2nd place, we have Team MEMS. Team MEMS. Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you so much. Congratulations. Yes, you're going with it. And for 3rd place, we have this exceptional team, Team IIV. Just like Zainab mentioned, we picked the winners based on several factors. But notwithstanding, everyone is a winner. Is Joyce here? Joyce. Okay, let me present it myself. In addition to that, for all team members that are available, please meet with me to get your swag from Zcode. Thank you very much. Everyone, thank you.
Thank you very much, Omotola. Please, a round of applause for all the winners. They've done amazing jobs. Thank you very much. So we're moving to the most interesting part now. No? Like, okay, hackathons. Okay, the winners. Omotola, please, can you come back? The winners of the hackathon, all of them. Both the teammates too, if you're around, please. Can you come on stage quickly and have group pictures? Team members around. Can we be fast about that? Quickly, please. Congratulations, everyone. Thank you very much, Omotola. A round of applause for them once again. Okay. Our Royal Majesty has declared, and she's so gracious in her giving. She said, if you are here, you're a participant, but you didn't win for some reason, you should see her for your mesh. So gracious. Please, a round of applause for Omotola. All right, so moving on now. It is, again, what did I say? The most interesting part. Do you see Odu drop Mark 2020, whatever? I don't know. And you see a lot of laptops coming in. And this is where you will now be praying to God that village people do not follow me here. Yeah? So right about now, I'll be calling Bam Bam, I'll be calling Ada and Layo for the laptop raffle. I'm not hearing you clap. Like, different 6 queens will go with brand new laptops today, right here. It's happening here. It is only here that it can happen. So let me hear you clap.
Hi, everyone. Are we all ready for the most exciting part of today? Are we sure? Okay, very good. So, how many of us applied for the SCA Laptop Scholarship Fund? I'm seeing very few hands up. How many of us are aware of the SCA Laptop Scholarship Fund?
Are you following us on social media?
Just like I mentioned during my talk, the Laptop Scholarship Fund is our way of equipping young ladies like you with an opportunity to get a brand new laptop to help kickstart or scale your career in tech. And our main goal, our primary goal, while we were planning this summit was to give out 5 brand new laptops. But you know, we've had speakers come on here, make more promises. Someone even brought in a brand new laptop as well, a MacBook. And so far, we have gotten 9 brand new laptops that we're going to be giving out to all, to lucky, randomly selected attendees. And how's that going to happen? We're going to be using submissions from our SCA Laptop Scholarship Fund application for this quarter. So if you applied, did you receive a code? How many of us received a code? If you know your friend applied and she got a code and she's not here, please call her ASAP to come back. Because here are the rules of how this is going to work. We're going to do a live raffle draw with all the code that we gave out to everyone who scaled the application. And we will randomly select. You would watch it live. If we call out your code and you're not here in person, if you're watching online, I'm sorry. If you're not here in person, we will move to the next person. And if it is your code, you have to show a means of proof that this was the code that was given to me. We have your full name, we'll verify it as well. So you show your email where you received that code. Is that clear? Are we ready? Wow, there's so many people who are jealous. Are we ready? Okay, so we're going to do the first raffle draw. The MacBook will be the last laptop we'll give out. And I know that's what so many of you are waiting for. So for the first laptop raffle draw for a Lenovo brand new laptop.
Are you ready?
Whose code is this? SCA BCM B522. Are you here? Please don't yell if it's not yours. Decorum. SCA BCM B522. Brand new Lenovo laptop going. Going.
SCA BCM B522.
Going. So
Gone.
So we'll draw it again. We're going to keep drawing until we exhaust every single laptop here. SCA TVY TN22. Okay, let's calm down. Proof. Where's the email? Take your time, calm down. So if she is the right owner of this code, we're going to be giving her the brand new laptop and then we'll move on to the next one. So let's do a countdown. 10, 9, 8, 7.
This is a reminder for you to have your code ready. Have your code ready so you don't have to waste time.
So we're going to call out, please, quiet everyone. We're going to call out the code again. SCA TVY TN22. Okay, so we have one winner. Now we are going to draw again for another winner. Please draw. So SCA FHC L522. Woo! Do you have your proof with you? SCA
FHCL 522.
So she's going to go home with another brand new Lenovo laptop. Another draw. SCA AH SMT22. Who's that? SCA AH SMT22. Going. Going. Withdraw.
Gone.
SCA D3PY222. Who's that? SCA D3PY222. Hurry up. Please, let's clap for her. So while while she is confirming that, I just wanted to quickly point out that the 9th laptop donation came from the founder of Web3 Ladies, Oluchi. So let's give her a big round of applause. She is not only giving out a laptop, she's also going to be giving out one Wi-Fi. So if you're having internet issues, you don't have to worry about Wi-Fi anymore. And also one inverter, meaning your career is literally set to kick off.
Hey, come on. So our code is SCA D3PY222.
Congratulations.
Clap for her now.
Withdraw. This is for the 4th. It's still a Lenovo laptop. Keep praying. Fingers crossed. Your village people are not here today. SCA D3PY222. The same one. Please withdraw. It's the same one. SCA, okay, redraw, please, redraw. SCA TQ7S322. Please clap for her. Celebrate people.
SCA TQ7S322.
Yes.
Correct.
So, I missed everything. Please don't forget to keep tweeting about this using the hashtag. Keep tweeting, keep posting, hashtag SCA Summit 22. So we have 4 winners down and 5 more to go, including a MacBook. Who wants to go with the MacBook? Will you bribe me? All right, so let's draw. SCA XZ QB D22. Where's the excitement? Nobody's excited to win a laptop. Woo! Don't cry, don't cry, don't cry. Aww.
SCA XZQ BD22. Yes.
Woo!
Congratulations.
So the next lucky code is SCAY R84G22. SCAY R84G22. Going. 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 Gone. Withdraw. SCA BCM B522. SCA BCM B522. How many of us still have our raffle code? Withdraw. SCA 6RK A322. If I say this for the MacBook now, somebody will say it's me. SCA 6RK A322. Going. Going.
Gone.
SCA TMSL P22. Come with your proof. Woo!
SCA TMSLP22. Congratulations.
Please draw.
SCA KWWKP22.
Going.
You people are not patient.
No, we'll not say gone in your own time. Oh. SCAKWWKP22. Going. Gone. Good job. SCA836 PB22.
I don't talk, they get squad, I get good. They want test strong, me I no fuck. They don't set trap.
SCA836 PB22. Congratulations.
Woo! So, this code is, we're giving out the laptop exactly how it came. So far, we have gotten winners for 5 Lenovo laptops, 5 Lenovo laptops, 1 HP, 1 laptop from Princess, and 1 laptop from Web3 Ladies. So now we want to give out the MacBook. Okay, my bad. I'm sorry. Apologies. So we still have 2 more laptops to give out. This laptop is going to be the one from Web3 Ladies, the founder of Web3 Ladies, meaning it's going to include the MiFi and the inverter. Yes. Oh, that's from above. I'm sorry. So, SCA, next time when we tell you to apply for a laptop scholarship, you apply for it. SCA S4 6C B22. I'm guessing the person is not here, else would have shouted. So going. SCA URM 7W22. Going. Woo! She serves a living God. She is going home with the MiFi, laptop, and an inverter. So, for our final laptop giveaway, I want to hear drum rolls. Everybody stamp your feet. Who hasn't heard their code yet? Start pleading the blood of Jesus. So, at the count of 3, we'll make a draw. We called this before? Yeah, we called this before. SCA S4 6C B22. Rejoin. SCA AH SMT 22. SCA YR8 4G22. Going. MacBook going. MacBook going. 2R 5B V22. Please, a standing ovation. Woo, woo. Where's her code? We need the confirmation.
We need the code, please. Who's with her phone? Code. We need her phone for the code, please.
Going.
Going.
Going. Going. SCA 2R 5B V22.
SCA 2R 5B V22. Keep clapping now. You guys keep clapping. You are sitting down. Keep clapping. Champion.
Encourage them. They need to dance. They just want the laptop. You're going home with brand new laptops. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. So, we have officially come to the end of the SCA Laptop Scholarship Fund for 2022. We will keep doing this moving forward every quarter. If you're not following She Code Africa and you're not a part of the community, please make sure you do. Like I said, you can only participate in this if you're a member of the community. So please go sign up to www.shecodeafrica.org if you're not a member, and follow us on all social media platforms at She Code Africa. So we are going to be presenting the available laptops, and then those that don't have their laptops, we'll be following up with them to make sure that they receive their laptops for the end of this week. Okay? So once again, congratulations on behalf of She Code Africa, on behalf of Dora Hack, on behalf of Odun of Piggy Vest, on behalf of Oluchi of Web3 Ladies. You are now brand new. You are now owners of brand new laptops, of a MacBook. Woo! Lenovo.
Can somebody say new laptop?
Okay. Hi, everyone. If you can hear me, clap once. If you can hear me, clap twice. So, we have officially come to the end of the first ever largest gathering African women in tech. We did it, we did it. Please, a round of applause for yourself. All I just want to say is now we're going to be heading downstairs for a group picture. Everybody down to the zone signboard for a group picture. We still have buses that are going to be taking you back to your locations. Please don't forget to keep posting using the hashtag SCA Summit 2022. And the sponsors booth is also open for you to interact with them. We have lots of swags at SCA booths, but we need everybody to please go downstairs for pictures. Thank you, ladies. Au revoir.
Which one is this one?
Everyone, please head downstairs for pictures. The sponsor booth will still be here after. Downstairs for pictures now. Thank you.